Section 17 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 17, Chapter 40, Part 4. The following were the principal laws enacted this session. It was declared treason during the lifetime of the Queen to affirm that she was not the lawful sovereign, or that any other possessed a preferable title, or that she was a heretic, schismatic, or infidel, or that the laws and statutes cannot limit and determine the right of the crown and the successor thereof. To maintain in writing or printing that any person except the natural issue of her body is or ought to be the Queen's heir or successor, subjected the person and all his abettors for the first offence to imprisonment during a year, and to the forfeiture of half their goods. The second offence subjected them to the penalty of a praemunire. This law was plainly levelled against the Queen of Scots and her partisans, and implied an avowal that Elizabeth never intended to declare her successor. It may be noted that the usual phrase of lawful issue, which the Parliament thought indecent towards the Queen, as if she could be supposed to have any other, was changed into that of natural issue. But this alteration was the source of pleasantry during the time, and some suspected a deeper design, as if Leicester intended, in case of the Queen's demise, to produce some bastard of his own, and affirm that he was her offspring. It was also enacted that whosoever by bulls should publish absolutions or other rescripts of the Pope, or should by means of them reconcile any man to the Church of Rome, such offenders, as well as those who were so reconciled, should be guilty of treason. The penalty of a praemunire was imposed on everyone who imported any Agnus Dei, crucifix, or other such implement of superstition consecrated by the Pope. The former laws against usury were enforced by a new statute. A supply of 1 subsidy and 2/15 was granted by Parliament. The Queen, as she was determined to yield to them none of her power, was very cautious in asking them for any supply. She endeavoured either by a rigid frugality to make her ordinary revenues suffice for the necessities of the crown, or she employed her prerogative, and procured money by the granting of patents, monopolies, or some other ruinous expedient. Though Elizabeth possessed such uncontrolled authority over her parliaments, and such extensive influence over her people, though during a course of 13 years she had maintained the public tranquillity, which was only interrupted by the hasty and ill-concerted insurrection in the north, she was still kept in great anxiety, and felt her throne perpetually totter under her. The violent commotions excited in France and the Low Countries, as well as in Scotland, seemed in one view to secure her against any disturbance, but they served, on more reflection, to instruct her in the danger of her situation, when she remarked that England, no less than these neighbouring countries, contained the seeds of intestine discord, the differences of religious opinion, and the furious intolerance and animosity of the opposite sectaries. The League, formed at Bayonne in 1566 for the extermination of the Protestants, had not been concluded so secretly, but intelligence of it had reached Condé, Coligny, and the other leaders of the Huguenots, and finding that the measures of the court agreed with their suspicions, they determined to prevent the cruel perfidy of their enemies, and to strike a blow before the Catholics were aware of the danger. The Huguenots, though dispersed over the whole kingdom, formed a kind of separate empire, and being closely united, as well by their religious zeal as by the dangers to which they were perpetually exposed, they obeyed with entire submission the orders of their leaders, and were ready on every signal to fly to arms. The king and queen mother were living in great security at Monceau, when they found themselves surrounded by Protestant troops, which had secretly marched thither from all quarters, and had not a body of Swiss come speedily to their relief, and conducted them with great intrepidity to Paris, they must have fallen without resistance into the hands of the malcontents. A battle was afterwards fought in the plains of Saint-Denis, where, though the old constable, Montmorency, the general of the Catholics, was killed combating bravely at the head of his troops, the Huguenots were finally defeated. Condé, collecting his broken forces and receiving a strong reinforcement from the German Protestants, appeared again in the field, and laying siege to Chartres, a place of great importance, obliged the court to agree to a new accommodation. So great was the mutual animosity of those religionists, that even had the leaders on both sides been ever so sincere in their intentions for peace, and reposed ever so much confidence in each other, it would have been difficult to retain the people in tranquillity, much more where such extreme jealousy prevailed, and where the court employed every pacification as a snare for their enemies. A plan was laid for seizing the person of the prince and admiral, who narrowly escaped to Rochelle, and summoned their partisans to their assistance. The civil wars were renewed with greater fury than ever, and the parties became still more exasperated against each other. The young Duke of Anjou, brother to the king, commanded the forces of the Catholics, and fought in 1569 a great battle at Jarnac with the Huguenots, where the Prince of Condé was killed, and his army defeated. This discomfiture, with the loss of so great a leader, reduced not the Huguenots to despair. The admiral still supported the cause, and having placed at the head of the Protestants the Prince of Navarre, then 16 years of age, and the young Prince of Condé, he encouraged the party rather to perish bravely in the field than ignominiously by the hands of the executioner. He collected such numbers, so determined to endure every extremity, that he was enabled to make head against the Duke of Anjou, and being strengthened by a new reinforcement of Germans, he obliged that prince to retreat and divide his forces. Coligny then laid siege to Poitiers, and as the eyes of all France were fixed on this enterprise, the Duke of Guise, emulous of the renown which his father had acquired by the defence of Metz, threw himself into the place, and so animated the garrison by his valor and conduct, that the admiral was obliged to raise the siege. Such was the commencement of that unrivalled fame and grandeur afterwards attained by this Duke of Guise. The attachment which all the Catholics had borne to his father was immediately transferred to the son, and men pleased themselves in comparing all the great and shining qualities which seemed in a manner hereditary in the family, equal in affability, in munificence, in address, in eloquence, and in every quality which engages the affections of men, equal also in valor, in conduct, in enterprise, in capacity, there seemed only this difference between them, that the son, educated in more turbulent times, and finding a greater dissolution of all law and order, exceeded the father in ambition and temerity, and was engaged in enterprises still more destructive to the authority of his sovereign and to the repose of his native country. Elizabeth, who kept her attention fixed on the civil commotions of France, was nowise pleased with this new rise of her enemies, the Guises, and being anxious for the fate of the Protestants, whose interests were connected with her own, she was engaged, notwithstanding her aversion from all rebellion, and from all opposition to the will of the sovereign, to give them secretly some assistance. Besides employing her authority with the German princes, she lent money to the Queen of Navarre, and received some jewels as pledges for the loan; and she permitted Henry Champernon to levy and transport over into France a regiment of 100 gentlemen volunteers, among whom Walter Raleigh, then a young man, began to distinguish himself in that great school of military valor. The admiral, constrained by the impatience of his troops and by the difficulty of subsisting them, fought with the Duke of Anjou the battle of Montcontour in Poictou, where he was wounded and defeated. The court of France, notwithstanding their frequent experience of the obstinacy of the Huguenots and the vigor of Coligny, vainly flattered themselves that the force of the rebels was at last finally annihilated, and they neglected further preparations against a foe who, they thought, could never more become dangerous. They were surprised to hear that this leader had appeared without dismay in another quarter of the kingdom, had encouraged the young princes whom he governed to like constancy, had assembled an army, had taken the field, and was even strong enough to threaten Paris. The public finances, diminished by the continued disorders of the kingdom, and wasted by so many fruitless military enterprises, could no longer bear the charge of a new armament, and the king, notwithstanding his extreme animosity against the Huguenots, was obliged in 1570 to conclude an accommodation with them, to grant them a pardon for all past offences, and to renew the edicts for liberty of conscience. Though a pacification was seemingly concluded, the mind of Charles was nowise reconciled to his rebellious subjects, and this accommodation, like all the foregoing, was nothing but a snare, by which the perfidious court had projected to destroy at once, without danger, all its formidable enemies. As the two young princes, the admiral and the other leaders of the Huguenots, instructed by past experience, discovered an extreme distrust of the king's intentions, and kept themselves in security at a distance, all possible artifices were employed to remove their apprehensions, and to convince them of the sincerity of the new counsels which seemed to be embraced. The terms of the peace were religiously observed to them, the toleration was strictly maintained, all attempts made by the zealous Catholics to infringe it were punished with severity. Offices and favours and honours were bestowed on the principal nobility among the Protestants, and the king and council everywhere declared that, tired of civil disorders and convinced of the impossibility of forcing men's consciences, they were thenceforth determined to allow every one the free exercise of his religion. Among the other artifices employed to lull the Protestants into a fatal security, Charles elected to enter into close connections with Elizabeth, and as it seemed not in the interest of France to forward the union of the two kingdoms of Great Britain, that princess the more easily flattered herself that the French monarch would prefer her friendship to that of the Queen of Scots. The better to deceive her, proposals of marriage were made her with the Duke of Anjou, a prince whose youth, beauty, and reputation for valour might naturally be supposed to recommend him to a woman who had appeared not altogether insensible to these endowments. The queen immediately founded on this offer the project of deceiving the court of France, and being intent on that artifice, she laid herself the more open to be deceived. Negotiations were entered into with regard to the marriage. Terms of the contract were proposed, difficulties started and removed, and the two courts, equally insincere, though not equally culpable, seemed to approach every day nearer to each other in their demands and concessions. The great obstacle seemed to lie in adjusting the difference of religion, because Elizabeth, who recommended toleration to Charles, was determined not to grant it in her own dominions, not even to her husband, and the Duke of Anjou seemed unwilling to submit, for the sake of interest, to the dishonour of an apostasy. The artificial politics of Elizabeth never triumphed so much in any contrivances as in those which were conjoined with her coquetry; and as her character in this particular was generally known, the court of France thought that they might, without danger of forming any final conclusion, venture the further in their concessions and offers to her. The queen also had other motives for dissimulation. Besides the advantage of discouraging Mary's partisans by the prospect of an alliance between France and England, her situation with Philip demanded her utmost vigilance and attention, and the violent authority established in the Low Countries made her desirous of fortifying herself even with the bare appearance of a new confederacy. The theological controversies which had long agitated Europe had from the beginning penetrated into the Low Countries; and as these provinces maintained an extensive commerce, they had early received from every kingdom with which they corresponded a tincture of religious innovation. An opinion at that time prevailed, which had been zealously propagated by priests and implicitly received by sovereigns, that heresy was closely connected with rebellion, and that every great or violent alteration in the church involved a like revolution in the civil government. The forward zeal of the reformers would seldom allow them to wait the consent of the magistrate to their innovations. They became less dutiful when opposed and punished; and though their pretended spirit of reasoning and inquiry was in reality nothing but a new species of implicit faith, the prince took the alarm, as if so institutions could be secure from the temerity of their researches. The Emperor Charles, who proposed to augment his authority under pretence of defending the Catholic faith, easily adopted these political principles, and, notwithstanding the limited prerogative which he possessed in the Netherlands, he published the most arbitrary, severe, and tyrannical edicts against the Protestants, and he took care that the execution of them should be no less violent and sanguinary. He was neither cruel nor bigoted in his natural disposition, yet an historian celebrated for moderation and caution has computed that in the several persecutions promoted by that monarch, no less than 100,000 persons perished by the hands of the executioner. But these severe remedies, far from answering the purposes intended, had rather served to augment the numbers as well as zeal of the reformers; and the magistrates of the several towns, seeing no end of those barbarous executions, felt their humanity rebel against their principles, and declined any further prosecution of the new doctrines. When Philip succeeded to his father's dominions, the Flemings were justly alarmed with new apprehensions, lest their prince, observing the lenity of the magistrates, should take the execution of the edicts from such remiss hands, and should establish the Inquisition in the Low Countries, accompanied with all the iniquities and barbarities which attended it in Spain. The severe and unrelenting character of the man, his professed attachment to Spanish manners, the inflexible bigotry of his principles, all these circumstances increased their terror, and when he departed the Netherlands, with a known intention never to return, the disgust of the inhabitants was extremely augmented, and their dread of those tyrannical orders which their sovereign, surrounded with Spanish ministers, would issue from his cabinet at Madrid. He left the Duchess of Parma governess of the Low Countries, and the plain good sense and good temper of that princess, had she been entrusted with the sole power, would have preserved the submission of those opulent provinces, which were lost from that refinement of treacherous and barbarous politics on which Philip so highly valued himself. The Flemings found that the name alone of regent remained with the duchess, that Cardinal Granville entirely possessed the king's confidence, that attempts were every day made on their liberties, that a resolution was taken never more to assemble the states, that new bishoprics were arbitrarily erected in order to enforce the execution of the persecuting edicts, and that on the whole they must expect to be reduced to the condition of a province under the Spanish monarchy. The discontents of the nobility gave countenance to the complaints of the gentry, which encouraged the mutiny of the populace, and all orders of men showed a strong disposition to revolt. Associations were formed, tumultuary petitions presented, names of distinction assumed, badges of party displayed, and the current of the people, impelled by religious zeal and irritated by feeble resistance, rose to such a height that in several towns, particularly in Antwerp, they made an open invasion on the established worship, pillaged the churches and monasteries, broke the images, and committed the most unwarrantable disorders. The wiser part of the nobility, particularly the Prince of Orange and the Counts Egmont and Horn, were alarmed at these excesses, to which their own discontents had at first given countenance, and seconding the wisdom of the governess, they suppressed the dangerous insurrections, punished the ringleaders, and reduced all the provinces to a state of order and submission. But Philip was not contented with the re-establishment of his ancient authority. He considered that provinces so remote from the seat of government could not be ruled by a limited prerogative, and that a prince who must entreat rather than command would necessarily, when he resided not among the people, feel every day a diminution of his power and influence. He determined, therefore, to lay hold of the late popular disorders as a pretence for entirely abolishing the privileges of the Low Country provinces, and for ruling them thenceforth with a military and arbitrary authority. In the execution of this violent design, he employed a man who was a proper instrument in the hands of such a tyrant. Ferdinand of Toledo, Duke of Alva, had been educated amidst arms, and having attained a consummate knowledge in the military art, his habits led him to transfer into all government the severe discipline of a camp, and to conceive no measures between prince and subject, but those of rigid command and implicit obedience. This general, in 1568, conducted from Italy to the Low Countries a powerful body of veteran Spaniards, and his avowed animosity to the Flemings, with his known character, struck that whole people with terror and consternation. It belongs not to our subject to relate at length those violences which Alva's natural barbarity, steeled by reflection and aggravated by insolence, exercised on those flourishing provinces. It suffices to say that all their privileges, the gift of so many princes, and the inheritance of so many ages, were openly and expressly abolished by edict, arbitrary and sanguinary tribunals erected, the counts Egmont and Horn, in spite of their great merits and past services, brought to the scaffold, multitudes of all ranks thrown into confinement, and thence delivered over to the executioner. And notwithstanding the peaceable submission of all men, nothing was heard of but confiscation, imprisonment, exile, torture, and death. Elizabeth was equally displeased to see the progress of that scheme laid for the extermination of the Protestants, and to observe the erection of so great a military power in a state situated in so near a neighborhood. She gave protection to all the Flemish exiles who took shelter in her dominions, and as many of these were the most industrious inhabitants of the Netherlands, and had rendered that country celebrated for its arts, she reaped the advantage of introducing into England some useful manufactures, which were formerly unknown in that kingdom. Foreseeing that the violent government of Alva could not long subsist without exciting some commotion, she ventured to commit an insult upon him, which she would have been cautious not to hazard against a more established authority. Some Genoese merchants had engaged by contract with Philip to transport into Flanders the sum of 400,000 crowns, and the vessels on which this money was embarked had been attacked in the Channel by some privateers equipped by the French Huguenots, and had taken shelter in Plymouth and Southampton. The commanders of the ships pretended that the money belonged to the King of Spain, but the Queen, finding upon inquiry that it was the property of Genoese merchants, took possession of it as a loan, and by that means deprived the Duke of Alva of this resource in the time of his greatest necessity. Alva, in revenge, seized all the English merchants in the Low Countries, threw them into prison, and confiscated their effects. The Queen retaliated by a like violence on the Flemish and Spanish merchants, and gave all the English liberty to make reprisals on the subjects of Philip. End of section 17, chapter 40, part 4. Section 18 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 18, Chapter 40, Part 5. These differences were afterwards accommodated by treaty, and mutual reparations were made to the merchants. But nothing could repair the loss which so well timed a blow inflicted on the Spanish government in the Low Countries. Alva, in want of money, and dreading the immediate mutiny of his troops, to whom great arrears were due, imposed by his arbitrary will the most ruinous taxes on the people. He not only required the 100th penny and the 20th of all immovable goods, he also demanded the 10th of all movable goods on every sale, an absurd tyranny, which would not only have destroyed all arts and commerce, but even have restrained the common intercourse of life. The people refused compliance, the Duke had recourse to his usual expedient of the gibbet, and thus matters came still nearer the last extremities between the Flemings and the Spaniards. All the enemies of Elizabeth, in order to revenge themselves for her insults, had naturally recourse to one policy, the supporting of the cause and pretensions of the Queen of Scots; and Alva, whose measures were ever violent, soon opened a secret intercourse with that princess. There was one Rodolphi, a Florentine merchant, who had resided about 15 years in London, and who, while he conducted his commerce in England, had managed all the correspondence of the court of Rome with the Catholic nobility and gentry. He had been thrown into prison at the time when the Duke of Norfolk's intrigues with Mary had been discovered, but either no proof was found against him, or the part which he had acted was not very criminal, and he soon recovered his liberty. This man, zealous for the Catholic faith, had formed a scheme in concert with the Spanish ambassador for subverting the government by a foreign invasion and a domestic insurrection; and while he communicated his project by letter to Mary, he found that she was now fully convinced of Elizabeth's artifices, and despaired of ever recovering her authority, or even her liberty by pacific measures. She willingly gave her concurrence. The great number of discontented Catholics were the chief source of their hopes on the side of England, and they also observed that the kingdom was at that time full of indigent gentry, chiefly younger brothers, who, having at present, by the late decay of the church, and the yet languishing state of commerce, no prospect of a livelihood suitable to their birth, were ready to throw themselves into any desperate enterprise. But in order to inspire life and courage into all these malcontents, it was requisite that some great nobleman should put himself at their head, and no one appeared to Rodolphi and to the Bishop of Ross, who entered into all these intrigues, so proper, both on account of his power and his popularity, as the Duke of Norfolk. This nobleman, when released from confinement in the Tower, had given his promise that he would drop all intercourse with the Queen of Scots; but finding that he had lost, and as he feared beyond recovery, the confidence and favour of Elizabeth, and being still in some degree restrained from his liberty, he was tempted by impatience and despair to violate his word, and to open anew his correspondence with the captive princess. A promise of marriage was renewed between them. The Duke engaged to enter into all her interests, and as his remorses gradually diminished in the course of these transactions, he was pushed to give his consent to enterprises still more criminal. Rodolphi's plan was that the Duke of Alva should, on some other pretence, assemble a great quantity of shipping in the Low Countries, should transport a body of 6,000 foot and 4,000 horse into England, should land them at Harwich, where the Duke of Norfolk was to join them with all his friends, should thence march directly to London, and oblige the Queen to submit to whatever terms the conspirators should please to impose upon her. Norfolk expressed his assent to this plan, and 3 letters in consequence of it were written in his name by Rodolphi, one to Alva, another to the Pope, and a third to the King of Spain. But the Duke, apprehensive of the danger, refused to sign them. He only sent to the Spanish ambassador a servant and confidant named Barker, as well as to notify his concurrence in the plan, as to vouch for the authenticity of these letters. And Rodolphi, having obtained a letter of credence from the ambassador, proceeded on his journey to Brussels and to Rome. The Duke of Alva and the Pope embraced the scheme with alacrity. Rodolphi informed Norfolk of their intentions, and everything seemed to concur in forwarding the undertaking. Norfolk, notwithstanding these criminal enterprises, had never entirely forgotten his duty to his sovereign, his country, and his religion. And though he had laid the plan both of an invasion and an insurrection, he still flattered himself that the innocence of his intentions would justify the violence of his measures, and that, as he aimed at nothing but the liberty of the Queen of Scots and the obtaining of Elizabeth's consent to his marriage, he could not justly reproach himself as a rebel and a traitor. It is certain, however, that, considering the Queen's vigour and spirit, the scheme, if successful, must finally have ended in dethroning her, and her authority was here exposed to the utmost danger. The conspiracy hitherto had entirely escaped the vigilance of Elizabeth, and that of Secretary Cecil, who now bore the title of Lord Burleigh. It was from another attempt of Norfolk's that they first obtained a hint, which, being diligently traced, led at last to a full discovery. Mary had intended to send a sum of money to Lord Herries and her partisans in Scotland, and Norfolk undertook to have it delivered to Bannister, a servant of his, at that time in the north, who was to find some expedient for conveying it to Lord Herries. He entrusted the money to a servant who was not in the secret, and told him that the bag contained a sum of money in silver, which he was to deliver to Bannister with a letter. But the servant, conjecturing from the weight and size of the bag that it was full of gold, carried the letter to Burleigh, who immediately ordered Bannister, Barker, and Hickford, the Duke's secretary, to be put under arrest, and to undergo a severe examination. Torture made them confess the whole truth, and as Hickford, though ordered to burn all papers, had carefully kept them concealed under the mats of the Duke's chamber and under the tiles of the house, full evidence now appeared against his master. Norfolk himself, who was entirely ignorant of the discoveries made by his servants, was brought before the council, and though exhorted to atone for his guilt by a full confession, he persisted in denying every crime with which he was charged. The Queen always declared that if he had given her this proof of his sincere repentance, she would have pardoned all his former offences. But finding him obstinate, she committed him to the Tower and ordered him to be brought to his trial. The Bishop of Ross had, on some suspicion, been committed to custody before the discovery of Norfolk's guilt, and every expedient was employed to make him reveal his share in the conspiracy. He at first insisted on his privilege, but he was told that as his mistress was no longer a sovereign, he would not be regarded as an ambassador, and that even if that character were allowed, it did not warrant him in conspiring against the sovereign at whose court he resided. As he still refused to answer interrogatories, he was informed of the confession made by Norfolk's servants, after which he no longer scrupled to make a full discovery, and his evidence put the guilt of that nobleman beyond all question. A jury of 25 peers unanimously passed sentence upon him. The trial was quite regular, even according to the strict rules observed at present in these matters, except that the witnesses gave not their evidence in court, and were not confronted with the prisoner, a laudable practice which was not at the time observed in trials for high treason. The Queen still hesitated concerning Norfolk's execution, whether that she was really moved by friendship and compassion towards a peer of that rank and merit, or that, affecting the praise of clemency, she only put on the appearance of these sentiments. Twice she signed a warrant for his execution, and twice revoked the fatal sentence, and though her ministers and counsellors pushed her to rigour, she still appeared irresolute and undetermined. After 4 months' hesitation, a parliament was assembled, and the Commons addressed her in strong terms for the execution of the Duke, a sanction which, when added to the greatness and certainty of his guilt, would, she thought, justify in the eyes of all mankind her severity against that nobleman. Norfolk died with calmness and constancy, and though he cleared himself of any disloyal intentions against the queen's authority, he acknowledged the justice of the sentence by which he suffered. That we may relate together affairs of a similar nature, we shall mention that the Earl of Northumberland, being delivered up to the queen by the regent of Scotland, was also, a few months after, brought to the scaffold for his rebellion. The Queen of Scots was either the occasion or the cause of all these disturbances; but as she was a sovereign princess, and might reasonably, from the harsh treatment which she had met with, think herself entitled to use any expedient for her relief, Elizabeth durst not, as yet, form any resolution of proceeding to extremities against her. She only sent Lord Delawar, Sir Ralph Sadler, Sir Thomas Bromley, and Dr. Wilson to expostulate with her, and to demand satisfaction for all those parts of her conduct which, from the beginning of her life, had given displeasure to Elizabeth. Her assuming the arms of England, refusing to ratify the Treaty of Edinburgh, intending to marry Norfolk without the queen's consent, concurring in the northern rebellion, practising with Rodolphi to engage the king of Spain in an invasion of England, procuring the pope's bull of excommunication, and allowing her friends abroad to give her the title of Queen of England, Mary justified herself from the several articles of the charge, either by denying the facts imputed to her, or by throwing the blame on others. But the queen was little satisfied with her apology, and the parliament was so enraged against her, that the commons made a direct application for her immediate trial and execution. They employed some topics derived from practice, and the reason and the laws of nations, but the chief stress was laid on passages and examples from the Old Testament, which, if considered as a general rule of conduct, an intention which it is unreasonable to suppose, would lead to consequences destructive of all principles of humanity and morality. Matters were here carried further than Elizabeth intended, and that princess, satisfied with showing Mary the disposition of the nation, sent to the house her express commands not to deal any further at present with the affair of the Scottish queen. Nothing could be a stronger proof that the puritanical interest prevailed in the house than the intemperate use of authorities derived from Scripture, especially from the Old Testament; and the queen was so little a lover of that sect, that she was not likely to make any concession merely in deference to their solicitation. She showed this session her disapprobation of their schemes in another remarkable instance. The commons had passed 2 bills for regulating ecclesiastical ceremonies, but she sent them a like imperious message with her former ones, and by the terror of her prerogative, she stopped all further proceeding in those matters. But though Elizabeth would not carry matters to such extremities against Mary as were recommended by the parliament, she was alarmed at the great interest and the restless spirit of that princess, as well as her close connections with Spain, and she thought it necessary both to increase the rigor and strictness of her confinement, and to follow maxims different from those which she had hitherto pursued in her management of Scotland. That kingdom remained still in a state of anarchy. The castle of Edinburgh, commanded by Kirkcaldy of Grange, had declared for Mary, and the lords of that party, encouraged by his countenance, had taken possession of the capital, and carried on a vigorous war against the regent. By a sudden and unexpected inroad, they seized that nobleman at Stirling. but finding that his friends, sallying from the castle, were likely to rescue him, they instantly put him to death. The Earl of Mar was chosen regent in his room, and found the same difficulties in the government of that divided country. He was therefore glad to accept of the mediation offered by the French and English ambassadors, and to conclude on equal terms a truce with the queen's party. He was a man of free and generous spirit, and scorned to submit to any dependence on England. And for this reason Elizabeth, who had then formed intimate connections with France, yielded with less reluctance to the solicitations of that court, still maintained the appearance of neutrality between the parties, and allowed matters to remain on a balance in Scotland. But affairs soon after took a new turn. Mar died of melancholy, with which the distracted state of the country affected him. Morton was chosen regent, and as this nobleman had secretly taken all his measures with Elizabeth, who no longer relied on the friendship of the French court, she resolved to exert herself more effectually for the support of the party which she had always favoured. She sent Sir Henry Killigrew ambassador to Scotland, who found Mary's partisans so discouraged by the discovery and punishment of Norfolk's conspiracy, that they were glad to submit to the king's authority, and accept of an indemnity for all past offences. The Duke of Chatelrault and the Earl of Huntley, with the most considerable of Mary's friends, laid down their arms on these conditions. The garrison alone of the Castle of Edinburgh continued refractory. Kirkcaldy's fortunes were desperate, and he flattered himself with the hopes of receiving assistance from the kings of France and Spain, who encouraged his obstinacy, in the view of being able from that quarter to give disturbance to England. Elizabeth was alarmed with the danger. She no more apprehended making an entire breach with the Queen of Scots, who she found would not any longer be amused by her artifices. She had an implicit reliance on Morton, and she saw that by the submission of all the considerable nobility, the pacification of Scotland would be an easy as well as a most important undertaking. She ordered, therefore, Sir William Drury, governor of Berwick, to march with some troops and artillery to Edinburgh, and to besiege the castle. The garrison surrendered at discretion. Kirkcaldy was delivered into the hands of his countrymen, by whom he was tried, condemned, and executed. Secretary Lidington, who had taken part with him, died soon after, a voluntary death as is supposed, and Scotland, submitting entirely to the regent, gave not, during a long time, any further inquietude to Elizabeth. The events which happened in France were not so agreeable to the queen's interests and inclinations. The fallacious pacifications which had been so often made with the Huguenots gave them reason to suspect the present intentions of the court, and after all the other leaders of that party were deceived into a dangerous credulity, the sagacious admiral still remained doubtful and uncertain. But his suspicions were at last overcome, partly by the profound dissimulation of Charles, partly by his own earnest desire to end the miseries of France, and return again to the performance of his duty towards his prince and country. He considered, besides, that as the former violent conduct of the court had ever met with such fatal success, it was not unlikely that a prince, who had newly come to years of discretion, and appeared not to be riveted in any dangerous animosities or prejudices, would be induced to govern himself by more moderate maxims. And as Charles was young, was of a passionate, hasty temper, and addicted to pleasure, such deep perfidy seemed either remote from his character, or difficult and almost impossible to be so uniformly supported by him. Moved by these considerations, the admiral, the Queen of Navarre, and all the Huguenots began to repose themselves in full security, and gave credit to the treacherous caresses and professions of the French court. Elizabeth herself, notwithstanding her great experience and penetration, entertained not the least distrust of Charles' sincerity, and being pleased to find her enemies of the house of Guise removed from all authority, and to observe an animosity every day growing between the French and Spanish monarchs, she concluded a defensive league with the former, and regarded this alliance as an invincible barrier to her throne. Walsingham, her ambassador, sent her over by every courier the most satisfactory accounts of the honor and plain dealing and fidelity of that perfidious prince. The better to blind the jealous Huguenots and draw their leaders into the snare prepared for them, Charles offered his sister Margaret in marriage to the Prince of Navarre, and the admiral, with all the considerable nobility of the party, had come to Paris in order to assist at the celebration of these nuptials, which it was hoped would finally, if not compose the differences, at least appease the bloody animosity of the two religions. The Queen of Navarre was poisoned by orders from the court. The admiral was dangerously wounded by an assassin, yet Charles, redoubling his dissimulation, was still able to retain the Huguenots in their security, till on the evening of St. Bartholomew, a few days after the marriage, the signal was given for a general massacre of those religionists, and the king himself in person led the way to these assassinations. The hatred long entertained by the Parisians against the Protestants made them second without any preparation the fury of the court, and persons of every condition, age, and sex, suspected of any propensity to that religion, were involved in an undistinguished ruin. The admiral, his son-in-law, Teligny, Soubise, Rochefoucauld, Padelion, Piles, Lavardin, men who during the late wars had signalized themselves by the most heroic actions, were miserably butchered without resistance. The streets of Paris flowed with blood, and the people, more enraged than satiated with their cruelty, as if repining that death had saved their victims from further insult, exercised on their dead bodies all the rage of the most licentious brutality. About 500 gentlemen and men of rank perished in this massacre, and nearly 10,000 of inferior condition. Orders were instantly dispatched to all the provinces for a like general execution of the Protestants, and in Rouen, Lyons, and many other cities, the people emulated the fury of the capital. Even the murder of the King of Navarre and Prince of Condé had been proposed by the Duke of Guise, but Charles, softened by the amiable manners of the King of Navarre, and hoping that these young princes might easily be converted to the Catholic faith, determined to spare their lives, though he obliged them to purchase their safety by a seeming change of their religion. End of section 18, chapter 40, part 5. Section 19 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 19, Chapter 40, Part 6. Charles, in order to cover this barbarous perfidy, pretended that a conspiracy of the Huguenots to seize his person had been suddenly detected, and that he had been necessitated for his own defence to proceed to this severity against them. He sent orders to Fenelon, his ambassador in England to ask an audience and to give Elizabeth this account of the late transaction. That minister, a man of probity, abhorred the treachery and cruelty of his court, and even scrupled not to declare that he was now ashamed to bear the name of Frenchman. Yet he was obliged to obey his orders, and make use of the apology which had been prescribed to him. He met with that reception from all the courtiers which he knew the conduct of his master had so well merited. Nothing could be more awful and affecting than the solemnity of his audience. A melancholy sorrow sat on every face. Silence, as in the dead of night, reigned through all the chambers of the royal apartment. The courtiers and ladies, clad in deep mourning, were ranged on each side, and allowed him to pass without affording him one salute or favourable look, till he was admitted to the queen herself. That princess received him with a more easy, if not a more gracious countenance, and heard from Fenelon's dispatches his apology, without discovering any visible symptoms of indignation. She then told him that though, on the first rumour of this dreadful intelligence, she had been astonished that so many brave men and loyal subjects, who rested secure on the faith of their sovereign, should have been suddenly butchered in so barbarous a manner, she had hitherto suspended her judgment till further and more certain information should be brought to her. That the account which he had given, even if founded on no mistake or bad information, though it might alleviate, would by no means remove the blame of the king's counsellors, or justify the strange irregularity of their proceedings. That the same force which, without resistance, had massacred so many defenceless men, could easily have secured their persons, and have reserved them for a trial, and for punishment by a legal sentence which would have distinguished the innocent from the guilty. That the admiral in particular, being dangerously wounded, and environed by the guards of the king, on whose protection he seemed entirely to rely, had no means of escape, and might surely before his death have been convicted of the crimes imputed to him. That it was more worthy of a sovereign to reserve in his own hands the sword of justice, than to commit it to bloody murderers, who, being the declared and mortal enemies of the persons accused, employed it without mercy and without distinction. That if these sentiments were just, even supposing the conspiracy of the Protestants to be real, how much more so if that crime was a calumny of their enemies, invented for their destruction. That if, upon inquiry, the innocence of these unhappy victims should afterwards appear, it was the king's duty to turn his vengeance on their defamers, who had thus cruelly abused his confidence, had murdered so many of his brave subjects, and had done what in them lay to cover him with everlasting dishonour, and that for her part she should form her judgment of his intentions by his subsequent conduct, and in the meantime should act as desired by the ambassador, and rather pity than blame his master for the extremities to which he had been carried. Elizabeth was fully sensible of the dangerous situation in which she now stood. In the massacre of Paris, she saw the result of that general conspiracy formed for the extermination of the Protestants, and she knew that she herself, as the head and protectress of the new religion, was exposed to the fury and resentment of the Catholics. The violence and cruelty of the Spaniards in the Low Countries was another branch of the same conspiracy, and as Charles and Philip, two princes early allied in perfidy and barbarity, as well as in bigotry, had now laid aside their pretended quarrel, and had avowed the most entire friendship, She had reason, as soon as they had appeased their domestic commotions, to dread the effects of their united counsels. The Duke of Guise also, and his family, whom Charles, in order to deceive the admiral, had hitherto kept at a distance, had now acquired an open and entire ascendant in the court of France; and she was sensible that these princes, from personal as well as political reasons, were her declared and implacable enemies. The Queen of Scots, their near relation and close confederate, was the pretender to the throne, and though detained in custody, was actuated by a restless spirit, and besides her foreign allies, possessed numerous and zealous partisans in the heart of the kingdom. For these reasons, Elizabeth thought it more prudent not to reject all commerce with the French monarch, but still to listen to the professions of friendship which he made her. She allowed even the negotiations to be renewed for her marriage with the Duke of Alençon, Charles's third brother. Those with the Duke of Anjou had already been broken off. She sent the Earl of Worcester to assist in her name at the baptism of a young princess born to Charles; but before she agreed to give him this last mark of condescension, she thought it becoming her dignity to renew her expressions of blame, and even of detestation, against the cruelties exercised on his Protestant subjects. Meanwhile, she prepared herself for that attack which seemed to threaten her from the combined power and violence of the Romanists. She fortified Portsmouth, put her fleet in order, exercised her militia, cultivated popularity with her subjects, acted with vigor for the further reduction of Scotland under obedience to the young king, and renewed her alliance with the German princes, who were no less alarmed than herself at these treacherous and sanguinary measures so universally embraced by the Catholics. But though Elizabeth cautiously avoided coming to extremities with Charles, the greatest security that she possessed against his violence was derived from the difficulties which the obstinate resistance of the Huguenots still created to him. Such of that sect as lived near the frontiers, immediately on first news of the massacres, fled into England, Germany, or Switzerland, where they excited the compassion and indignation of the Protestants, and prepared themselves with increased forces and redoubled zeal to return into France and avenge the treacherous slaughter of their brethren. Those who lived in the middle of the kingdom took shelter in the nearest garrisons occupied by the Huguenots, and finding that they could repose no faith in capitulations and expect no clemency, were determined to defend themselves to the last extremity. The sect which Charles had hoped at one blow to exterminate had now an army of 18,000 men on foot, and possessed in different parts of the kingdom above 100 cities, castles, or fortresses. Nor could that prince deem himself secure from the invasion threatened him by all the other Protestants in Europe. The nobility and gentry of England were roused to such a pitch of resentment, that they offered to levy an army of 22,000 foot and 4,000 horse to transport them into France, and to maintain them 6 months at their own charge. But Elizabeth, who was cautious in her measures, and who feared to inflame further the quarrel between the two religions by these dangerous crusades, refused her consent and moderated the zeal of her subjects. The German princes, less political, or more secure from the resentment of France, forwarded the levies made by the Protestants, and the young Prince of Condé, having escaped from court, put himself at the head of these troops, and prepared to invade the kingdom. The Duke of Alençon, the King of Navarre, the family of Montmorency, and many considerable men even among the Catholics, displeased either on a private or public account with the measures of the court, favoured the progress of the Huguenots, and everything lapsed into confusion. The king, instead of repenting his violent counsels, which had brought matters to such extremities, called aloud for new violences, nor could even the mortal distemper under which he laboured moderate the rage and animosity by which he was actuated. He died without male issue at the age of 25 years, a prince whose character, containing that unusual mixture of dissimulation and ferocity, of quick resentment and unrelenting vengeance, executed the greatest mischiefs and threatened still worse, both to his native country and to all Europe. Henry, Duke of Anjou, who had some time before been elected King of Poland, no sooner heard of his brother's death than he hastened to take possession of the throne of France, and found the kingdom not only involved in the greatest present disorders, but exposed to infirmities for which it was extremely difficult to provide any suitable remedy. The people were divided into two theological factions, furious from their zeal, and mutually enraged from the injuries which they had committed or suffered. And as all faith had been violated and moderation banished, it seemed impracticable to find any terms of composition between them. Each party had devoted itself to leaders whose commands had more authority than the will of the sovereign, and even the Catholics, to whom the king was attached, were entirely conducted by the counsels of Guise and his family. The religious connections had on both sides superseded the civil, or rather, for men will always be guided by present interest, two empires being secretly formed in the kingdom. Every individual was engaged by new views of interest to follow those leaders to whom, during the course of past convulsions, he had been indebted for his honours and preferment. Henry, observing the low condition of the crown, had laid a scheme for restoring his own authority, by acting as umpire between the parties, by moderating their differences, and by reducing both to a dependence upon himself. He possessed all the talents of dissimulation requisite for the execution of this delicate plan, but being deficient in vigour, application, and sound judgment, instead of acquiring a superiority over both factions, he lost the confidence of both, and taught the partisans of each to adhere still more closely to their particular leaders, whom they found more cordial and sincere in the cause which they espoused. The Huguenots were strengthened by the accession of a German army under the Prince of Condé and Prince Casimir, but much more by the credit and personal virtues of the King of Navarre, who, having fled from court, had placed himself at the head of that formidable party. Henry, in prosecution of his plan, entered into a composition with them, and being desirous of preserving a balance between the sects, he granted them peace on the most advantageous conditions. This was the fifth general peace made with the Huguenots, but though it was no more sincere on the part of the court than any of the former, it gave the highest disgust to the Catholics, and afforded the Duke of Guise the desired pretence of declaiming against the measures and maxims and conduct of the king. That artful and bold leader took thence an occasion of reducing his party into a more formed and regular body, and he laid the first foundations of the famous League, which, without paying any regard to the royal authority, aimed at the entire suppression of the Huguenots. Such was the unhappy condition of France, from the past severities and violent conduct of its princes, that toleration could no longer be admitted, and a concession for liberty of conscience, which would probably have appeased the reformers, excited the greatest resentment in the Catholics. Henry, in order to divert the force of the League from himself, and even to elude its efforts against the Huguenots, declared himself the head of that seditious confederacy, and took the field as leader of the Romanists. But his dilatory and feeble measures betrayed his reluctance to the undertaking, and after some unsuccessful attempts, he concluded a new peace, which, though less favourable than the former to the Protestants, gave no contentment to the Catholics. Mutual diffidence still prevailed between the parties. The king's moderation was suspicious to both. Each faction continued to fortify itself against that breach, which they foresaw must speedily ensue. Theological controversy daily whetted the animosity of the sects, and every private injury became the ground of a public quarrel. The king, hoping by his artifice and subtlety to allure the nation into a love of pleasure and repose, was himself caught in the snare, and sinking into a dissolute indolence, wholly lost the esteem and in a great measure the affections of his people. Instead of advancing such men of character and abilities as were neuters between these dangerous factions, he gave all his confidence to young, agreeable favourites, who, unable to prop his failing authority, leaned entirely upon it, and inflamed the general odium against his administration. The public burdens, increased by his profuse liberality, and felt more heavily on a disordered kingdom, became another ground of complaint, and the uncontrolled animosity of parties, joined to the multiplicity of taxes, rendered peace more calamitous than any open state of foreign or even domestic hostility. The artifices of the king, too refined to succeed, and too frequent to be concealed, and the plain, direct, and avowed conduct of the Duke of Guise on one side, and that of the King of Navarre on the other, drew by degrees the generality of the nation to devote themselves without reserve to one or the other of those great leaders. The civil commotions of France were of too general importance to be overlooked by the other princes of Europe, and Elizabeth's foresight and vigilance, though somewhat restrained by her frugality, led her to take secretly some part in them. Besides employing on all occasions her good offices in favour of the Huguenots, she had expended no inconsiderable sums in levying that army of Germans to which the Prince of Condé and Prince Casimir conducted into France; and notwithstanding her negotiations with the court and her professions of amity, she always considered her own interests as connected with the prosperity of the French Protestants and the depression of the house of Guise. Philip, on the other hand, had declared himself protector of the League, had entered into the closest correspondence with Guise, and had employed all his authority in supporting the credit of that factious leader. This sympathy of religion, which of itself begat a connection of interests, was one considerable inducement, but that monarch had also in view the subduing of his rebellious subjects in the Netherlands, who, as they received great encouragement from the French Protestants, would, he hoped, finally despair of success, after the entire suppression of their friends and confederates. The same political views which engaged Elizabeth to support the Huguenots would have led her to assist the distressed Protestants in the Low Countries, but the mighty power of Philip, the tranquillity of all his other dominions, and the great force which he maintained in these mutinous provinces, kept her in awe, and obliged her, notwithstanding all temptations and all provocations, to preserve some terms of amity with that monarch. The Spanish ambassador represented to her that many of the Flemish exiles who infested the seas and preyed on his master's subjects, were received into the harbors of England, and were there allowed to dispose of their prizes; and by these remonstrances the queen found herself under a necessity of denying them all entrance into her dominions. But this measure proved in the issue extremely prejudicial to the interests of Philip. These desperate exiles, finding no longer any possibility of subsistence, were forced to attempt the most perilous enterprises, and they made an assault on the Briel, a seaport town in Holland, where they met with success, and after a short resistance became masters of the place. The Duke of Alva was alarmed at the danger, and stopping those bloody executions which he was making on the defenceless Flemings, he hastened with his army to extinguish the flame, which, falling on materials so well prepared for combustion, seemed to menace a general conflagration. His fears soon appeared to be well grounded. The people in the neighborhood of the Briel, enraged by that complication of cruelty, oppression, insolence, usurpation, and persecution under which they and their countrymen labored, flew to arms, and in a few days almost the whole province of Holland and that of Zealand had revolted from the Spaniards, and had openly declared against the tyranny of Alva. This event happened in the year 1572. William, Prince of Orange, descended from a sovereign family of great lustre and antiquity in Germany, inheriting the possessions of a sovereign family in France, had fixed his residence in the Low Countries, and on account of his noble birth and immense riches, as well as of his personal merit, was universally regarded as the greatest subject that lived in these provinces. He had opposed by all regular and dutiful means the progress of the Spanish usurpations; and when Alva conducted his army into the Netherlands and assumed the government, this prince, well acquainted with the violent character of the man and the tyrannical spirit of the court of Madrid, wisely fled from the danger which threatened him, and retired to his paternal estate and dominions in Germany. He was cited to appear before Alva's tribunal, was condemned in absence, was declared a rebel, and his ample possessions in the Low Countries were confiscated. In revenge, he had levied an army of Protestants in the empire, and had made some attempts to restore the Flemings to liberty, but was still repulsed with loss by the vigilance and military conduct of Alva, and by the great bravery as well as discipline of those veteran Spaniards who served under that general. The revolt of Holland and Zealand, provinces which the Prince of Orange had formerly commanded, and where he was much beloved, called him anew from his retreat, and he added conduct no less than spirit to that obstinate resistance which was here made to the Spanish dominion. By uniting the revolted cities in a league, he laid the foundation of that illustrious commonwealth, the offspring of industry and liberty, whose arms and policy have long made so signal a figure in every transaction of Europe. He inflamed the inhabitants by every motive which religious zeal, resentment, or love of freedom could inspire. Though the present greatness of the Spanish monarchy might deprive them of all courage, he still flattered them with the concurrence of the other provinces and with assistance from neighboring states; and he exhorted them, in defence of their religion, their liberties, their lives, to endure the utmost extremities of war. From this spirit proceeded the desperate defence of Haarlem, a defence which nothing but the most consuming famine could overcome, and which the Spaniards revenged by the execution of more than 2,000 of the inhabitants. This extreme severity, instead of striking terror into the Hollanders, animated them by despair, and the vigorous resistance made at Allemeyer, where Alva was finally repulsed, showed them that their insolent enemies were not invincible. The duke, finding at last the pernicious effects of his violent counsels, solicited to be recalled. Medinaceli, who was appointed his successor, refused to accept the government. Requesens, commendator of Castile, was sent from Italy to replace Alva, and this tyrant departed from the Netherlands in 1574, leaving his name in execration to the inhabitants, and boasting in his turn that during the course of 5 years he had delivered above 18,000 of these rebellious heretics into the hands of the executioner. End of section 19, chapter 40, part 6. Section 20 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 20, Chapter 40, Part 7. Requesens, though a man of milder dispositions, could not appease the violent hatred which the revolted Hollanders had conceived against the Spanish government, and the war continued as obstinate as ever. In the siege of Leyden, undertaken by the Spaniards, the Dutch opened the dikes and sluices in order to drive them from the enterprise, and the very peasants were active in ruining their fields by an inundation, rather than fall again under the hated tyranny of Spain. But notwithstanding this repulse, the governor still pursued the war, and the contest seemed too unequal between so mighty a monarch and 2 small provinces, however fortified by nature and however defended by the desperate resolution of the inhabitants. The Prince of Orange, therefore, in 1575 was resolved to sue for foreign succour, and to make applications to one or other of his great neighbours, Henry or Elizabeth. The court of France was not exempt from the same spirit of tyranny and persecution which prevailed among the Spaniards, and that kingdom, torn by domestic dissensions, seemed not to enjoy at present either leisure or ability to pay regard to foreign interests. But England, long connected both by commerce and alliance with the Netherlands, and now more concerned in the fate of the revolted provinces by sympathy in religion, seemed naturally interested in their defence, and as Elizabeth had justly entertained great jealousy of Philip, and governed her kingdom in perfect tranquillity, hopes were entertained that her policy, her ambition, or her generosity would engage her to support them under their present calamities. They sent, therefore, a solemn embassy to London, consisting of St. Aldegonde, Douza, Nivelle, Baise, and Melson, and after employing the most humble supplications to the Queen, they offered her the possession and sovereignty of their provinces, if she would exert her power in their defence. There were many strong motives which might impel Elizabeth to accept of so liberal an offer. She was apprised of the injuries which Philip had done to her by his intrigues with the malcontents in England and Ireland. She foresaw the danger which she must incur from a total prevalence of the Catholics in the Low Countries, and the maritime situation of those provinces, as well as their command over the great rivers, was an inviting circumstance to a nation like the English, who were beginning to cultivate commerce and naval power. But this princess, though magnanimous, had never entertained the ambition of making conquests, or gaining new acquisitions, and the whole purpose of her vigilant and active politics was to maintain, by the most frugal and cautious expedients, the tranquillity of her own dominions. An open war with the Spanish monarchy was the apparent consequence of her accepting the dominion of these provinces, and after taking the inhabitants under her protection, she could never afterwards in honour abandon them. But however desperate their defence might become, she must embrace it even further than her convenience or interests would permit. For these reasons she refused in positive terms the sovereignty proffered her, but told the ambassadors that in return for the good will which the Prince of Orange and the States had shown her, she would endeavour to mediate an agreement for them on the most reasonable terms that could be obtained. She sent accordingly Sir Henry Cobham to Philip, and represented to him the danger which he would incur of losing entirely the Low Countries, if France could obtain the least interval from her intestine disorders, and find leisure to offer her protection to those mutinous and discontented provinces. Philip seemed to take this remonstrance in good part, but no accord ensued, and war in the Netherlands continued with the same rage and violence as before. It was an accident that delivered the Hollanders from their present desperate situation. Requesens, the governor, dying suddenly, the Spanish troops discontented for want of pay, and licentious for want of a proper authority to command them, broke into a furious mutiny, and threw everything into confusion. They sacked and pillaged the cities of Maastricht and Antwerp, and executed great slaughter on the inhabitants. They threatened the other cities with a like fate, and all the provinces, excepting Luxembourg, united for mutual defence against their violence, and called in the Prince of Orange and the Hollanders as their protectors. A treaty, commonly called the Pacification of Ghent, was formed by common agreement, and the removal of foreign troops with the restoration of their ancient liberties was the object which the provinces mutually stipulated to pursue. Don John of Austria, natural brother to Philip, being appointed governor, found on his arrival at Luxembourg that the states had so fortified themselves, and that the Spanish troops were so divided by their situation, that there was no possibility of resistance, and he agreed to the terms required of him. The Spaniards evacuated the country, and these provinces seemed at last to breathe a little from their calamities. But it was not easy to settle entire peace while the thirst of revenge and dominion governed the King of Spain, and while the Flemings were so strongly agitated with resentment of past and fear of future injuries. The ambition of Don John, who coveted this great theatre for his military talents, engaged him rather to inflame than appease the quarrel, and as he found the states determined to impose very strict limitations on his authority, he broke all articles, seized Namur, and procured the recall of the Spanish army from Italy. This prince, endowed with a lofty genius and elated by the prosperous successes of his youth, had opened his mind to vast undertakings, and looking much beyond the conquest of the revolted provinces, had projected to espouse the Queen of Scots, and to acquire in her right the dominion of the British kingdoms. Elizabeth was aware of his intentions, and seeing now from the union of all the provinces a fair prospect of their making a long and vigorous defence against Spain, she no longer scrupled to embrace the protection of their liberties, which seemed so intimately connected with her own safety. After sending them a sum of money, about 20,000 pounds, for the immediate pay of their troops, she concluded a treaty with them, in which she stipulated to assist them with 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse, at the charge of the Flemings, and to lend them 100,000 pounds on receiving the bonds of some of the most considerable towns of the Netherlands for her repayment within the year. It was further agreed that the commander of the English army should be admitted into the Council of the States, and nothing be determined concerning war or peace, without previously informing the Queen or him of it, that they should enter into no league without her consent, that if any discord arose among themselves, it should be referred to her arbitration, and that if any prince, on any pretext, should attempt hostilities against her, they should send to her assistance an army equal to that which she had employed in their defence. This alliance was signed on the 7th of January, 1578. One considerable inducement to the Queen for entering into treaty with the States was to prevent their throwing themselves into the arms of France, and she was desirous to make the King of Spain believe that it was her sole motive. She represented to him by her ambassador, Thomas Wilkes, that hitherto she had religiously acted the part of a good neighbour and ally, had refused the sovereignty of Holland and Zealand when offered her, had advised the Prince of Orange to submit to the king, and had even accompanied her counsel with menaces in case of his refusal. She persevered, she said, in the same friendly intentions, and as a proof of it would venture to interpose with her advice for the composure of the present differences. Let Don John, whom she could not but regard as her mortal enemy, be recalled. Let some other prince more popular be substituted in his room. Let the Spanish armies be withdrawn. Let the Flemish be restored to their ancient liberties and privileges. And if, after these concessions, they were still obstinate not to return to their duty, she promised to join her arms with those of the King of Spain, and force them to compliance. Philip dissembled his resentment against the Queen, and still continued to supply Don John with money and troops. That prince, though once repulsed at Riminont by the valour of the English under Norris, and though opposed as well by the army of the States as by Prince Casimir, who had conducted to the Low Countries a great body of Germans paid by the Queen, gained a great advantage over the Flemings at Gemblours, but was cut off in the midst of his prosperity by poison, given him secretly, as was suspected, by orders from Philip, who dreaded his ambition. The Prince of Parma succeeded to the command, who, uniting valour and clemency, negotiation and military exploits, made great progress against the revolted Flemings, and advanced the progress of the Spaniards by his arts as well as by his arms. During these years, while Europe was almost everywhere in great commotion, England enjoyed a profound tranquillity, owing chiefly to the prudence and vigour of the Queen's administration, and to the wise precautions which she employed in all her measures. By supporting the zealous Protestants in Scotland, she had twice given them the superiority over their antagonists, had closely connected their interests with her own, and had procured herself entire security from that quarter whence the most dangerous invasions could be made upon her. She saw in France her enemies, the Guises, though extremely powerful, yet counterbalanced by the Huguenots, her zealous partisans, and even hated by the king, who was jealous of their restless and exorbitant ambition. The bigotry of Philip gave her just ground of anxiety, but the same bigotry had happily excited the most obstinate opposition among his own subjects, and had created him enemies whom his arms and policy were not likely soon to subdue. The Queen of Scots, her antagonist and rival, and the pretender to her throne, was a prisoner in her hands, and by her impatience and high spirit had been engaged in practices which afforded the Queen a presence for rendering her confinement more rigorous, and for cutting off her communication with her partisans in England. Religion was the capital point on which depended all the political transactions of that age, and the Queen's conduct in this particular making allowance for the prevailing prejudices of the times, could scarcely be accused of severity or imprudence. She established no inquisition into men's bosoms. She imposed no oath of supremacy, except on those who received trust or emolument from the public. And though the exercise of every religion but the established was prohibited by statute, the violation of this law, by saying mass and receiving the sacrament in private houses, was in many instances connived at, while on the other hand the Catholics in the beginning of her reign showed little reluctance against going to church, or frequenting the ordinary duties of public worship. The Pope, sensible that this practice would by degrees reconcile all his partisans to the reformed religion, hastened the publication of the bull which excommunicated the queen, and freed her subjects from their oaths of allegiance, and great pains were taken by the emissaries of Rome to render the breach between the two religions as wide as possible, and to make the frequenting of Protestant churches appear highly criminal in the Catholics. These practices, with the rebellion which ensued, increased the vigilance and severity of the government. But the Romanists, if their condition were compared with that of the nonconformists in other countries, and with their own maxims where they domineered, could not justly complain of violence or persecution. The queen appeared rather more anxious to keep a strict hand over the Puritans, who, though their pretensions were not so immediately dangerous to her authority, seemed to be actuated by a more unreasonable obstinacy, and to retain claims of which, both in civil and ecclesiastical matters, it was as yet difficult to discern the full scope and intention. Some secret attempts of that sect to establish a separate congregation and discipline had been carefully repressed in the beginning of this reign; and when any of the established clergy discovered a tendency to their principles by omitting the legal habits or ceremonies, the queen had shown a determined resolution to punish them by fines and deprivation, though her orders to that purpose had been frequently eluded by the secret protection which these sectaries received from some of her most considerable courtiers. But what chiefly tended to gain Elizabeth the hearts of her subjects was her frugality, which, though carried sometimes to an extreme, led her not to amass treasures, but only to prevent impositions upon her people, who were at that time very little accustomed to bear the burdens of government. By means of her rigid economy, she paid all the debts which she found on the crown with their full interest, though some of these debts had been contracted even during the reign of her father. Some loans which she had exacted at the commencement of her reign were repaid by her, a practice in that age somewhat unusual; and she established her credit on such a footing that no sovereign in Europe could more readily command any sum which the public exigencies might at any time require. During this peaceable and uniform government, England furnishes few materials for history, and except the small part which Elizabeth took in foreign transactions, there scarcely passed any occurrence which requires a particular detail. The most memorable event in this period was a session of Parliament held on the 8th of February 1576, where debates were started which may appear somewhat curious and singular. Peter Wentworth, a Puritan, who had signalized himself in former parliaments by his free and undaunted spirit, opened this session with a premeditated harangue, which drew on him the indignation of the House, and gave great offence to the Queen and the ministers, as it seems to contain a rude sketch of those principles of liberty which happily gained afterwards the ascendant in England. It may not be proper to give in a few words the substance of it. He promised that the name of liberty is sweet, but the thing itself is precious beyond the most inestimable treasures, and that it behooved them to be careful lest, contenting themselves with the sweetness of the name, they forego the substance, and abandon what of all earthly possessions was of the highest value to the kingdom. He then proceeded to observe that freedom of speech in that house, a privilege so useful to sovereign and subject, had been formerly infringed in many essential articles, and was at present exposed to the most imminent danger; that it was usual, when any subject of importance was handled, especially if it regarded religion, to surmise that these topics were disagreeable to the queen, and that the further proceeding in them would draw down her indignation upon their temerity; that Solomon had justly affirmed the king's displeasure to be a messenger of death; and it was no wonder if men, even though urged by motives of conscience and duty, should be inclined to stop short when they found themselves exposed to so severe a penalty; that by the employing of this argument the house was incapacitated from serving their country, and even from serving the queen herself, whose ears, besieged by pernicious flatterers, were thereby rendered inaccessible to the most salutary truths; that it was a mockery to call an assembly a parliament, yet deny it that privilege which was so essential to its being, and without which it must degenerate into an abject school of servility and dissimulation; that as the parliament was the great guardian of the laws, they ought to have liberty to discharge their trust, and to maintain that authority whence even kings themselves derive their being; that a king was constituted such by law, and though he was not dependent on man, yet was he subordinate to God and the law, and was obliged to make their prescriptions, not his own will, the rule of his conduct; that even his commission, as God's vice-regent, enforced instead of loosening this obligation, since he was thereby invested with authority to execute on earth the will of God, which is nothing but law and justice; that though these surmises of displeasing the queen by their proceedings had impeached, in a very essential point, all freedom of speech, a privilege granted them by a special law, yet was there a more express and more dangerous invasion made on their liberties by frequent messages from the throne, that it had become a practice, when the house was entering on any question, either ecclesiastical or civil, to bring an order from the queen, inhibiting them absolutely from treating of such matters, and debarring them from all further discussion of these momentous articles; that the prelates, emboldened by her royal protection, had assumed a decisive power in all questions of religion, and required that every one should implicitly submit his faith to their arbitrary determinations; that the love which he bore his sovereign forbade him to be silent under such abuses, or to sacrifice, on this important occasion, his duty to servile flattery and complaisance; and that, as no earthly creature was exempt from fault, so neither was the queen herself, but, in imposing this servitude on her faithful commons, had committed a great and even dangerous fault against herself and the whole commonwealth. It is easy to observe from this speech that, in this dawn of liberty, the parliamentary style was still crude and unformed, and that the proper decorum of attacking ministers and counsellors, without interesting the honor of the crown, or mentioning the person of the sovereign, was not yet entirely established. The commons expressed great displeasure at this unusual license. They sequestered Wentworth from the house, and committed him prisoner to the serjeant at arms. They even ordered him to be examined by a committee, consisting of all those members who were also members of the privy council, and a report to be next day made to the house. This committee met in the Star Chamber, and wearing the aspect of that arbitrary court, summoned Wentworth to appear before them and answer for his behaviour. But though the Commons had discovered so little delicacy or precaution in thus confounding their own authority with that of the Star Chamber, Wentworth better understood the principles of liberty, and refused to give these councillors any account of his conduct in Parliament, till he were satisfied that they acted not as members of the Privy Council, but as a committee of the House. He justified his liberty of speech by pleading the rigour and hardship of the Queen's messages, and notwithstanding that the committee showed him, by instances in other reigns, that the practice of sending such messages was not unprecedented, he would not agree to express any sorrow or repentance. The issue of the affair was, that after a month's confinement, the Queen sent to the Commons, informing them that from her special grace and favour she had restored him to his liberty and to his place in the House. By this seeming lenity she indirectly retained the power which she had assumed, of imprisoning the members and obliging them to answer before her for their conduct in Parliament, and Sir Walter Mildmay endeavoured to make the House sensible of her Majesty's goodness, in so gently remitting the indignation which she might justly conceive at the temerity of their member. But he informed them that they had not the liberty of speaking what and of whom they pleased, and that indiscreet freedoms used in that house had, both in the present and foregoing ages, met with a proper chastisement. He warned them, therefore, not to abuse further the Queen's clemency, lest she be constrained, contrary to her inclination, to turn an unsuccessful lenity into a necessary severity. The behaviour of the two houses was, in every other respect, equally tame and submissive. Instead of a bill, which was at first introduced for the reformation of the church, they were contented to present a petition to her Majesty for that purpose, and when she told them that she would give orders to her bishops to amend all abuses, and if they were negligent, she would herself, by her supreme power and authority over the church, give such redress as would entirely satisfy the nation, the Parliament willingly acquiesced in this sovereign and peremptory decision. Though the Commons showed so little spirit in opposing the authority of the Crown, they maintained this session their dignity against an encroachment of the peers, and would not agree to a conference which they thought was demanded of them in an irregular manner. They acknowledged, however, with all humbleness, such is their expression, the superiority of the Lords. They only refused to give that House any reason for their proceedings, and asserted that where they altered a bill sent them by the peers, it belonged to them to desire a conference, not the upper house to require it. The Commons granted an aid of 1 subsidy and 2/15. Mildmay, in order to satisfy the House concerning the reasonableness of this grant, entered into a detail of the Queen's past expenses in supporting the government, and of the increasing charges of the Crown, from the daily increase in the price of all commodities. He did not, however, forge to admonish them that they were to regard this detail as the pure effect of the Queen's condescension, since she was not bound to give them any account of how she employed her treasure. End of section 20, chapter 40, part 7. Section 21 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 21, Chapter 41, Part 1. Elizabeth. The greatest and most absolute security that Elizabeth enjoyed during her whole reign never exempted her from vigilance and attention; but the scene began now to be more overcast, and dangers gradually multiplied on her from more than one quarter. The Earl of Morton had hitherto retained Scotland in strict alliance with the queen, and had also restored domestic tranquillity to that kingdom; but it was not to be expected that the factitious and legal authority of a regent would long maintain itself in a country unacquainted with law and order, where even the natural dominion of hereditary princes so often met with opposition and control. The nobility began anew to break into factions. The people were disgusted with some instances of Morton's avarice, and the clergy, who complained of further encroachments on their narrow revenue, joined and increased the discontent of the other orders. The regent was sensible of his dangerous situation, and having dropped some peevish expressions, as if he were willing or desirous to resign, the noblemen of the opposite parties, favorites of the young king, laid hold of this concession, and required that demission which he seemed so frankly to offer them. James was at this time but 11 years of age, yet Morton, having secured himself, as he imagined, by a general pardon, resigned his authority into the hands of the king, who pretended to conduct in his own name the administration of the kingdom. The regent retired from the government, and seemed to employ himself entirely in the care of his domestic affairs; but either tired with this tranquillity, which appeared insipid after the agitations of ambition, or thinking it time to throw off dissimulation, he came again to court, acquired an ascendant in the council, and though he resumed not the title of regent, governed with the same authority as before. The opposite party, after holding separate conventions, took to arms on pretence of delivering their prince from captivity, and restoring him to the free exercise of his government. Queen Elizabeth interposed by her ambassador Sir Robert Bowes, and mediated an agreement between the factions. Morton kept possession of the government, but his enemies were numerous and vigilant, and his authority seemed to become every day more precarious. The Count d'Aubigny, of the house of Lennox, cousin german to the king's father, had been born and educated in France, and being a young man of good address and a sweet disposition, he appeared to the Duke of Guise a proper instrument for detaching James from the English interest, and connecting him with his mother and her relations. He no sooner appeared at Stirling, where James resided, than he acquired the affections of the young monarch, and joining his interests with those of James Stuart, of the house of Ochiltree, a man of profligate manners, who had acquired the king's favor, he employed himself, under the appearance of play and amusement, in instilling into the tender mind of the prince new sentiments of politics and government. He represented to him the injustice which had been done to Mary in her deposition, and made him entertain thoughts either of resigning the crown into her hands, or of associating her with him in the administration. Elizabeth, alarmed at the danger which might ensue from the prevalence of this interest in Scotland, sent anew Sir Robert Bowes to Stirling, and accusing d'Aubigny, now created Earl of Lennox, of an attachment to the French, warned James against entertaining such suspicious and dangerous connections. The king excused himself by Sir Alexander Hume, his ambassador, and Lennox, finding that the queen had openly declared against him, was further confirmed in his intention of overturning the English interest, and particularly of ruining Morton, who was regarded as the head of it. That nobleman was arrested in council, accused as an accomplice in the late king's murder, committed to prison, brought to trial, and condemned to suffer as a traitor. He confessed that Bothwell had communicated to him the design, had pleaded Mary's consent, and had desired his concurrence, but he denied that he himself had ever expressed any approbation of the crime, and in excuse for his concealing it, he alleged the danger of revealing the secret either to Henry, who had no resolution nor constancy, or Morton, who appeared to be an accomplice in the murder. Sir Thomas Randolph was sent by the queen to intercede in favour of Morton, and that ambassador, not content with discharging this duty of his function, engaged by his persuasion the Earls of Argyle, Montrose, Angus, Mar, and Glencairn, to enter into a confederacy for protecting, even by force of arms, the life of the prisoner. The more to overawe that nobleman's enemies, Elizabeth ordered forces to be assembled on the borders of England. But this expedient served only to hasten his sentence and execution. Morton died with that constancy and resolution which had attended him through all the various events of his life, and left a reputation which was less disputed with regard to abilities than probity and virtue. But this conclusion of the scene happened not till the subsequent year. Elizabeth was, during this period, extremely anxious on account of every revolution in Scotland, both because that country alone, not being separated from England by sea, and bordering on all the Catholic and malcontent counties, afforded her enemies a safe and easy method of attacking her, and because she was sensible that Mary, thinking herself abandoned by the French monarch, had been engaged by the Guises to have recourse to the powerful protection of Philip, who, though he had not yet come to an open rupture with the queen, was every day, both by the injuries which he committed and suffered, more exasperated against her. That he might retaliate the assistance which she gave to his rebels in the Low Countries, he had sent, under the name of the Pope, a body of 700 Spaniards and Italians into Ireland, where the inhabitants, always turbulent and discontented with the English government, were now alienated by religious prejudices, and were ready to join every invader. The Spanish general, San Josepho, built a fort in Kerry, and being there besieged by the Earl of Ormond, president of Munster, who was soon after joined by Lord Grey, the deputy, he made a weak and cowardly defence. After some assaults, feebly sustained, he surrendered at discretion, and Grey, who commanded but a small force, finding himself encumbered with so many prisoners, put all the Spaniards and Italians to the sword without mercy, and hanged about 1,500 of the Irish, a cruelty which gave great displeasure to Elizabeth. When the English ambassador made complaints of this invasion, he was answered by like complaints of the piracies committed by Francis Drake, a bold seaman who had assaulted the Spaniards in the place where they deemed themselves most secure, in the New World. This man, sprung from mean parents in the county of Devon, having acquired considerable riches by depredations made in the Isthmus of Panama, and having there gotten a sight of the Pacific Ocean, was so stimulated by ambition and avarice, that he scrupled not to employ his whole fortune in a new adventure through those seas, so much unknown at that time to all the European nations. By means of Sir Christopher Hatton, then vice chamberlain, a great favorite of the queen's, he obtained her consent and approbation, and he set sail from Plymouth in 1577, with 4 ships and a pinnace, on board of which were 164 able sailors. He passed into the South Sea by the Straits of Magellan, and attacked the Spaniards, who expected no enemy in these quarters. He took many rich prizes, and prepared to return with the booty which he had acquired. Apprehensive of being intercepted by the enemy if he took the same way homewards by which he had reached the Pacific Ocean, he attempted to find a passage by the north of California, and failing in that enterprise, he set sail for the East Indies, and returned safely this year by the Cape of Good Hope. He was the first Englishman who sailed round the globe, and the first commander in chief, for Magellan, whose ship executed the same adventure, died in his passage. His name became celebrated on account of so bold and fortunate an attempt, but many, apprehending the resentment of the Spaniards, endeavored to persuade the queen that it would be more prudent to disavow the enterprise, to punish Drake, and to restore the treasure. But Elizabeth, who admired valor, and who was allured by the prospect of sharing in the booty, determined to countenance that gallant sailor. She conferred on him the honor of knighthood, and accepted of a banquet from him at Deptford, on board the ship which had achieved so memorable a voyage. When Philip's ambassador, Mendoza, exclaimed against Drake's piracies, she told him that the Spanish, by arrogating a right to the whole New World, and excluding thence all other European nations who should sail thither, even with the view of exercising the most lawful commerce, naturally tempted others to make a violent irruption into those countries. To pacify, however, the Catholic monarch, she caused part of the booty to be restored to Pedro Segura, a Spaniard who pretended to be agent for the merchants whom Drake had spoiled. Having learned afterwards that Philip had seized the money, and had employed part of it against herself in Ireland, part of it in the pay of the Prince of Parma's troops, she decided to make no more restitutions. There was another cause which induced the queen to take this resolution. She was in such want of money that she was obliged to assemble a parliament, a measure which, as she herself openly declared, she never embraced except when constrained by the necessity of her affairs. The parliament, besides granting her a supply of 1 subsidy and 2/15, enacted some statutes for the security of her government, chiefly against the attempts of the Catholics. Whoever in any way reconciled any one to the Church of Rome, or was himself reconciled, was declared to be guilty of treason. To say mass was subjected to the penalty of a year's imprisonment and a fine of 200 marks. The being present was punishable by a year's imprisonment and a fine of 100 marks. A fine of £20 a month was imposed on every one who continued during that time absent from church. To utter slanderous or seditious words against the queen was punishable, for the first offence with the pillory and loss of ears. The second offence was declared felony. The writing or printing of such words was felony even on the first offence. The Puritans prevailed so far as to have further applications made for reformation in religion, and Paul Wentworth, brother to the member of that name who had distinguished himself in the preceding session, moved that the Commons, from their own authority, should appoint a general fast and prayers, a motion to which the House unwarily assented. For this presumption they were severely reprimanded by a message from the Queen, as encroaching on the royal prerogative and supremacy, and they were obliged to submit and ask forgiveness. The Queen and Parliament were engaged to pass these severe laws against the Catholics by some late discoveries of the treasonable practices of their priests. When the ancient worship was suppressed and the Reformation introduced into the universities, the King of Spain reflected that, as some species of literature was necessary for supporting these doctrines and controversies, The Romish communion must decay in England. If no means were found to give erudition to the ecclesiastics, and for this reason he founded a seminary at Douay, where the Catholics sent their children, chiefly such as were intended for the priesthood, in order to receive the rudiments of their education. The Cardinal of Lorraine imitated this example by erecting a like seminary in his diocese of Reims, and though Rome was somewhat distant, the Pope would not neglect to adorn, by a foundation of the same nature, that capital of orthodoxy. These seminaries, founded with so hostile an intention, sent over every year a colony of priests who maintained the Catholic superstition in its full height of bigotry, and being educated with a view to the crown of martyrdom, were not deterred either by danger or fatigue from maintaining and propagating their principles. They infused into all their votaries an extreme hatred against the queen, whom they treated as a usurper, a schismatic, a heretic, a persecutor of the orthodox, and one solemnly and publicly anathematized by the Holy Father. Sedition, rebellion, sometimes assassination, were the expedients by which they intended to effect their purposes against her; and the severe restraint, not to say persecution, under which the Catholics labored, made them the more willingly receive from their ghostly fathers such violent doctrines. These seminaries were all of them under the direction of the Jesuits, a new order of regular priests erected in Europe, when the court of Rome perceived that the lazy monks and beggarly friars, who sufficed in times of ignorance, were no longer able to defend the ramparts of the church, assailed on every side, and that the inquisitive spirit of the age required a society more active and more learned to oppose its dangerous progress. These men, as they stood foremost in the contest against the Protestants, drew on them the extreme animosity of that whole sect, and by assuming a superiority over the other more numerous and more ancient orders of their own commission, were even exposed to the envy of their brethren, so that it is no wonder if the blame to which their principles and conduct might be exposed has in many instances been much exaggerated. This reproach, however, they must bear from posterity, that by the very nature of their institution they were engaged to pervert learning, the only effectual remedy against superstition, into a nourishment of that infirmity; and as their erudition was chiefly of the ecclesiastical and scholastic kind, though a few members have cultivated polite literature, they were only the more enabled by that acquisition to refine away the plainest dictates of morality, and to erect a regular system of casuistry, by which prevarication, perjury, and every crime, when it served their ghostly purposes, might be justified and defended. The Jesuits, as devoted servants to the court of Rome, exalted the prerogative of the sovereign pontiff above all earthly power, and by maintaining his authority of deposing kings, set no bounds either to his spiritual or temporal jurisdiction. This doctrine became so prevalent among the zealous Catholics in England, that the excommunication fulminated against Elizabeth excited many scruples of a singular kind, to which it behooved the Holy Father to provide a remedy. The bull of Pius, in absolving the subjects from their oaths of allegiance, commanded them to resist the queen's usurpation, and many Romanists were apprehensive that by this clause they were obliged in conscience, even though no favorable opportunity offered, to rebel against her, and that no dangers or difficulties could free them from this indispensable duty. But Parsons and Campion, 2 Jesuits were sent over with a mitigation and explanation of the doctrine, and they taught their disciples that though the bull was forever binding on Elizabeth and her partisans, it did not oblige the Catholics to obedience except when the sovereign pontiff should think proper by a new summons to require it. Campion was afterwards detected in treasonable practices, and being put to the rack and confessing his guilt, he was publicly executed. His execution was ordered at the very time when the Duke of Anjou was in England, and prosecuted with the greatest appearance of success. His marriage with the queen and this severity was probably intended to appease her Protestant subjects, and to satisfy them, that whatever measures she might pursue, she would never depart from the principles of the Reformation. The Duke of Alençon, now created Duke of Anjou, had never entirely dropped his pretensions to Elizabeth, and that princess, though her suitor was near 25 years younger than herself, and had no knowledge of her person but by pictures or descriptions, was still pleased with the image which his addresses afforded her of love and tenderness. The duke, in order to forward his suit, besides employing his brother's ambassador, sent over Simier, an agent of his own, an artful man of an agreeable conversation, who, soon remarking the queen's humor, amused her with gay discourse, and instead of serious political reasonings, which he found only awakened her ambition and hurt his master's interests, he introduced every moment all the topics of passion and of gallantry. The pleasure which she found in this man's company soon produced a familiarity between them, and amidst the greatest hurry of business, her most confidential ministers had not such ready access to her as had Simier, who, on pretence of negotiation, entertained her with accounts of the tender attachment borne her by the Duke of Anjou. The Earl of Leicester, who had never before been alarmed with any courtship paid her, and who always trusted that her love of dominion would prevail over her inclination to marriage, began to apprehend that she was at last caught in her own snare, and that the artful encouragement which she had given to this young suitor had unawares engaged her affections. To render Simier odious, he availed himself of the credulity of the times, and spread reports that the minister had gained an ascendant over the queen, not by any natural principles of her constitution, but by incantations and love potions. Simier, in revenge, endeavored to discredit Leicester with the queen, and he revealed to her a secret which none of her courtiers dared to disclose, that this nobleman was secretly, without her consent, married to the widow of the Earl of Essex, an action which the queen interpreted either to proceed from want of respect to her, or as a violation of their mutual attachment, and which so provoked her that she threatened to send him to the Tower. The quarrel went so far between Leicester and the French agent, that the former was suspected of having employed one Tudor, a bravo, to take away the life of his enemy, and the queen thought it necessary, by proclamation, to take Simier under her immediate protection. It happened that while Elizabeth was rowed in her barge on the Thames, attended by Simier and some of her courtiers, a shot was fired which wounded one of the bargemen; but the queen, finding upon inquiry that the piece had been discharged by accident, gave the person his liberty without further punishment. So far was she from entertaining any suspicion against her people, that she was often heard to say that she would lend credit to nothing against them which parents would not believe of their own children. The Duke of Anjou, encouraged by the accounts sent him of the queen's prepossessions in his favor, paid her secretly a visit at Greenwich, and after some conference with her, the purport of which is not known, he departed. It appeared that, though his figure was not advantageous, he had lost no ground by being personally known to her, and soon after she commanded Burleigh, now Treasurer Sussex, Leicester, Bedford, Lincoln, Hatton, and Secretary Walsingham, to concert with the French ambassadors the terms of the intended contract of marriage. Henry had sent over on this occasion a splendid embassy, consisting of Francis de Bourbon, Prince of Dauphiny, and many considerable noblemen, and as the queen had in a manner the power of prescribing what terms she pleased, the articles were soon settled with the English commissioners. It was agreed that the marriage should be celebrated within 6 weeks after the ratification of the articles, that the duke and his retinue should have the exercise of their religion, that after the marriage he should bear the title of king, but the administration remained solely in the queen, that their children, male or female, should succeed to the crown of England, that if there be 2 males, the elder, in case of Henry's death without issue, should be king of France, the younger of England, that if there be but 1 male, and he succeed to the crown of France, he should be obliged to reside in England 8 months every 2 years, that the laws and customs of England should be preserved inviolate, and that no foreigner should be promoted by the Duke to any office in England. End of section 21, chapter 41, part 1. Section 22 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 22, Chapter 41, Part 2. These articles, providing for the security of England in case of its annexation to the crown of France, opened but a dismal prospect to the English, had not the age of Elizabeth, who was now in her 49th year, contributed very much to allay their apprehensions of this nature. The Queen also, as a proof of her still remaining uncertainty, added a clause that she was not bound to complete the marriage till further articles which were not specified should be agreed on between the parties, and till the King of France be certified of this agreement. Soon after, the Queen sent over Walsingham as ambassador to France, in order to form closer connections with Henry, and enter into a league offensive and defensive against the increasing power and dangerous usurpations of Spain. The French king, who had been extremely disturbed with the unquiet spirit, the restless ambition, the enterprising yet timid and inconstant disposition of Anjou, had already sought to free the kingdom from his intrigues by opening a scene for his activity in Flanders, and having allowed him to embrace the protection of the states, had secretly supplied him with men and money for the undertaking. The prospect of settling him in England was, for a like reason, very agreeable to that monarch, and he was desirous to cultivate, by every expedition, the favourable sentiments which Elizabeth seemed to entertain towards him. But this princess, though she had gone further in her amorous dalliance than could be justified or accounted for by any principles of policy, was not yet determined to carry matters to a final conclusion, and she confined Walsingham, in his instructions, to negotiating conditions of a mutual alliance between France and England. Henry, with reluctance, submitted to hold conferences on the subject, but no sooner had Walsingham begun to settle the terms of alliance than he was informed that the Queen, foreseeing hostility with Spain to be the result of this confederacy, had declared that she would prefer the marriage with the war before the war without the marriage. The French court, pleased with this change of resolution, broke off the conferences concerning the league and opened a negotiation for the marriage. But matters had not long proceeded in this train before the Queen again declared for the league in preference to the marriage, and ordered Walsingham to renew the conferences for that purpose. Before he had leisure to bring this point to maturity, he was interrupted by a new change of resolution, and not only the court of France, but Walsingham himself, Burleigh, and all the wisest ministers of Elizabeth were in amazement doubtful where this contest between inclination and reason, love and ambition, would at last terminate. In the course of this affair, Elizabeth felt another variety of intentions from a new contest between her reason and her ruling passions. The Duke of Anjou expected from her some money, by which he might be enabled to open the campaign in Flanders, and the Queen herself, though her frugality made her long reluctant, was sensible that this supply was necessary, and she was at last induced, after much hesitation, to comply with his request. She sent him a present of 100,000 crowns, by which, joined to his own demesne, and the assistance of his brother and the Queen Dowager, he levied an army and took the field against the Prince of Parma. He was successful in raising the siege of Cambray, and being chosen by the States Governor of the Netherlands, he put his army into winter quarters and came over to England in order to prosecute his suit to the Queen. The reception which he met made him expect entire success, and gave him hopes that Elizabeth had surmounted all scruples and was finally determined to make choice of him for her husband. In the midst of the pomp which attended the anniversary of her coronation, she was seen, after long and intimate discourse with him, to take a ring from her own finger and to put it upon his, and all the spectators concluded that in this ceremony she had given him a promise of marriage, and was even desirous of signifying her intentions to all the world. St. Aldegonde, ambassador from the States, dispatched immediately a letter to his masters, informing them of this great event, and the inhabitants of Antwerp, who, as well as all the other Flemings, regarded the Queen as a kind of titular divinity, testified their joy by bonfires and the discharge of their great ordnance. A Puritan of Lincoln's Inn had written a passionate book, which he entitled The Gulf in which England will be swallowed by the French Marriage. He was apprehended and prosecuted by order of the Queen, and was condemned to lose his right hand as a libeller. Such was the constancy and loyalty of the man, that immediately after the sentence was executed, he took off his hat with the other hand, and waving it over his head, cried, God save the Queen. But notwithstanding this attachment which Elizabeth so openly discovered to the Duke of Anjou, the combat of her sentiments was not entirely over, and her ambition as well as prudence, rousing itself by intervals, still filled her breast with doubt and hesitation. Almost all the courtiers whom she trusted and favoured, Leicester, Hatton, and Walsingham, discovered an extreme aversion to the marriage, and the ladies of her bedchamber made no scruple of opposing her resolution with the most zealous remonstrances. Among other enemies to the match, Sir Philip, son of Sir Henry Sidney, deputy of Ireland, and nephew to Leicester, a young man the most accomplished of the age, declared himself, and he used the freedom to write her a letter, in which he dissuaded her from her present resolution, with an unusual elegance of expression, as well as force of reasoning. He told her that the security of her government depended entirely on the affection of her Protestant subjects, and she could not, by any measure, more effectually disgust them than by espousing a prince who was son of the perfidious Catherine, brother to the cruel and perfidious Charles, and who had himself imbrued his hands in the blood of the innocent and defenceless Protestants, that the Catholics were her mortal enemies, and believed either that she had originally usurped the crown, or was now lawfully deposed by the Pope's bull of excommunication, and nothing had ever so much elevated their hopes as the prospect of her marriage with the Duke of Anjou. That her chief security at present against the efforts of so numerous, rich, and united a faction was that they possessed no head who could conduct their dangerous enterprises, and she herself was rashly supplying that defect by giving an interest in the kingdom to a prince whose education has zealously attached him to that communion, that though he was a stranger to the blood royal of England, the dispositions of men were now such that they preferred the religious to the civil connections, and were more influenced by sympathy in theological opinions than by the principles of legal and hereditary government, that the Duke himself had discovered a very restless and turbulent spirit, and having often violated his loyalty to his elder brother and his sovereign, there remained no hopes that he would passively submit to a woman, whom he might, in quality of husband, think himself entitled to command, that the French nation, so populous, so much abounding in soldiers, so full of nobility who were devoted to arms, and for some time accustomed to serve for plunder, would supply him with partisans, dangerous to a people unwarlike and defenceless like the generality of her subjects, that the plain and honorable path which she had followed, of cultivating the affections of her people, had hitherto rendered her reign secure and happy, and however her enemies might seem to multiply upon her, the same invincible rampart was still able to protect and defend her, that so long as the throne of France was filled by Henry or his posterity, it was in vain to hope that the ties of blood would ensure the amity of that kingdom, preferably to the maxims of policy or the prejudices of religion; and if ever the crown devolved on the Duke of Anjou, the conjunction of France and England would prove a burden rather than a protection to the latter kingdom; that the example of her sister Mary was insufficient to instruct her in the danger of such connections, and to prove that the affection and confidence of the English could never be maintained where they had such reason to apprehend that their interests would every moment be sacrificed to those of a foreign and hostile nation; that notwithstanding these great inconveniences discovered by past experience, the house of Burgundy, it must be confessed, was more popular in the nation than the family of France; and what was of chief moment, Philip was of the same communion with Mary, and was connected with her by this great band of interest and affection; and that however the queen might remain childless, even though old age should grow upon her, the singular felicity and glory of her reign would preserve her from contempt, the affections of her subjects, and those of all the Protestants in Europe would defend her from danger, and her own prudence, without other aid or assistance, would baffle all the efforts of her most malignant enemies. These reflections kept the queen in great anxiety and irresolution, and she was observed to pass several nights without any sleep or repose. At last her settled habits of prudence and ambition prevailed over her temporary inclination, and having sent for the Duke of Anjou, she had a long conference with him in private, where she was supposed to have made him apologies for breaking her former engagements. He expressed great disgust on his leaving her, threw away the ring which she had given him, and uttered many curses on the mutability of women and islanders. Soon after, he went over to his government of the Netherlands, lost the confidence of the states by a rash and violent attempt on their liberties, was expelled that country, retired into France, and there died. The queen, by timely reflection, saved herself from the numerous mischiefs which must have attended so imprudent a marriage, and the distracted state of the French monarchy prevented her from feeling any effects of that resentment which she had reason to dread from the affront so wantonly put upon that royal family. The anxiety of the queen from the attempts of the English Catholics never ceased during the whole course of her reign, but the variety of revolutions which happened in all the neighboring kingdoms were the source, sometimes of her hopes, sometimes of her apprehensions. This year the affairs of Scotland strongly engaged her attention. The influence which the Earl of Lennox and James Stuart, who now assumed the title of Earl of Arran, had acquired over the young king, was but a slender foundation of authority, while the generality of the nobles and all the preachers were so much discontented with their administration. The assembly of the church appointed a solemn fast, of which one of the avowed reasons was the danger to which the king was exposed from the company of wicked persons. And on that day the pulpits resounded with declamations against Lennox, Arran, and all the present counsellors. When the minds of the people were sufficiently prepared by these lectures, a conspiracy of the nobility was formed, probably with the concurrence of Elizabeth, for seizing the person of James at Ruthven, a seat at the Earl of Gowry's, and the design, being kept secret, succeeded without any opposition. The leaders in this enterprise were the Earl of Gowry himself, the Earl of Mar, the Lords Lindsay and Boyd, the Masters of Glamis and Oliphant, the Abbots of Dunfermling, Paisley, and Cambus Kenneth. The king wept when he found himself detained a prisoner, but the Master of Glamis said, "No matter for his tears, better that boys weep than bearded men," an expression which James could never afterwards forgive. But notwithstanding his resentment, he found it necessary to submit to the present necessity. He pretended an entire acquiescence in the conduct of the associators, acknowledged the detention of his person to be acceptable service, and agreed to summon both an assembly of the church and a convention of estates in order to ratify that enterprise. The assembly, though they had established it as an inviolable rule that the king on no account and under no pretence should ever intermeddle in ecclesiastical matters, made no scruple of taking civil affairs under their cognizance, and of deciding on this occasion that the attempt of the conspirators was acceptable to all that feared God, or tendered the preservation of the king's person and prosperous state of the realm. They even enjoined all the clergy to recommend these sentiments from the pulpit, and they threatened with ecclesiastical censures every man who should oppose the authority of the confederated lords. The convention, being composed chiefly of these lords themselves, added their sanction to these proceedings. Arran was confined a prisoner in his own house. Lennox, though he had power to resist, yet rather than raise a civil war or be the cause of bloodshed, chose to retire into France, where he soon after died. He persevered to the last in the Protestant religion, to which James had converted him, but which the Scottish clergy could never be persuaded that he had sincerely embraced. The king sent for his family, restored his son to his paternal honors and estate, took care to establish the fortunes of all his other children, and to his last moments never forgot the early friendship which he had borne their father, a strong proof of the good dispositions of that prince. No sooner was this revolution known in England than the queen sent Sir Henry Gary and Sir Robert Bowes to James in order to congratulate him on his deliverance from the pernicious counsels of Lennox and Arran, to exhort him not to resent the seeming violence committed on him by the confederated lords, and to procure from him permission for the return of the Earl of Angus, who, ever since Morton's fall, had lived in England. They easily prevailed in procuring the recall of Angus, and as James suspected that Elizabeth had not been entirely unacquainted with the project of his detention, he thought proper before the English ambassadors to dissemble his resentment against the authors of it. Soon after, La Mothe Fenelon and Menneville appeared as ambassadors from France. Their errand was to inquire concerning the situation of the king, make professions of their master's friendship, confirm the ancient league with France, and procure an accommodation between James and the Queen of Scots. This last proposal gave great umbrage to the clergy, and the assembly voted the settling of terms between the mother and son to be a most wicked undertaking. The pulpits resounded with declamations against the French ambassador, particularly Fenelon, whom they called the messenger of the bloody murderer, meaning the Duke of Guise. And as that minister, being Knight of the Holy Ghost, wore a white cross on his shoulder, they commonly denominated it in contempt the badge of Antichrist. The king endeavored, though in vain, to repress these insolent reflections; but in order to make the ambassadors some compensation, he desired the magistrates of Edinburgh to give them a splendid dinner before their departure. To prevent this entertainment, the clergy appointed that very day for a public fast, and finding that their orders were not regarded, they employed their sermons in thundering curses on the magistrates, who by the king's direction had put this mark of respect on the ambassadors. They even pursued them afterwards with the censures of the church, and it was with difficulty they were prevented from issuing the sentence of excommunication against them, on account of their submission to royal, preferably to clerical authority. What increased their alarm with regard to an accommodation between James and Mary was, that the English ambassadors seemed to concur with the French in this proposal, and the clergy were so ignorant as to believe the sincerity of the professions made by the former. The Queen of Scots had often made overtures to Elizabeth, which had been entirely neglected. But hearing of James' detention, she wrote a letter in a more pathetic and more spirited strain than usual, craving the assistance of that princess, both for her own and her son's liberty. She said that the account of the prince's captivity had excited her most tender concern, and the experience which she herself, during so many years, had of the extreme infelicity attending that situation, had made her the more apprehensive lest a like fate should pursue her unhappy offspring; that the long train of injustice which she had undergone, the calumnies to which she had been exposed, were so grievous, that finding no place for right or truth among men, she was reduced to make her last appeal to heaven, the only competent tribunal between princes of equal jurisdiction, degree, and dignity, that after her rebellious subjects, secretly instigated by Elizabeth's ministers, had expelled her the throne, had confined her in prison, had pursued her with arms, she had voluntarily thrown herself under the protection of England. Fatally allured by those reiterated professions of amity which had been made her, and by her confidence in the generosity of a friend, an ally, and a kinswoman, that not content with excluding her from her presence, with supporting the usurpers of her throne, with contributing to the destruction of her faithful subjects, Elizabeth had reduced her to a worse captivity than that from which she had escaped, and made her this cruel return for the unlimited confidence which she had reposed in her, that though her resentment of such severe usage had never carried her further than to use some disappointed efforts for her deliverance, unhappy for herself and fatal to others, she found the rigors of confinement daily multiplied upon her, and at length carried to such a height that it surpassed the bounds of all human patience any longer to endure them, that she was cut off from all communication, not only with the rest of mankind, but with her only son, and her maternal fondness, which was now more enlivened with their unhappy sympathy in situation, and was her sole remaining attachment to this world, deprived of even that melancholy solace which letters or messages could give, that the bitterness of her sorrows, still more than her close confinement, had preyed upon her health, and had added the insufferable weight of body infirmity to all those other calamities under which she labored, that while the daily experience of her maladies opened to her the comfortable prospect of an approaching deliverance into a region where pain and sorrow are no more, her enemies envied her that last consolation, and having secluded her from every joy on earth, had done what in them lay to debar her from all hopes in her future and eternal existence, that the exercise of her religion was refused her, the use of those sacred rites in which she had been educated, the commerce with those holy ministers whom heaven had appointed to receive the acknowledgement of our transgressions, and to seal our penitence by a solemn readmission into heavenly favor and forgiveness, that it was in vain to complain of the rigors of persecution exercised in other kingdoms, when a queen and an innocent woman was excluded from an indulgence which never yet in the most barbarous countries had been denied to the meanest and most obnoxious malefactor, that she could ever be induced to descend from that royal dignity in which Providence had placed her, or depart from her appeal to heaven. There was only one other tribunal to which she would appeal from all her enemies, to the justice and humanity of Elizabeth's own breast, and to that lenity which, uninfluenced by malignant counsel, she would naturally be induced to exercise towards her, and that she finally entreated her to resume her natural disposition, and to reflect on the support as well as comfort which she might receive from her son and herself, if, joining the obligations of gratitude to the ties of blood, she would deign to raise them from their present melancholy situation, and reinstate them in that liberty and authority to which they were entitled. End of section 22, chapter 41, part 2. Section 23 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 23, Chapter 41, Part 3. Elizabeth was engaged to obstruct Mary's restoration, chiefly because she foresaw an unhappy alternative attending that event. If this princess recovered any considerable share of authority in Scotland, her resentment, ambition, zeal, and connections, both domestic and foreign, might render her a dangerous neighbour to England, and enable her, after suppressing the Protestant party among her subjects, to revive those pretensions which she had formerly advanced to the crown, and which her partisans in both kingdoms still supported with great industry and assurance. If she were reinstated in power with such strict limitations as could not be broken, she might be disgusted with her situation, and flying abroad, form more desperate attempts than any sovereign who had a crown to hazard would willingly undertake. Mary herself, sensible of these difficulties, and convinced by experience that Elizabeth would forever debar her the throne, was now become more humble in her wishes; and as age and infirmities had repressed those sentiments of ambition by which she had formerly been so much actuated, she was willing to sacrifice all her hopes of grandeur in order to obtain a liberty, a blessing to which she naturally aspired with the fondest impatience. She proposed, therefore, that she should be associated with her son in the title to the crown of Scotland, but that the administration should remain solely in him; and she was content to live in England in a private station, and even under a kind of restraint, but with some more liberty, both for exercise and company, than she had enjoyed since the first discovery of her intrigues with the Duke of Norfolk. But Elizabeth, afraid lest such a loose method of guarding her would facilitate her escape into France or Spain, or at least would encourage and increase her partisans, and enable her to conduct those intrigues to which she had already discovered so strong a propensity, was secretly determined to deny her requests; and though she feigned to assent to them, she well knew how to disappoint the expectations of the unhappy princess. While Lennox maintained his authority in Scotland, she never gave any reply to all the application made to her by the Scottish queen. At present, when her own creatures had acquired possession of the government, she was resolved to throw the odium of refusal upon them; and pretending that nothing further was required to a perfect accommodation than the concurrence of the council of state in Scotland, she ordered her ambassador Bowes to open the negotiation for Mary's liberty, and her association with the son in the title to the crown. Though she seemed to make this concession to Mary, she refused her the liberty of sending any ambassador of her own; and that princess could easily conjecture from this circumstance what would be the result of the pretended negotiation. The Privy Council of Scotland, instigated by the clergy, rejected all treaty; and James, who was now a captive in their hands, affirmed that he had never agreed to an association with his mother, and that the matter had never gone further than some loose proposals for that purpose. The affairs of Scotland remained not long in the present situation. James, impatient of restraint, made his escape from his keepers, and flying to St. Andrews, summoned his friends and partisans to attend him. The Earls of Argyle, Marshall, Montrose, and Rothes hastened to pay their duty to their sovereign, and the opposite party found themselves unable to resist so powerful a combination. They were offered a pardon upon their submission, and an acknowledgment of their fault in seizing the king's person and restraining him from his liberty. Some of them accepted of the terms; the greater number, particularly Angus, Hamilton, Mar, Glamis, left the country and took shelter in Ireland or England, where they were protected by Elizabeth. The Earl of Arran was recalled to court, and the malcontents, who could not brook the authority of Lennox, a man of virtue and moderation, found that by their resistance they had thrown all power into the hands of a person whose counsels were as violent as his manners were profligate. Elizabeth wrote a letter to James, in which she quoted a moral sentence from Isocrates, and indirectly reproached him with inconstancy and a breach of his engagements. James, in his reply, justified his measures, and retaliated by turning two passages of Isocrates against her. She next sent Walsingham on an embassy to him, and her chief purpose in employing that aged minister in an errand where so little business was to be transacted, was to learn from a man of so much penetration and experience the real character of James. This young prince possessed good parts, though not accompanied with that vigor and industry which his station required; and as he excelled in general discourse and conversation, Walsingham entertained a higher idea of his talents than he was afterwards found, when real business was transacted, to have fully merited. The account which he gave his mistress induced her to treat James thenceforth with some more regard than she had hitherto been inclined to pay him. The King of Scots, persevering in his present views, summoned a parliament, where it was enacted that no clergyman should presume in his sermons to utter false, untrue, or scandalous speeches against the king, the council, or the public measures, or to meddle in an improper manner with the affairs of his majesty and the states. The clergy, finding that the pulpit would no longer be a sanctuary for them, were extremely offended. They said that the king was become popish in his heart, and they gave their adversaries the epithets of gross libertines, belligods, and infamous persons. The violent conduct of Arran soon brought over the popularity to their side. The Earl of Gowry, though pardoned for the late attempt, was committed to prison, was tried on some new accusations, condemned, and executed. Many innocent persons suffered from the tyranny of this favorite, and the banished lords, being assisted by Elizabeth, now found the time favorable for the recovery of their estates and authority. After they had been foiled in one attempt upon Stirling, they prevailed in another, and being admitted to the king's presence, were pardoned and restored to his favor. Arran was degraded from authority, deprived of that estate and title which he had usurped, and the whole country seemed to be composed to tranquillity. Elizabeth, after opposing during some time the credit of the favorite, had found it more expedient, before his fall, to compound all differences with him, by means of Davison, a minister whom she sent to Scotland; but having more confidence in the lords whom she had helped to restore, she was pleased with this alteration of affairs, and maintained a good correspondence with the new court and ministry of James. These revolutions in Scotland would have been regarded as of small importance to the repose and security of Elizabeth, had her own subjects been entirely united, and had not the zeal of the Catholics, excited by constraint more properly than persecution, daily threatened her with some dangerous insurrection. The vigilance of the ministers, particularly of Burleigh and Walsingham, was raised in proportion to the activity of the malcontents; and many arts, which had been blamable in a more peaceable government, were employed in detecting conspiracies, and even discovering the secret inclinations of men. Counterfeit letters were written in the name of the Queen of Scots, or of the English exiles, and privately conveyed to the houses of the Catholics. Spies were hired to observe the actions and discourse of suspected persons. Informers were countenanced; and though the sagacity of these two great ministers helped them to distinguish the true from the false intelligence, many calumnies were no doubt hearkened to, and all the subjects, particularly the Catholics, kept in the utmost anxiety and inquietude. Henry Piercy, Earl of Northumberland, brother to the earl beheaded some years before, and Philip Howard, Earl of Arundel, son of the unfortunate Duke of Norfolk, fell under suspicion, and the latter was, by order of council, confined to his own house. Francis Throgmorton, a private gentleman, was committed to custody on account of a letter which he had written to the Queen of Scots, and which was intercepted. Lord Paget and Charles Arundel, who had been engaged with him in treasonable designs, immediately withdrew beyond sea. Throgmorton confessed that a plan for an invasion and insurrection had been laid, and though on his trial he was desirous of retracting this confession and imputing it to the fear of torture, he was found guilty and executed. Mendoza, the Spanish ambassador, having promoted this conspiracy, was ordered to depart the kingdom, and Wade was sent into Spain to excuse his dismission and to desire the king to send another ambassador in his place. But Philip would not so much as admit the English ambassador to his presence. Crichton, a Scottish Jesuit, coming over on board a vessel which was seized, tore some papers with an intention of throwing them into the sea, but the wind blowing them back upon the ship, they were pieced together and discovered some dangerous secrets. Many of these conspiracies were, with great appearance of reason, imputed to the intrigues of the Queen of Scots; and as her name was employed in all of them, the council thought that they could not use too many precautions against the danger of her claims, and the restless activity of her temper. She was removed from under the care of the Earl of Shrewsbury, who, though vigilant and faithful in that trust, had also been indulgent to his prisoner, particularly with regard to air and exercise, and she was committed to the custody of Sir Amias Paulet and Sir Drew Drury, men of honour but inflexible in their care and attention. An association was also set on foot by the Earl of Leicester and other courtiers; and as Elizabeth was beloved by the whole nation, except the more zealous Catholics, men of all ranks willingly flocked to the subscription of it. The purport of this association was to defend the queen, to revenge her death or any injury committed against her, and to exclude from the throne all claimants, what title soever they might possess, by whose suggestion or for whose behoof any violence should be offered to her majesty. The Queen of Scots was sensible that this association was levelled against her, and to remove all suspicion from herself, she also desired leave to subscribe it. Elizabeth, that she might the more discourage malcontents by showing them the concurrence of the nation in her favour, summoned a new parliament, and she met with that dutiful attachment which she expected. The association was confirmed by parliament, and a clause was added by which the queen was empowered to name commissioners for the trial of any pretender to the crown, who should attempt or imagine any invasion, insurrection, or assassination against her. Upon condemnation pronounced by these commissioners, the guilty person was excluded from all claim to the succession, and was further punishable as her majesty should direct. And for greater security, a council of regency, in case of the queen's violent death, was appointed to govern the kingdom, to settle the succession, and to take vengeance for that act of treason. A severe law was also enacted against Jesuits and popish priests. It was ordained that they should depart the kingdom within 40 days, that those who should remain beyond that time, or should afterwards return, should be guilty of treason, that those who harboured or relieved them should be guilty of felony, that those who were educated in seminaries, if they returned not in 6 months after notice given, and submitted not themselves to the queen before a bishop or 2 justices, should be guilty of treason, and that if any, so submitting themselves, should within 10 years approach the court, or come within 10 miles of it, their submission should be void. By this law, the exercise of the Catholic religion, which had formerly been prohibited under lighter penalties, and which was in many instances connived at, was totally suppressed. In the subsequent part of the Queen's reign, the law was sometimes executed by the capital punishment of priests; and though the partisans of the princess asserted that they were punished for their treason, not their religion, the apology must only be understood in this sense, that the law was enacted on account of the treasonable views and attempts of the sect, not that every individual who suffered the penalty of the law was convicted of treason. The Catholics, therefore, might now with justice complain of a violent persecution, which we may safely affirm, in spite of the rigid and bigoted maxims of that age, not to be the best method of converting them, or of reconciling them to the established government and religion. The Parliament, besides arming the Queen with these powers, granted her a supply of 1 subsidy and 2/15. The only circumstances in which their proceedings were disagreeable to her was an application made by the Commons for a further reformation in ecclesiastical matters. Yet even in this attempt, which affected her as well as them in a delicate point, they discovered how much they were overawed by her authority. The majority of the House were Puritans, or inclined to that sect; but the severe reprimands which they had already in former sessions met with from the throne deterred them from introducing any bill concerning religion, a proceeding which would have been interpreted as an encroachment on the prerogative. They were content to proceed by way of humble petition, and that not addressed to her Majesty, which would have given offence, but to the House of Lords, or rather the bishops who had a seat in that house, and from whom alone they were willing to receive all advances towards reformation, a strange departure from what we now apprehend to be the dignity of the Commons. The Commons desired, in their humble position, that no bishop should exercise his function of ordination but with the consent and concurrence of 6 presbyters. But this demand, as it really introduced a change of ecclesiastical government, was firmly rejected by the prelates. They desired that no clergyman should be instituted into any benefice without previous notice being given to the parish, that they might examine whether there lay any objection to his life or doctrine, an attempt towards a popular model which naturally met with the same fate. In another article of the petition, they prayed that the bishops should not insist upon every ceremony, or deprive incumbents for omitting part of the service, as if uniformity in public worship had not been established by law, or as if the prelates had been endowed with a dispensing power. They complained of abuses which prevailed in pronouncing the sentence of excommunication, and they entreated the reverend fathers to think of some law for the remedy of these abuses, implying that those matters were too high for the Commons of themselves to attempt. But the most material article which the Commons touched upon in their petition was the Court of Ecclesiastical Commission, and the oath ex officio, as it was known, exacted by that court. This is a subject of such importance as to merit some explanation. The first primate after the Queen's accession was Parker, a man rigid in exacting conformity to the established worship, and in punishing, by fine or deprivation, all the puritanical clergymen who attempted to innovate anything in the habits, ceremonies, or liturgy of the church. He died in 1575, and was succeeded by Grindal, who, as he himself was inclined to the new sect, was with great difficulty brought to execute the laws against them, or to punish the nonconforming clergy. He declined obeying the Queen's orders for the suppression of prophesyings, or the assemblies of the zealots in private houses, which, she apprehended, had become so many academies of fanaticism, and for this offence she had, by an order of the Star Chamber, sequestered him from his archiepiscopal function, and confined him to his own house. Upon his death, which happened in 1583, she determined not to fall into the same error in her next choice, and she named Whitgift, a zealous churchman who had already signalized his pen in controversy, and who, having in vain attempted to convince the Puritans by argument, was now resolved to open their eyes by power and by the execution of penal statutes. He informed the queen that all the spiritual authority lodged in the prelates was insignificant without the sanction of the crown; and as there was no ecclesiastical commission at that time in force, he engaged her to issue a new one, more arbitrary than any of the former, and conveying more unlimited authority. She appointed 44 commissioners, 12 of whom were ecclesiastics. 3 commissioners made a quorum. The jurisdiction of the court extended over the whole kingdom and over all orders of men, and every circumstance of its authority and all its methods of proceeding were contrary to the clearest principles of law and natural equity. The commissioners were empowered to visit and reform all errors, heresies, schisms, in a word, to regulate all opinions, as well as to punish all breaches of uniformity in the exercise of public worship. They were directed to make inquiry not only by the legal methods of juries and witnesses, but by all other means and ways which they could devise, that is, by the rack, by torture, by inquisition, by imprisonment. Where they found reason to suspect any person, they might administer to him an oath, called ex officio, by which he was bound to answer all questions, and might thereby be obliged to accuse himself or his most intimate friend. The fines which they levied were discretionary, and often occasioned the total ruin of the offender, contrary to the established laws of the kingdom. The imprisonment to which they condemned any delinquent was limited by no rule but their own pleasure. They assumed a power of imposing on the clergy what new articles of subscription, and consequently of faith, they thought proper. Though all other spiritual courts were subject, since the Reformation, to inhibitions from the supreme courts of law, the ecclesiastical commissioners were exempted from that legal jurisdiction, and were liable to no control; and the more to enlarge their authority, they were empowered to punish all incests, adulteries, fornications, all outrages, misbehaviors, and disorders in marriage; and the punishments which they might inflict were according to their wisdom, conscience, and direction. In a word, this court was a real inquisition, attended with all the iniquities as well as cruelties inseparable from that tribunal; and as the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical court was destructive of all law, so its erection was deemed by many a mere usurpation of this imperious princess, and had no other foundation than a clause of statute, restoring the supremacy to the crown, and empowering the sovereign to appoint commissioners for exercising that prerogative. But prerogative in general, especially the supremacy, was supposed in that age to involve powers which no law, precedent, or reason could limit and determine. End of section 23, chapter 41, part 3. Section 24 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, section 24, chapter 41, part 4. But though the Commons, in their humble petition to the prelates, had touched so gently and submissively on the ecclesiastical grievances, the Queen, in a speech from the throne at the end of the session, could not forbear taking notice of their presumption, and reproving them for those murmurs which, for fear of offending her, they had pronounced so low as not directly to reach her royal ears. After giving them some general thanks for their attachment to her, and making professions of affection to her subjects, she told them that whoever found fault with the church threw a slander upon her, since she was appointed by God supreme ruler over it, and no heresies or schisms could prevail in the kingdom but by her permission and negligence, that some abuses must necessarily have place in everything. But she warned the prelates to be watchful, for if she found them careless of their charge, she was fully determined to depose them. That she was commonly supposed to have employed herself in many studies, particularly philosophical, by which I suppose she meant theological, and she would confess that few whose leisure had not allowed them to make profession of science had read or reflected more. That as she could discern the presumption of many in curiously canvassing the Scriptures and starting innovations, she would no longer endure this licentiousness, but meant to guide her people by God's rule in the just mean between the corruptions of Rome and the errors of modern sectaries, and that as the Romanists were the inveterate enemies of her person, so the other innovators were dangerous to all kingly government, and under colour of preaching the word of God, presumed to exercise their private judgment and to censure the actions of the prince. From the whole of this transaction we may observe that the Commons, in making their general application to the prelates, as well as in some particular articles of their petition, showed themselves wholly ignorant, no less than the Queen, of the principles of liberty and a legal constitution. And it may not be unworthy of remark that Elizabeth, so far from yielding to the displeasure of the Parliament against the ecclesiastical commission, granted, before the end of her reign, a new commission in which she enlarged rather than restrained the powers of the commissioners. During this session of Parliament there was discovered a conspiracy which much increased the general animosity against the Catholics, and still further widened the breach between the religious parties. William Parry, a Catholic gentleman, had received the Queen's pardon for a crime by which he was exposed to capital punishment, and having obtained permission to travel, he retired to Milan, and made open profession of his religion, which he had concealed while he remained in England. He was here persuaded by Palmio, a Jesuit, that he could not perform a more meritorious action than to take away the life of his sovereign and his benefactress. The nuncio Campeggio, when consulted, approved extremely of this pious undertaking, and Parry, though still agitated with doubts, came to Paris with an intention of passing over to England and executing his bloody purpose. He was here encouraged in the design by Thomas Morgan, a gentleman of great credit in the party, and though Watts and some other Catholic priests told him that the enterprise was criminal and impious, he preferred the authority of Ragazzoni, the nuncio at Paris, and determined to persist in his resolution. He here wrote a letter to the Pope, which was conveyed to Cardinal Como. He communicated his intention to the Holy Father, and craved his absolution and paternal benediction. He received an answer from the cardinal, by which he found that his purpose was extremely applauded, and he came over to England with the full design of carrying it into execution. So deeply are the sentiments of morality engraved in the human breast, that it is difficult even for the prejudices of false religion totally to efface them; and this bigoted assassin resolved, before he came to extremities, to try every other expedient for alleviating the persecutions under which the Catholics at that time labored. He found means of being introduced to the queen, assured her that many conspiracies were formed against her, and exhorted her, as she tendered her life, to give the Romans some more indulgence in the exercise of their religion. But lest he should be tempted by the opportunity to assassinate her, he always came to court unprovided with every offensive weapon. He even found means to be elected member of Parliament, and having made a vehement harangue against the severe laws enacted this last session, was committed to custody for his freedom, and sequestered from the house. His failure in these attempts confirmed him the more in his former resolution, and he communicated his intentions to Nevil, who entered zealously into the design, and was determined to have a share in the merits of its execution. A book newly published by Dr. Allen, afterwards created a cardinal, served further to efface all their scruples with regard to the murder of an heretical prince; and having agreed to shoot the queen while she should be taking the air on horseback, they resolved, if they could not make their escape, to sacrifice their lives in fulfilling a duty so agreeable, as they imagined, to the will of God and to true religion. But while they were watching an opportunity for the execution of their purpose, the Earl of Westmoreland happened to die in exile; and as Nevil was next heir to that family, he began to entertain hopes that by doing some acceptable service to the queen, he might recover the estate and honors which had been forfeited by the rebellion of the last earl. He betrayed the whole conspiracy to the ministers, and Parry, being thrown into prison, confessed the guilt both to them and to the jury who tried him. The letter from Cardinal Como being produced in court, put Parry's narrative beyond all question; and that criminal, having received sentence of death, suffered the punishment which the law appointed for his treasonable conspiracy. These bloody designs now appeared everywhere, as the result of that bigoted spirit by which the two religions, especially the Catholic, were at this time actuated. Somerville, a gentleman of the county of Warwick, somewhat disordered in his understanding, had heard so much of the merit attending the assassination of heretics and persecutors, that he came to London with a view of murdering the queen; but having betrayed his design by some extravagances, he was thrown into prison, and there perished by voluntary death. About the same time, Balthazar Gerard, a Burgundian, undertook and executed the same design against the Prince of Orange; and that great man perished at Delft, by the hands of a desperate assassin, who, with a resolution worthy of a better cause, sacrificed his own life in order to destroy the famous restorer and protector of religious liberty. The Flemings, who regarded that prince as their father, were filled with great sorrow, as well when they considered the miserable end of so brave a patriot, as in their own forlorn condition, from the loss of so powerful and prudent a leader, and from the rapid progress of the Spanish arms. The Prince of Parma had made every year great advances upon them, had reduced several of the provinces to obedience, and had laid close siege to Antwerp, the richest and most populous city of the Netherlands, whose subjection it was foreseen would give a mortal blow to the already declining affairs of the revolted provinces. The only hopes which remained to them arose from the prospect of foreign succor. Being well acquainted with the cautious and frugal maxims of Elizabeth, they expected better success in France, and in the view of engaging Henry to embrace their defence, they tendered him the sovereignty of their provinces. But the present condition of that monarchy obliged the king to reject so advantageous an offer. The Duke of Anjou's death, which he thought would have tended to restore public tranquillity in delivering him from the intrigues of that prince, plunged him into the deepest distress, and the king of Navarre, a professed Huguenot, being next heir to the crown, the Duke of Guise took thence occasion to revive the Catholic League, and to urge Henry by the most violent expedients to seek the exclusion of that brave and virtuous prince. Henry himself, though a zealous Catholic, yet because he declined complying with their precipitate measures, became an object of aversion to the League, and as his zeal in practising all the superstitious observances of the Romish Church was accompanied with a very licentious conduct in private life, the Catholic faction, in contradiction to universal experience, embraced thence the pretext of representing his devotion as mere deceit and hypocrisy. Finding his authority to decline, he was obliged to declare war against the Huguenots, and to put arms into the hands of the League, whom, both on account of their dangerous pretensions at home and their close alliance with Philip, he secretly regarded as his more dangerous enemies. Constrained by the same policy, he dreaded the danger of associating himself with the revolted Protestants in the Low Countries, and was obliged to renounce that inviting opportunity of revenging himself for all the hostile intrigues and enterprises of Philip. The states, reduced to this extremity, sent over a solemn embassy to London, and made anew an offer to the queen of acknowledging her for their sovereign, on condition of obtaining her protection and assistance. Elizabeth's wisest counsellors were divided in opinion with regard to the conduct which she should hold in this critical and important emergence. Some advised her to reject the offer of the states, and represented the imminent dangers as well as injustice attending the acceptance of it. They said that the suppression of rebellious subjects was the common cause of all sovereigns, and any encouragement given to the revolt of the Flemings might prove the example of a like pernicious license to the English; and that though princes were bound by the laws of the Supreme Being not to oppress their subjects, the people never were entitled to forget all duty to their sovereign, or transfer from every fancy or disgust, or even from the justest ground of complaint, their obedience to any other master. That the queen, in the succors hitherto afforded the Flemings, had considered them as laboring under oppression, not as entitled to freedom, and had intended only to admonish Philip not to persevere in his tyranny, without any view of ravishing from him those provinces which he enjoyed by hereditary right from his ancestors. That her situation in Ireland and even in England would afford that powerful monarch sufficient opportunity of retaliating upon her; and she must thenceforth expect that instead of secretly fomenting faction, he would openly employ his whole force in the protection and defence of the Catholics; that the Pope would undoubtedly unite his spiritual arms to the temporal ones of Spain, and that the queen would soon repent her making so precarious an acquisition in foreign countries, by exposing her own dominions to the most imminent danger. Other counsellors of Elizabeth maintained a contrary opinion. They asserted that the queen had not even from the beginning of her reign, but certainly had not at present, the choice whether she would embrace friendship or hostility with Philip, that by the whole tenor of that prince's conduct it appeared that his sole aims were the extending of his empire, and the entire subjection of the Protestants, under the specious pretence of maintaining the Catholic faith; that the provocations which she had already given him, joined to his general scheme of policy, would forever render him her implacable enemy; and as soon as he had subdued his revolted subjects, he would undoubtedly fall, with the whole force of his united empire, on her defenceless state; that the only question was, whether she would maintain a war abroad, and supported by allies, or wait until the subjection of all the confederates of England should give her enemies leisure to begin their hostilities in the bowels of the kingdom; that the revolted princes, though in a declining condition, possessed still considerable force, and by the assistance of England, by the advantages of their situation, and by their inveterate antipathy to Philip, might still be enabled to maintain the contest against the Spanish monarchy; that their maritime power, united to the queen's, would give her entire security on the side from which alone she could be assaulted, and would even enable her to make inroads on Philip's dominions, both in Europe and the Indies; that a war which was necessary could never be unjust, and self-defence was concerned as well in preventing certain dangers at a distance, as in repelling any immediate invasion; and that since hostility with Spain was the unavoidable consequence of the present interests and situations of the two monarchies, it were better to compensate that danger and loss by the acquisition of such important provinces to the English empire. Amidst these opposite counsels, the queen, apprehensive of the consequences attending each extreme, was inclined to steer a middle course; and though such conduct is seldom prudent, she was not in this resolution guided by any prejudice or mistaken affection. She was determined not to permit, without opposition, the total subjection of the revolted provinces, whose interests she deemed so closely connected with her own; but foreseeing that the acceptance of their sovereignty would oblige her to employ her whole force in their defence, would give umbrage to her neighbors, and would expose her to the reproach of ambition and usurpation, imputations which hitherto she had carefully avoided, she immediately rejected this offer. She concluded a league with the states on the following conditions: that she should send over an army to their assistance of 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse, and pay them during the war; that the general and 2 others whom she should appoint should be admitted into the council of the states; that neither party should make peace without the consent of the other; that her expenses should be refunded after the conclusion of the war; and that the towns of Flushing and the Brille, with the castle of Ramekins, should in the meantime be consigned into her hands by the way of security. The queen knew that this measure would immediately engage her in open hostilities with Philip; yet was not she terrified with the view of the present greatness of that monarch. The continent of Spain was at that time rich and populous; and the late addition of Portugal, besides securing internal tranquillity, had annexed an opulent kingdom to Philip's dominions, had made him master of many settlements in the East Indies, and of the whole commerce of those regions, and had much increased his naval power, in which he was before chiefly deficient. All the princes of Italy, even the Pope and the court of Rome, were reduced to a kind of subjection under him, and seemed to possess their sovereignty on terms somewhat precarious. The Austrian branch in Germany, with their dependent principalities, was closely connected with him, and was ready to supply him with troops for every enterprise. All the treasures of the West Indies were in his possession, and the present scarcity of the precious metals in every country of Europe rendered the influence of his riches the more forcible and extensive. The Netherlands seemed on the point of relapsing into servitude, and small hopes were entertained of their withstanding those numerous and veteran armies, which, under the command of the most experienced generals, he employed against them. Even France, which was wont to counterbalance the Austrian greatness, had lost all her force from intestine commotions; and as the Catholics, the ruling party, were closely connected with him, he rather expected thence an augmentation than a diminution of his power. Upon the whole, such prepossessions were everywhere entertained concerning the force of the Spanish monarchy, that the king of Sweden, when he heard that Elizabeth had openly embraced the defence of the revolted Flemings, scrupled not to say that she had now taken the diadem from her head and adventured it upon the doubtful chance of war. Yet was this princess rather cautious than enterprising in her natural temper. She ever needed more to be impelled by the vigor than restrained by the prudence of her ministers. But when she saw an evident necessity, she braved danger with magnanimous courage, and trusting to her own consummate wisdom, and to the affections, however divided, of her people, she prepared herself to resist, and even to assault, the whole force of the Catholic monarch. The Earl of Leicester was sent over to Holland at the head of the English auxiliary forces. He carried with him a splendid retinue, being accompanied by the young Earl of Essex, his son-in-law, the Lords Audley and North, Sir William Russell, Sir Thomas Shirley, Sir Arthur Basset, Sir Walter Weller, Sir Gervase Clifton, and a select troop of 500 gentlemen. He was received on his arrival at Flushing by his nephew, Sir Philip Sidney, the governor, and every town through which he passed expressed their joy by acclamations and triumphal arches, as if his presence and the queen's protection had brought them the most certain deliverance. The states, desirous of engaging Elizabeth still further in their defence, and knowing the interest which Leicester possessed with her, conferred on him the title of governor and captain general of the United Provinces, appointed a guard to attend him, and treated him in some respects as their sovereign. But this step had a contrary effect to what they expected. The queen was displeased with the artifice of the states and the ambition of Leicester. She severely reprimanded both, and it was with some difficulty that after many humble admissions they were able to appease her. End of section 24, chapter 41, part 4. Section 25 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 25, Chapter 41, Part 5. America was regarded as the chief source of Philip's power, as well as the most defenceless part of his dominions; and Elizabeth, finding that an open breach with that monarch was unavoidable, resolved not to leave him unmolested in that quarter. The great success of the Spaniards and Portuguese in both Indies had excited a spirit of emulation in England; and as the progress of commerce, still more that of colonies, is slow and gradual, It was happy that a war in this critical period had opened a more flattering prospect to the avarice and ambition of the English, and had tempted them, by the views of sudden and exorbitant profit, to engage in naval enterprises. A fleet of 20 sail was equipped to attack the Spaniards in the West Indies. 2,300 volunteers, besides seamen, engaged on board of it. Sir Francis Drake was appointed admiral, Christopher Carlisle commander of the land forces. They took St. Jago, near Cape Verde, by surprise, and found in it plenty of provisions, but no riches. They sailed to Hispaniola, and easily making themselves master of St. Domingo by assault, obliged the inhabitants to ransom their houses by a sum of money. Cartagena fell next into their hands, after some more resistance, and was treated in the same manner. They burnt St. Anthony and St. Helens, 2 towns on the coast of Florida. Sailing along the coast of Virginia, they found the small remains of a colony which had been planted there by Sir Walter Raleigh, and which had gone extremely to decay. This was the first attempt of the English to form such settlements, and though they have since surpassed all European nations, both in the situation of their colonies and in the noble principles of liberty and industry on which they are founded, they had here been so unsuccessful that the miserable planters abandoned their settlements and prevailed on Drake to carry them with him to England. He returned with so much riches as encouraged the volunteers, and with such accounts of the Spanish weakness in those countries as served extremely to inflame the spirits of the nation to future enterprises. The great mortality which the climate had produced in his fleet was, as is usual, but a feeble restraint on the avidity and sanguine hopes of young adventurers. It is thought that Drake's fleet first introduced the use of tobacco into England. The enterprises of Leicester were much less successful than those of Drake. This man possessed neither courage nor capacity equal to the trust reposed in him by the queen; and as he was the only bad choice she made for any considerable employment, men naturally believed that she had here been influenced by an affection still more partial than that of friendship. He gained at first some advantage in an action against the Spaniards, and threw succors into Grave, by which that place was enabled to make a vigorous defence. But the cowardice of the governor Van Hemert rendered all these efforts useless. He capitulated after a feeble resistance, and being tried for his conduct, suffered a capital punishment from the sentence of a court martial. The Prince of Parma next undertook the siege of Venlo, which was surrendered to him after some resistance. The fate of Noyes was more dismal, being taken by assault while the garrison was treating of a capitulation. Rimburg, which was garrisoned by 1,200 English under the command of Colonel Morgan, was afterwards besieged by the Spaniards, and Leicester, thinking himself too weak to attempt raising the siege, endeavored to draw off the Prince of Parma by forming another enterprise. He first attacked Duisburg and succeeded. He then sat down before Zutphen, which the Spanish general thought so important a fortress that he hastened to its relief. He made the Marquis of Guasto advance with a convoy which he intended to throw into the place. They were favored by a fog, but falling by accident on a body of English cavalry, a furious action ensued, in which the Spaniards were worsted, and the Marquis of Gonzaga, an Italian nobleman of great reputation and family, was slain. The pursuit was stopped by the advance of the Prince of Parma with the main body of the Spanish army, and the English cavalry, on their return from the field, found their advantage more than compensated by the loss of Sir Philip Sidney, who, being mortally wounded in the action, was carried off by the soldiers, and soon after died. This person is described by the writers of that age as the most perfect model of an accomplished gentleman that could be formed even by the wanton imagination of poetry or fiction. Virtuous conduct, polite conversation, heroic valor, and elegant erudition all concurred to render him the ornament and delight of the English court; and as the credit which he possessed with the queen and the earl of Leicester was wholly employed in the encouragement of genius and literature, his praises have been transmitted with advantage to posterity. No person was so low as not to become an object of his humanity. After this last action, while he was lying on the field mangled with wounds, a bottle of water was brought him to relieve his thirst; but observing a soldier near him in a like miserable condition, he said, "This man's necessity is still greater than mine," and resigned to him the bottle of water. The king of Scots, struck with admiration of Sidney's virtue, celebrated his memory in a copy of Latin verses, which he composed on the death of that young hero. The English, though a long peace had deprived them of all experience, were strongly possessed of military genius, and the advantages gained by the Prince of Parma were not attributed to the superior bravery and discipline of the Spaniards, but solely to the want of military abilities in Leicester. The states were much discontented with his management of the war, still more with his arbitrary and imperious conduct; and at the end of the campaign they applied to him for a redress of all their grievances. But Leicester, without giving them any satisfaction, departed soon after for England. The queen, while she provoked so powerful an enemy as the king of Spain, was not forgetful to secure herself on the side of Scotland, and she endeavored both to cultivate the friendship and alliance of her kinsman James, and to remove all grounds of quarrel between them. An attempt which she had made some time before was not well calculated to gain the confidence of that prince. She had dispatched Wotton as her ambassador to Scotland, but though she gave him private instructions with regard to her affairs, she informed James that when she had any political business to discuss with him, she would employ another minister; that this man was not fitted for serious negotiations, and that her chief purpose in sending him was to entertain the king with witty and facetious conversation, and to partake without reserve of his pleasures and amusements. Wotton was master of profound dissimulation, and knew how to cover, under the appearance of a careless gaiety, the deepest designs and most dangerous artifices. When but a youth of 20, he had been employed by his uncle, Dr. Wotton, ambassador in France during the reign of Mary, to ensnare the Constable Montmorency, and had not his purpose been frustrated by pure accident, his cunning had prevailed over all the caution and experience of that aged minister. It is no wonder that after years had improved him in all the arts of deceit, he should gain an ascendant over a young prince of so open and unguarded a temper as James, especially when the queen's recommendation prepared the way for his reception. He was admitted into all the pleasures of the king, made himself master of his secrets, and had so much the more authority with him in political transactions, as he did not seem to pay the least attention to these matters. The Scottish ministers, who observed the growing interest of this man, endeavored to acquire his friendship, and scrupled not to sacrifice to his intrigues the most essential interests of their master. Elizabeth's usual jealousies with regard to her heirs began now to be levelled against James; and as that prince had attained the years proper for marriage, she was apprehensive lest, by being strengthened by children and alliances, he should acquire the greater interest and authority with her English subjects. She directed Wotton to form a secret concert with some Scottish noblemen, and to procure their promise that James, during 3 years, should not on any account be permitted to marry. In consequence of this view, they endeavoured to embroil him with the King of Denmark, who had sent ambassadors to Scotland on pretence of demanding restitution of the Orkneys, but really with a view of opening a proposal of marriage between James and his daughter. Wotton is said to have employed his intrigues to purposes still more dangerous. He formed, it is pretended, a conspiracy with some malcontents to seize the person of the king, and to deliver him into the hands of Elizabeth, who would probably have denied all concurrence in the design, but would have been sure to retain him in perpetual thraldom, if not captivity. The conspiracy was detected, and Wotton fled hastily from Scotland without taking leave of the king. James's situation obliged him to dissemble his resentment of this traitorous attempt, and his natural temper inclined him soon to forgive and forget it. The queen found no difficulty in renewing the negotiations for a strict alliance between Scotland and England, and the more effectually to gain the prince's friendship, she granted him a pension equivalent to his claim on the inheritance of his grandmother, the Countess of Lennox, lately deceased. A league was formed between Elizabeth and James for the mutual defence of their dominions and of their religion, now menaced by the open combination of all the Catholic powers of Europe. It was stipulated that if Elizabeth were invaded, James should aid her with a body of 2,000 horse and 5,000 foot; that Elizabeth, in a like case, should send to his assistance 3,000 horse and 6,000 foot; that the charge of these armies should be defrayed by the prince who demanded assistance; that if the invasion should be made upon England within 60 miles of the frontiers of Scotland, this latter kingdom should march its whole force to the assistance of the former; and that the present league should supersede all former alliances of either state with any foreign kingdom, so far as religion was concerned. By this league, James secured himself against all attempts from abroad, opened a way for acquiring the confidence and affections of the English, and might entertain some prospect of domestic tranquillity, which, while he lived on bad terms with Elizabeth, he could never expect long to enjoy. Besides the turbulent disposition and inveterate feuds of the nobility, ancient maladies of the Scottish government, the spirit of fanaticism had introduced a new disorder, so much the more dangerous. As religion, when corrupted by false opinion, is not restrained by any rules of morality, and is even scarcely to be accounted for in its operations by any principles of ordinary conduct and policy, the insolence of the preachers who triumphed in their dominion over the populace had at this time reached an extreme height, and they carried their arrogance so far, not only against the king, but against the whole civil power, that they excommunicated the Archbishop of St. Andrews, because he had been active in Parliament for promoting a law which restrained their seditious sermons. Nor could that prelate save himself by any expedient from this terrible sentence, but by renouncing all pretensions to ecclesiastical authority. One Gibson said in the pulpit that Captain James Stuart, meaning the late Earl of Arran, and his wife Jezebel, had been deemed the chief persecutors of the church, but it was now seen that the king himself was the great offender, and for this crime the preacher denounced against him the curse which fell upon Jeroboam, that he should die childless and be the last of his race. The secretary Thirlstone perceiving the king so much molested with ecclesiastical affairs, and with the refractory disposition of the clergy, advised him to leave them to their own courses, for that in a short time they would become so intolerable that the people would rise against them and drive them out of the country. True, replied the king, if I purposed to undo the church and religion, your counsel were good, but my intention is to maintain both. Therefore I cannot suffer the clergy to follow such a conduct, as it will in the end bring religion into contempt and derision. End of section 25, chapter 41, part 5. Section 26 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 26, Chapter 42, Part 1. Elizabeth. The dangers which arose from the character, principles, and pretensions of the Queen of Scots had very early engaged Elizabeth to consult, in her treatment of that unfortunate princess, the dictates of jealousy and politics, rather than of friendship or generosity. Resentment of this usage had pushed Mary into enterprises which had nearly threatened the repose and authority of Elizabeth. The rigour and restraint thence redoubled upon the captive queen, still impelled her to attempt greater extremities, and while her impatience of confinement, her revenge, and her high spirit concurred with religious zeal and the suggestions of desperate bigots, she was at last engaged in designs which afforded her enemies, who watched the opportunity, a pretence or reason for effecting her final ruin. The English seminary at Rheims had wrought themselves up to a high pitch of rage and animosity against the queen. The recent persecutions from which they had escaped, the new rigours which they knew awaited them in the course of their missions, the liberty which for the present they enjoyed of declaiming against that princess, and the contagion of that religious fury which everywhere surrounded them in France, all these causes had obliterated with them every maxim of common sense, and every principle of morals or humanity. Intoxicated with admiration of the divine power and infallibility of the Pope, they revered his bull by which he excommunicated and deposed the queen, and some of them had gone to that height of extravagance as to assert that that performance had been immediately dictated by the Holy Ghost. The assassination of heretical sovereigns, and of that princess in particular, was represented as the most meritorious of all enterprises, and they taught that whoever perished in such pious attempts enjoyed without dispute the glorious and never-fading crown of martyrdom. By such doctrines they instigated John Savage, a man of desperate courage, who had served some years in the Low Countries under the Prince of Parma, to attempt the life of Elizabeth, and this assassin, having made a vow to persevere in his design, was sent over to England and recommended to the confidence of the more zealous Catholics. About the same time, John Ballard, a priest of that seminary, had returned to Paris from his mission in England and Scotland, and as he had observed a spirit of mutiny and rebellion to be very prevalent among the Catholic devotees in these countries, he had founded on that disposition the prospect of dethroning Elizabeth, and of restoring by force of arms the exercise of the ancient religion. The situation of affairs abroad seemed favourable to this enterprise, The Pope, the Spaniard, the Duke of Guise, concurring in interests, had formed a resolution to make some attempt against England; and Mendoza, the Spanish ambassador at Paris, strongly encouraged Ballard to hope for succors from these princes. Charles Paget alone, a zealous Catholic and a devoted partisan of the Queen of Scots, being well acquainted with the prudence, vigor, and general popularity of Elizabeth, always maintained that, so long as that princess was allowed to live, it was in vain to expect any success from an enterprise upon England. Ballard, persuaded of this truth, saw more clearly the necessity of executing the design formed at Rheims. He came over to England in the disguise of a soldier, and assumed the name of Captain Fortescue; and he bent his endeavors to effect at once the project of an assassination, an insurrection, and an invasion. The first person to whom he addressed himself was Anthony Babington, of Dethick, in the county of Derby. This young gentleman was of a good family, possessed a plentiful fortune, had discovered an excellent capacity, and was accomplished in literature beyond most of his years or station. Being zealously devoted to the Catholic communion, he had secretly made a journey to Paris some time before, and had fallen into intimacy with Thomas Morgan, a bigoted fugitive from England, and with the Bishop of Glasgow, Mary's ambassador at the court of France. By continually extolling the amiable accomplishments and heroical virtues of that princess, they impelled the sanguine and unguarded mind of young Babington to make some attempt for her service; and they employed every principle of ambition, gallantry, and religious zeal to give him a contempt of those dangers which attended any enterprise against the vigilant government of Elizabeth. Finding him well disposed for their purpose, they sent him back to England, and secretly, unknown to himself, recommended him to the Queen of Scots as a person worth engaging in her service. She wrote him a letter full of friendship and confidence; and Babington, ardent in his temper and zealous in his principles, thought that these advances now bound him in honor to devote himself entirely to the service of that unfortunate princess. During some time he had found means of conveying to her all her foreign correspondence; but after she was put under the custody of Sir Amias Paulet, and reduced to a more rigorous confinement, he experienced so much difficulty and danger in rendering her this service, that he had desisted from every attempt of that nature. When Ballard began to open his intentions to Babington, he found his zeal suspended, not extinguished. His former ardor revived on the mention of any enterprise which seemed to promise success in the cause of Mary and of the Catholic religion. He had entertained sentiments conformable to those of Paget, and represented the folly of all attempts which, during the lifetime of Elizabeth, could be formed against the established religion and government of England. Ballard, encouraged by this hint, proceeded to discover to him the design undertaken by Savage, and was well pleased to observe that, instead of being shocked with the project, Babington only thought it not secure enough when entrusted to one single hand, and proposed to join 5 others with Savage in this desperate enterprise. In prosecution of these views, Babington employed himself in increasing the number of his associates, and he secretly drew into the conspiracy many Catholic gentlemen, discontented with the present government. Barnwell, of a noble family in Ireland, Charnock, a gentleman of Lancashire, and Abington, whose father had been cofferer to the household, readily undertook the assassination of the queen. Charles Tilney, the heir of an ancient family, and Tichborne of Southampton, when the design was proposed to them, expressed some scruples, which were removed by the arguments of Babington and Ballard. Savage alone refused, during some time, to share the glory of the enterprise with any others. He challenged the whole to himself, and it was with some difficulty he was induced to depart from this preposterous ambition. The deliverance of the Queen of Scots, at the very same instant when Elizabeth should be assassinated, was requisite for effecting the purpose of the conspirators, and Babington undertook, with a party of 100 horse, to attack her guards, while she should be taking the air on horseback. In this enterprise he engaged Edward Windsor, brother to the lord of that name, Thomas Salisbury, Robert Gage, John Travers, John Jones, and Henry Donne, most of them men of family and interest. The conspirators much wanted, but could not find, any nobleman of note whom they might place at the head of the enterprise; but they trusted that the great events of the Queen's death and Mary's deliverance would rouse all the zealous Catholics to arms, and that foreign forces, taking advantage of the general confusion, would easily fix the Queen of Scots on the throne and re-establish the ancient religion. These desperate projects had not escaped the vigilance of Elizabeth's council, particularly of Walsingham, Secretary of State. That artful minister had engaged Maud, a Catholic priest whom he retained in pay, to attend Ballard in his journey to France, and had thereby got a hint of the designs entertained by the fugitives. Polly, another of his spies, had found means to insinuate himself among the conspirators in England, and, though not entirely trusted, had obtained some insight into their dangerous secrets. But the bottom of the conspiracy was never fully known, till Gifford, a seminary priest, came over and made a tender of his services to Walsingham. By his means the discovery became of the utmost importance, and involved the fate of Mary, as well as of those zealous partisans of that princess. Babington and his associates, having laid such a plan as, they thought, promised infallible success, were impatient to communicate the design to the Queen of Scots, and to obtain her approbation and concurrence. For this service they employed Gifford, who immediately applied to Walsingham, that the interest of that minister might forward his secret correspondence with Mary. Walsingham proposed the matter to Paulet, and desired him to connive at Gifford's corrupting one of his servants; but Paulet, averse to the introducing of such a pernicious precedent into his family, desired that they would rather think of some other expedient. Gifford found a brewer, who supplied the family with ale, and bribed him to convey letters to the captive queen. The letters, by Paulet's connivance, were thrust through a chink in the wall, and answers were returned by the same conveyance. Ballard and Babington were at first diffident of Gifford's fidelity, and to make trial of him, they gave him only blank papers made up like letters. But finding by the answers that these had been faithfully delivered, they laid aside all further scruple, and conveyed by his hands the most criminal and dangerous parts of their conspiracy. Babington informed Mary of the design laid for a foreign invasion, the plan of an insurrection at home, the scheme for her deliverance, and the conspiracy for assassinating the usurper by 6 noble gentlemen, as he termed them, all of them his private friends, who, from the zeal which they bore to the Catholic cause and her Majesty's service, would undertake the tragical execution. Mary replied that she approved highly of the design, that the gentlemen might expect all the rewards which it should ever be in her power to confer, and that the death of Elizabeth was a necessary circumstance, before any attempts were made either for her own deliverance or an insurrection. These letters, with others to Mendoza, Charles Paget, the Archbishop of Glasgow, and Sir Francis Inglefield, were carried by Gifford to Secretary Walsingham, were deciphered by the art of Phillips, his clerk, and copies taken of them. Walsingham employed another artifice in order to obtain full insight into the plot. He subjoined to a letter of Mary's a postscript in the same cipher, in which he made her desire Babington to inform her of the names of the conspirators. The indiscretion of Babington furnished Walsingham with still another means of detection as well as of defence. That gentleman had caused a picture to be drawn, where he himself was represented standing amidst the 6 assassins, and a motto was subjoined, expressing that their common perils were the band of their confederacy. A copy of this picture was brought to Elizabeth, that she might know the assassins, and guard herself against their approach to her person. Meanwhile, Babington, anxious to ensure and hasten the foreign succors, resolved to despatch Ballard into France, and he procured for him, under a feigned name, a license to travel. In order to remove from himself all suspicion, he applied to Walsingham, pretended great zeal for the queen's service, offered to go abroad, and professed his intentions of employing the confidence which he had gained among the Catholics to the detection and disappointment of their conspiracies. Walsingham commended his loyal purposes, and promising his own counsel and assistance in the execution of them, still fed him with hopes, and maintained a close correspondence with him. A warrant meanwhile was issued for seizing Ballard, and this incident, joined to the consciousness of guilt, begat in all the conspirators the utmost anxiety and concern. Some advised that they should immediately make their escape. Others proposed that Savage and Charnock should without delay execute their purpose against Elizabeth; and Babington, in prosecution of this scheme, furnished Savage with money that he might buy good clothes, and thereby have more easy access to the queen's person. Next day they began to apprehend that they had taken the alarm too hastily, and Babington, having renewed his correspondence with Walsingham, was persuaded by that subtle minister that the seizure of Ballard had proceeded entirely from the usual diligence of informers in the detection of popish and seminary priests. He even consented to take lodgings secretly in Walsingham's house, that they might have more frequent conferences together before his intended departure for France. But observing that he was watched and guarded, he made his escape, and gave the alarm to the other conspirators. They all took to flight, covered themselves with several disguises, and lay concealed in woods or barns, but were soon discovered and thrown into prison. In their examinations they contradicted each other, and the leaders were obliged to make a full confession of the truth. 14 were condemned and executed, of whom 7 acknowledged the crime on their trial. The rest were convicted by evidence. The lesser conspirators being dispatched, measures were taken for the trial and conviction of the Queen of Scots, on whose account and with whose concurrence these attempts had been made against the life of the Queen and the tranquillity of the kingdom. Some of Elizabeth's counsellors were averse to this procedure, and thought that the close confinement of a woman who was become very sickly, and who would probably put a speedy period to their anxiety by her natural death, might give sufficient security to the government without attempting a measure of which there scarcely remains any example in history. Leicester advised that Mary should be secretly dispatched by poison, and he sent a divine to convince Walsingham of the lawfulness of that action. But Walsingham declared his abhorrence of it, and still insisted, in conjunction with the majority of the counsellors, for the open trial of the Queen of Scots. The situation of England and of the English ministers had indeed been hitherto not a little dangerous. No successor of the crown was declared, but the heir of blood, to whom the people in general were likely to adhere, was by education an enemy to the natural religion, was from multiplied provocations an enemy to the ministers and principal nobility and their personal safety, as well as the safety of the public, seemed to depend alone on the queen's life, who was now somewhat advanced in years. No wonder, therefore, that Elizabeth's counsellors, knowing themselves to be so obnoxious to the Queen of Scots, endeavoured to push every measure to extremities against her, and were even more anxious than the Queen herself to prevent her from ever mounting the throne of England. Though all England was acquainted with the detection of Babington's conspiracy, every avenue to the Queen of Scots had been so strictly guarded that she remained in utter ignorance of the matter, and it was a great surprise to her when Sir Thomas Gorges, by Elizabeth's orders, informed her that all her accomplices were discovered and arrested. He chose the time for giving her this intelligence when she was mounted on horseback to go a-hunting, and she was not permitted to return to her former place of abode, but was conducted from one gentleman's house to another, till she was lodged in Fotheringay Castle in the county of Northampton, which it was determined to make the last stage of her trial and sufferings. Her two secretaries, Now a Frenchman and Curle a Scot, were immediately arrested. All her papers were seized and sent up to the council. Above 60 different keys to ciphers were discovered. There were also found many letters from persons beyond sea, and several too from English noblemen containing expressions of respect and attachment. The queen took no notice of this latter discovery, but the persons themselves, knowing their correspondence to be detected, thought that they had no other means of making atonement for their imprudence than by declaring themselves thenceforth the most inveterate enemies of the Queen of Scots. It was resolved to try Mary, not by the common statute of treasons, but by the act which had passed the former year with a view to this very event; and the queen, in terms of that act, appointed a commission consisting of 40 noblemen and privy counsellors, and empowered them to examine and pass sentence on Mary, whom she denominated the late Queen of Scots, and heir to James V. of Scotland. The commissioners came to Fotheringay Castle, and sent to her Sir Walter Mildmay, Sir Amias Paulet, and Edward Barker, who delivered her a letter from Elizabeth, informing her of the commission and of the approaching trial. Mary received the intelligence without emotion or astonishment. She said, however, that it seemed strange to her that the queen should command her, as a subject, to submit to a trial and examination before subjects, that she was an absolute independent princess, and would yield to nothing which might derogate either from her royal majesty, from the state of sovereign princes, or from the dignity and rank of her son; that, however oppressed by misfortunes, she was not yet so much broken in spirit as her enemies flattered themselves, nor would she on any account be accessory to her own degradation and dishonor; that she was ignorant of the laws and statutes of England, was utterly destitute of counsel, and could not conceive who were entitled to be called her peers, or could legally sit as judges on her trial; that though she had lived in England for many years, she had lived in captivity, and not having received the protection of the laws, she could not, merely by her involuntary residence in the country, be supposed to have subjected herself to their jurisdiction; that, notwithstanding the superiority of her rank, she was willing to give an account of her conduct before an English parliament, but could not view these commissioners in any other light than as men appointed to justify, by some color of legal proceeding, her condemnation and execution; and that she warned them to look to their conscience and their character in trying an innocent person, and to reflect that these transactions would somewhere be subject to revisal, and that the theatre of the whole world was much wider than the kingdom of England. In return, the commissioners sent a new deputation, informing her that her plea, either from her royal dignity or from her imprisonment, could not be admitted, and that they were empowered to proceed to her trial, even though she should refuse to answer before them. Burleigh, the treasurer, and Bromley, the chancellor, employed much reasoning to make her submit; but the person whose arguments had the chief influence was Sir Christopher Hatton, vice chamberlain. His speech was to this purpose: "You are accused, madam," said he, "but not condemned, of having conspired the destruction of our lady and queen anointed. You say you are a queen; but in such a crime as this, and such a situation as yours, the royal dignity itself, neither by the civil or canon law, nor by the law of nature or of nations, is exempt from judgment. If you be innocent, you wrong your reputation in avoiding a trial. We have been present at your protestations of innocence; but Queen Elizabeth thinks otherwise, and is heartily sorry for the appearances which lie against you. To examine, therefore, your cause, she has appointed commissioners, honorable persons, prudent and upright men, who are ready to hear you with equity, and even with favor, and will rejoice if you can clear yourself of the imputations which have been thrown upon you. Believe me, madam, the queen herself will rejoice, who affirmed to me at my departure that nothing which ever befell her had given her so much uneasiness as that you should be suspected of a concurrence in these criminal enterprises. Laying aside, therefore, the fruitless claim of privilege from your royal dignity, which can now avail you nothing, trust to the better defence of your innocence, make it appear in open trial, and leave not upon your memory that stain of infamy which must attend your obstinate silence on this occasion." End of section 26, chapter 42, part 1. Section 27 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 27, Chapter 42, Part 2. By this artful speech, Mary was persuaded to answer before the court, and thereby gave an appearance of legal procedure to the trial, and prevented those difficulties which the commissioners must have fallen into, had she persevered in maintaining so specious a plea as that of her sovereign and independent character. Her conduct in this particular must be regarded as the more imprudent, because formerly, when Elizabeth's commissioners pretended not to exercise any jurisdiction over her, and only entered into her cause by her own consent and approbation, she declined justifying herself, when her honor, which ought to have been dearer to her than life, seemed absolutely to require it. On her first appearance before the commissioners, Mary, either sensible of her imprudence, or still unwilling to degrade herself by submitting to a trial, renewed her protestation against the authority of her judges. The chancellor answered her by pleading the supreme authority of the English laws over everyone who resided in England, and the commissioners accommodated matters by ordering both her protestation and his answer to be recorded. The lawyers of the crown then opened the charge against the Queen of Scots. They proved by intercepted letters that she had allowed Cardinal Allen and others to treat her as Queen of England, and that she had kept a correspondence with Lord Paget and Charles Paget in view of engaging the Spaniards to invade the kingdom. Mary seemed not anxious to clear herself from either of these imputations. She only said that she could not hinder others from using what style they pleased in writing to her, and that she might lawfully try every expedient for the recovery of her liberty. An intercepted letter of hers to Mendoza was next produced, in which she promised to transfer to Philip her right to the kingdom of England if her son should refuse to be converted to the Catholic faith, an event, she there said, of which there was no expectation while he remained in the hands of his Scottish subjects. Even this part of the charge she took no pains to deny, or rather she seemed to acknowledge it. She said that she had no kingdoms to dispose of, yet was it lawful for her to give at her pleasure what was her own, and she was not accountable to any for her actions. She added that she had formerly rejected that proposal from Spain, but now, since all her hopes in England were gone, she was fully determined not to refuse foreign assistance. There was also produced evidence to prove that Allen and Parsons were at that very time negotiating by her orders at Rome the conditions of transferring her English crown to the King of Spain, and of disinheriting her heretical son. It is remarkable that Mary's prejudices against her son were at this time carried so far, that she had even entered into a conspiracy against him, had appointed Lord Claude Hamilton Regent of Scotland, and had instigated her adherents to seize James's person and deliver him into the hands of the Pope or the King of Spain, whence he was never to be delivered, but on condition of his becoming Catholic. The only part of the charge which Mary positively denied was her concurrence in the design of assassinating Elizabeth. This article, indeed, was the most heavy, and the only one that could fully justify the Queen in proceeding to extremities against her. In order to prove the accusation, there were produced the following evidence. Copies taken in Secretary Walsingham's office of the intercepted letters between her and Babington, in which her approbation of the murder was clearly expressed. The evidence of her two secretaries, Now and Curl, who had confessed, without being put to any torture, both that she had received these letters from Babington, and that they had written the answers by her order. The confession of Babington that he had written the letters and received the answers, and the confession of Ballard and Savage that Babington had showed them these letters of Mary, written in the cipher which had been settled between them. It is evident that this complication of evidence, though every circumstance corroborates the general conclusion, resolves itself finally into the testimony of the two secretaries, who alone were certainly acquainted with their mistress's concurrence in Babington's conspiracy, but who knew themselves exposed to all the rigours of imprisonment, torture, and death, if they refused to give any evidence which might be required of them. In the case of an ordinary criminal, this proof, with all its disadvantages, would be esteemed legal, and even satisfactory. if not opposed by some other circumstances which shake the credit of the witnesses. But on the present trial, where the absolute power of the prosecutor concurred with such important interests, and such a violent inclination to have the princess condemned, the testimony of two witnesses, even though men of character, ought to be supported by strong probabilities, in order to remove all suspicion of tyranny and injustice. The proof against Mary, it must be confessed, is not destitute of this advantage, and it is difficult, if not impossible, to account for Babington's receiving an answer written in her name and in the cipher concerted between them, without allowing that the matter had been communicated to that princess. Such is the light in which this matter appears, even after time has discovered everything which could guide our judgment with regard to it. No wonder, therefore, that the Queen of Scots, unassisted by counsel, and confounded by so extraordinary a trial, found herself incapable of making a satisfactory defence before the commissioners. Her reply consisted chiefly in her own denial. Whatever force may be in that denial was much weakened by her positively affirming that she had never had any correspondence of any kind with Babington, a fact, however, of which there remains not the least question. She asserted that as Now and Curll had taken an oath of secrecy and fidelity to her, that their evidence against her ought not to be credited. She confessed, however, that Now had been in the service of her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine, and had only been recommended to her by the King of France as a man in whom she might safely confide. She also acknowledged Curll to be a very honest man, but simple and easily imposed on by Now. If these two men had received any letters, or had written any answers without her knowledge, the imputation, she said, could never lie on her. And she was the more inclined, she added, to entertain this suspicion against them, because Now had, in other instances, been guilty of a like temerity, and had ventured to transact business in her name, without communicating the matter to her. The sole circumstance of her defence, which to us may appear to have some force, was her requiring that Now and Curll should be confronted with her, and her affirming that they never would to her face persist in their evidence. But that demand, however equitable, was not then supported by law in trials of high treason, and was often refused even in other trials where the crown was prosecutor. The clause contained in an act of the 13th of the Queen was a novelty, that the species of treason there enumerated must be proved by two witnesses, confronted with the criminal. But Mary was not tried upon that act, and the ministers and crown lawyers of this reign were always sure to refuse every indulgence beyond what the strict letter of the law and the settled practice of the courts of justice required of them. Not to mention that these secretaries were probably at Fotheringay Castle during the time of the trial, and could not, upon Mary's demand, be produced before the commissioners. There passed two incidents in this trial which may be worth observing. A letter between Mary and Babington was read, in which mention was made of the Earl of Arundel and his brothers. On hearing their names, she broke into a sigh. "Alas," said she, "what has the noble house of the Howards suffered for my sake?" She affirmed, with regard to the same letter, that it was easy to forge the handwriting and cipher of another. She was afraid that this was too familiar a practice with Walsingham, who, she also heard, had frequently practised both against her life and her son's. Walsingham, who was one of the commissioners, rose up. He protested that in his private capacity he had never acted anything against the Queen of Scots. In his public capacity he owned that his concern for his sovereign's safety had made him very diligent in searching out by every expedient all designs against her sacred person or her authority. For attaining that end, he would not only make use of the assistance of Ballard or any other conspirator, he would also reward them for betraying their companions. But if he had tampered in any matter unbefitting his character and office, why did none of the late criminals, either at their trial or execution, accuse him of such practices? Mary endeavoured to pacify him by saying that she spoke from information, and she begged him to give thenceforth no more credit to such as slandered her than she would to such as accused him. The great character, indeed, which Sir Francis Walsingham bears for probity and honour, should remove from him all suspicion of such base arts as forgery and subornation, arts which even the most corrupt ministers in the most corrupt times would scruple to employ. Having finished the trial, the commissioners adjourned from Fotheringay Castle and met in the Star Chamber at London, where, after taking the oaths of Mary's two secretaries, who voluntarily, without hope or reward, vouched the authenticity of those letters before produced, they pronounced sentence of death upon the Queen of Scots, and confirmed it by their seals and subscriptions. The same day a declaration was published by the commissioners and the judges, that the sentence did no wise derogate from the title and honour of James, King of Scotland, but that he was in the same place, degree, and right as if the sentence had never been pronounced. The Queen had now brought affairs with Mary to that situation which she had long ardently desired, and had found a plausible reason for executing vengeance on a competitor whom from the beginning of her reign she had ever equally dreaded and hated. But she was restrained from instantly gratifying her resentment by several important considerations. She foresaw the invidious colours in which this example of uncommon jurisdiction would be represented by the numerous partisans of Mary, and the reproach to which she herself might be exposed with all foreign princes, perhaps with all posterity. The rights of hospitality, of kindred, and of royal majesty seemed in one signal instance to be all violated, and this sacrifice of generosity to interest, of clemency to revenge, might appear equally unbecoming a sovereign and a woman. Elizabeth, therefore, who was an excellent hypocrite, pretended the utmost reluctance to proceed to the execution of the sentence, affected the most tender sympathy with her prisoner, displayed all her scruples and difficulties, rejected the solicitation of her courtiers and ministers, and affirmed that, were she not moved by the deepest concern for her people's safety, she would not hesitate a moment in pardoning all the injuries which she herself had received from the Queen of Scots. That the voice of her people might be more audibly heard in the demand of justice upon Mary, she summoned a new parliament, and she knew, both from the usual dispositions of that assembly and from the influence of her ministers over them, that she should not want the most earnest solicitation to consent to that measure which was so agreeable to her secret inclinations. She did not open this assembly in person, but appointed for that purpose 3 commissioners, Bromley, the chancellor, Burleigh, the treasurer, and the Earl of Derby. The reason assigned for this measure was that the Queen, foreseeing that the affair of the Queen of Scots would be canvassed in Parliament, found her tenderness and delicacy so much hurt by that melancholy incident, that she had not the courage to be present while it was under deliberation, but withdrew her eyes from what she could not behold without the utmost reluctance and uneasiness. She was also willing that, by this unusual precaution, the people should see the danger to which her person was hourly exposed, and should thence be more strongly incited to take vengeance on the criminal, whose restless intrigues and bloody conspiracies had so long exposed her to the most imminent perils. The Parliament answered the Queen's expectations. The sentence against Mary was unanimously ratified by both houses, and an application was voted to obtain Elizabeth's consent to its publication and execution. She gave an answer ambiguous, embarrassed, full of real artifice and seeming irresolution. She mentioned the extreme danger to which her life was continually exposed. She declared her willingness to die, did she not foresee the great calamities which would thence fall upon the nation. She made professions of the greatest tenderness to her people. She displayed the clemency of her temper, and expressed her violent reluctance to execute the sentence against her unhappy kinswoman. She affirmed that the late law, by which that princess was tried, so far from being made to ensnare her, was only intended to give her warning beforehand, not to engage in such attempts as might expose her to the penalties with which she was thus openly menaced. And she begged them to think once again whether it were possible to find any expedient, besides the death of the Queen of Scots, for securing the public tranquillity. The Parliament, in obedience to her commands, took the affair again under consideration, but could find no other possible expedient. They reiterated their solicitations and entreaties and arguments. They even remonstrated that mercy to the Queen of Scots was cruelty to them, her subjects and children, and they affirmed that it were injustice to deny execution of the law to any individual, much more to the whole body of the people, now unanimously and earnestly suing for this pledge of her parental care and tenderness. This second address set the pretended doubts and scruples of Elizabeth anew in agitation. She complained of her now unfortunate situation, expressed her uneasiness from their importunity, renewed the professions of affection to her people, and dismissed the committee of Parliament in an uncertainty what, after all this deliberation, might be her final resolution. But though the Queen affected reluctance to execute the sentence against Mary, she complied with the request of Parliament in publishing it by proclamation, and this act seemed to be attended with the unanimous and hearty rejoicings of the people. Lord Buckhurst and Beale, Clerk of the Council, were sent to the Queen of Scots, and notified to her the sentence pronounced against her, its ratification by Parliament, and the earnest applications made for its execution by that assembly, who thought that their religion could never, while she was alive, attain a full settlement and security. Mary was nowise dismayed at this intelligence. On the contrary, she joyfully laid hold of the last circumstance mentioned to her, and insisted that since her death was demanded by the Protestants for the establishment of their faith, she was really a martyr to her religion, and was entitled to all the merits attending that glorious character. She added that the English had often imbrued their hands into the blood of their sovereigns. No wonder they exercised cruelty against her, who derived her descent from these monarchs. Paulet, her keeper, received orders to take down her canopy, and to serve her no longer with the respect due to sovereign princes. He told her that she was now to be considered a dead person, and incapable of any dignity. This harsh treatment produced not in her any seeming emotion. She only replied that she received her royal character from the hands of the Almighty, and no earthly power was ever able to bereave her of it. The Queen of Scots wrote her last letter to Elizabeth, full of dignity, without departing from that spirit of meekness and of charity which appeared suitable to this concluding scene of her unfortunate life. She preferred no petition for averting the fatal sentence. On the contrary, she expressed her gratitude to Heaven for thus bringing to a speedy period her sad and lamentable pilgrimage. She requested some favours of Elizabeth, and entreated her that she might be beholden for them to her own goodness alone, without making applications to those ministers who had discovered such an extreme malignity against her person and her religion. She desired that after her enemies should be satiated with her innocent blood, her body, which it was determined should never enjoy rest while her soul was united to it, might be consigned to her servants, and be conveyed by them to France, there to repose in a Catholic land with the sacred relics of her mother. In Scotland, she said, the sepulchres of her ancestors were violated, and the churches either demolished or profaned. And in England, where she might be interred among the ancient kings, her own and Elizabeth's progenitors, she could entertain no hopes of being accompanied to the grave with those rites and ceremonies which her religion required. She requested that no one might have the power of inflicting a private death upon her without Elizabeth's knowledge, but that her execution should be public and attended by her ancient servants, who might bear testimony of her perseverance in the faith and of her submission to the will of Heaven. She begged that these servants might afterwards be allowed to depart whithersoever they pleased, and might enjoy those legacies which she should bequeath them. And she conjured her to grant these favours by their near kindred, by the soul and memory of Henry VII., the common ancestor of both, and by the royal dignity of which they equally participated. Elizabeth made no answer to this letter, being unwilling to give Mary a refusal in her present situation, and foreseeing inconveniences from granting some of her requests. While the Queen of Scots thus prepared herself to meet her fate, great efforts were made by foreign powers with Elizabeth to prevent the execution of the sentence pronounced against her. Besides employing L'Aubespine, the French resident at London, a creature of the house of Guise, Henry sent over Bellievre, with a professed intention of interceding for the life of Mary. The Duke of Guise and the League at that time threatened very nearly the king's authority, and Elizabeth knew that though that monarch might from decency and policy think himself obliged to interpose publicly on behalf of the Queen of Scots, he could not secretly be much displeased with the death of a princess, on whose fortune and elevation his mortal enemies had always founded so many daring and ambitious projects. It is even pretended that Bellievre had orders, after making public and vehement remonstrances against the execution of Mary, to exhort privately the Queen, in his master's name, not to defer an act of justice so necessary for their common safety. But whether the French king's intercession were sincere or not, it had no weight with the Queen, and she still persisted in her former resolution. End of section 27, chapter 42, part 2. Section 28 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 28, Chapter 42, Part 3. The interposition of the young King of Scots, though not able to change Elizabeth's determination, seemed on every account to merit more regard. As soon as James heard of the trial and condemnation of his mother, he sent Sir William Keith, a gentleman of his bedchamber, to London, and wrote a letter to the queen, in which he remonstrated in very severe terms against the indignity of the procedure. He said that he was astonished to hear of the presumption of English noblemen and counsellors, who had dared to sit in judgment and pass sentence upon a queen of Scotland, descended from the blood royal of England. But he was still more astonished to hear that thoughts were seriously entertained of putting that sentence in execution; that he entreated Elizabeth to reflect on the dishonour which she would draw on her name, by imbruing her hands in the blood of her near kinswoman, a person of the same royal dignity and of the same sex with herself; that in this unparalleled attempt she offered an affront to all diadems, and even to her own, and by reducing sovereigns to a level with other men, taught the people to neglect all duty towards those whom Providence had appointed to rule over them; that for his part he must deem the injury and insult so enormous as to be incapable of all atonement; nor was it possible for him thenceforward to remain in any terms of correspondence with a person who, without any pretence of legal authority, had deliberately inflicted an ignominious death upon his parent, and that, even if the sentiments of nature and duty did not inspire him with this purpose of vengeance, his honor required it of him; nor could he ever acquit himself in the eyes of the world if he did not use every effort and endure every hazard to revenge so great an indignity. Soon after, James sent the Master of Gray and Sir Robert Melville to enforce the remonstrances of Keith, and to employ with the queen every expedient of argument and menaces. Elizabeth was at first offended with the sharpness of these applications, and she replied in a like strain to the Scottish ambassadors. When she afterwards reflected that this earnestness was no more than what duty required of James, she was pacified, but still retained her resolution of executing the sentence against Mary. It is believed that the Master of Gray, gained by the enemies of that princess, secretly gave his advice not to spare her, and undertook in all events to pacify his master. The queen also, from many considerations, was induced to pay small attention to the applications of James, and to disregard all the efforts which he could employ in behalf of his mother. She was well acquainted with his character and interests, the factions which prevailed among his people, and the inveterate hatred which the zealous Protestants, particularly the preachers, bore to the Queen of Scots. The present incidents set these dispositions of the clergy in a full light. James, observing the fixed purpose of Elizabeth, ordered prayers to be offered up for Mary in all the churches, and knowing the captious humor of the ecclesiastics, he took care that the form of the petition should be most cautious, as well as humane and charitable, that it might please God to illuminate Mary with the light of his truth, and save her from the apparent danger with which she was threatened. But excepting the king's own chaplains, and one clergyman more, all the preachers refused to pollute their churches by prayers for a papist, and would not so much as prefer a petition for her conversion. James, unwilling or unable to punish this disobedience, and desirous of giving the preachers an opportunity of amending their fault, appointed a new day when prayers should be said for his mother, and that he might at least secure himself from any insult in his own presence, he desired the Archbishop of St. Andrews to officiate before him. In order to disappoint this purpose, the clergy instigated one Cooper, a young man who had not yet received holy orders, to take possession of the pulpit early in the morning and to exclude the prelate. When the king came to church and saw the pulpit occupied by Cooper, he called to him from his seat and told him that the place was destined for another. Yet since he was there, if he would obey the charge given and remember the Queen in his prayers, he might proceed to divine service. The preacher replied that he would do as the Spirit of God should direct him. This answer sufficiently instructed James in his purpose, and he commanded him to leave the pulpit. As Cooper seemed not disposed to obey, the captain of the guard went to pull him from his place, upon which the young man cried aloud that this day would be a witness against the king in the great day of the Lord, and he denounced a woe upon the inhabitants of Edinburgh for permitting him to be treated in that manner. The audience at first appeared desirous to take part with him, but the sermon of the prelate brought them over to a more dutiful and more humane disposition. Elizabeth, when solicited, either by James or foreign princes, to pardon the Queen of Scots, seemed always determined to execute the sentence against her. But when her ministers urged her to interpose no more delays, her scruples and her hesitation returned. Her humanity could not allow her to embrace such violent and sanguinary measures, and she was touched with compassion for the misfortunes, and with respect for the dignity of the unhappy prisoner. The courtiers, sensible that they could do nothing more acceptable to her than to employ persuasion on this head, failed not to enforce every motive for the punishment of Mary, and to combat all the objections urged against this act of justice. They said that the treatment of that princess in England had been, on her first reception, such as sound reason and policy required, and if she had been governed by principles of equity, she would not have refused willingly to acquiesce in it. That the obvious inconveniences, either of allowing her to retire into France, or of restoring her by force to her throne, in opposition to the reformers and the English party in Scotland, had obliged the Queen to detain her in England, till time should offer some opportunity of serving her without danger to the kingdom, or to the Protestant religion, that her usage there had been such as became her rank. Her own servants in considerable numbers had been permitted to attend her. Exercise had been allowed for her health, and all access of company for amusement, and these indulgences would in time have been carried further, if by her subsequent conduct she had appeared worthy of them. That after she had instigated the rebellion of Northumberland, the conspiracy of Norfolk, the bull of excommunication of Pope Pius, an invasion from Flanders, after she had seduced the Queen's friends, and incited every enemy, foreign and domestic, against her, it became necessary to treat her as a most dangerous rival, and to render her confinement more strict and rigorous. That the Queen, notwithstanding these repeated provocations, had in her favour rejected the importunity of her parliaments and the advice of her sagest ministers, and was still, in hopes of her amendment, determined to delay coming to the last extremities against her. That Mary, even in this forlorn condition, retained so high and unconquerable a spirit, that she acted as competitor to the crown, and allowed her partisans everywhere, and in their very letters addressed to herself, to treat her as Queen of England, that she had carried her animosity so far as to encourage, in repeated instances, the atrocious design of assassinating the Queen, and this crime was unquestionably proved upon her by her own letters, by the evidence of her secretaries, and by the dying confession of her accomplices. That she was but a titular queen, and at present possessed nowhere any right of sovereignty, much less in England, where the moment she set foot in the kingdom, she voluntarily became subject to the laws, and to Elizabeth, the only true sovereign, that even allowing her to be still the queen's equal in rank and dignity, self-defence was permitted by a law of nature which could never be abrogated, and every one, still more a queen, had sufficient jurisdiction over an enemy who by open violence, and still more who by secret treachery, threatened the utmost danger against her life. That the general combination of the Catholics to exterminate the Protestants was no longer a secret, and as the sole resource of the latter persecuted sect lay in Elizabeth, so the chief hope which the former entertained of final success consisted in the person and in the title of the Queen of Scots. That this very circumstance brought matters to extremity between these princesses, and rendering the life of one the death the other, pointed out to Elizabeth the path which either regard to self-preservation or to the happiness of her people should direct her to pursue, and that necessity, more powerful than policy, thus demanded of the queen that resolution which equity would authorize, and which duty prescribed. When Elizabeth thought that as many importunities had been used, and as much delay interposed, as decency required, she at last determined to carry the sentence into execution. But even in this final resolution she could not proceed without displaying a new scene of duplicity and artifice. In order to alarm the vulgar, rumours were previously dispersed that the Spanish fleet was arrived in Milford Haven, that the Scots had made an irruption into England, that the Duke of Guise was landed in Sussex with a strong army, that the Queen of Scots was escaped from prison and had raised an army, that the northern counties had begun an insurrection, that there was a new conspiracy on foot to assassinate the Queen and set the city of London on fire, nay, that the Queen was actually assassinated. An attempt of this nature was even imputed to L'Aubespine, the French ambassador, and that minister was obliged to leave the kingdom. The queen, affecting to be in terror and perplexity, was observed to sit much alone, pensive and silent, and sometimes to mutter to herself half sentences, importing the difficulty and distress to which she was reduced. She at last called Davison, a man of parts, but easy to be imposed on, and who had lately for that very reason been made secretary, and she ordered him privately to draw a warrant for the execution of the Queen of Scots, which she afterwards said she intended to keep by her in case any attempt should be made for the deliverance of that princess. She signed the warrant, and then commanded Davison to carry it to the chancellor, in order to have the great seal appended to it. Next day she sent Killigrew to Davison, enjoining him to forbear some time executing her former orders, and when Davison came and told her that the warrant had already passed the great seal, she seemed to be somewhat moved, and blamed him for his precipitation. Davison, being in perplexity, acquainted the council with this whole transaction, and they endeavoured to persuade him to send off Beale with the warrant. If the Queen should be displeased, they promised to justify his conduct and to take on themselves the whole blame of this measure. The secretary, not sufficiently aware of their intention, complied with the advice, and the warrant was dispatched to the Earls of Shrewsbury and Kent, and some others, ordering them to see the sentence executed upon the Queen of Scots. The two earls came to Fotheringay Castle, and being introduced to Mary, informed her of their commission, and desired her to prepare for death next morning at 8 o'clock. She seemed nowise terrified, though somewhat surprised with the intelligence. She said with a cheerful and even a smiling countenance that she did not think the Queen, her sister, would have consented to her death, or have executed the sentence against a person not subject to the laws and jurisdiction of England. But as such is her will, said she, death, which puts an end to all my miseries, shall be to me most welcome, nor can I esteem that soul worthy the felicities of heaven, which cannot support the body under the horrors of the last passage to these blissful mansions. She then requested the two noblemen that they would permit some of her servants, and particularly her confessor, to attend her. But they told her that compliance with this last demand was contrary to their conscience, and that Dr. Fletcher, Dean of Peterborough, a man of great learning, should be present to instruct her in the principles of true religion. Her refusal to have any conference with this divine inflamed the zeal of the Earl of Kent, and he bluntly told her that her death would be the life of their religion, as, on the contrary, her life would have been the death of it. Mention being made of Babington, she constantly denied his conspiracy to have been at all known to her, and the revenge of her wrongs she resigned into the hands of the Almighty. When the earls had left her, she ordered supper to be hastened, that she might have the more leisure after it to finish the few affairs which remained to her in this world, and to prepare for her passage to another. It was necessary for her, she said, to take some sustenance, lest a failure of her bodily strength should depress her spirits on the morrow, and lest her behaviour should thereby betray a weakness unworthy of herself. She supped sparingly, as her manner usually was, and her wonted cheerfulness did not even desert her on this occasion. She comforted her servants under the affliction which overwhelmed them, and which was too violent for them to conceal it from her. Turning to Bourgoin, her physician, she asked him whether he did not remark the great and invincible force of truth. They pretend, said she, that I must die because I conspired against their queen's life. But the Earl of Kent avowed that there was no other cause of my death than the apprehensions which, if I should live, they entertain for their religion. My constancy in the faith is my real crime. The rest is only a colour, invented by interested and designing men. Towards the end of supper she called in all her servants, and drank to them. They pledged her in order on their knees, and craved her pardon for any past neglect of their duty. She deigned in return to ask for a pardon for her offences towards them, and a plentiful effusion of tears attended this last solemn farewell and exchange of mutual forgiveness. Mary's care of her servants was the sole remaining affair which employed her concern. She perused her will, in which she had provided for them by legacies. She ordered the inventory of her goods, clothes, and jewels to be brought to her, and she wrote down the names of those to whom she bequeathed each particular. To some she distributed money with her own hands, and she adapted the recompense to their different degrees of rank and merit. She wrote also letters of recommendation for her servants to the French king, and to her cousin the Duke of Guise, whom she made the chief executor of her testament. At her wonted time she went to bed, slept some hours, and then rising, spent the rest of the night in prayer. Having foreseen the difficulty of exercising the rites of her religion, she had had the precaution to obtain a consecrated host from the hands of Pope Pius, and she had reserved the use of it for this last period of her life. By this expedient she supplied, as much as she could, the want of a priest and confessor, who was refused her. Towards the morning she dressed herself in a rich habit of silk and velvet, the only one which she had reserved to herself. She told her maids that she would willingly have left them this dress rather than the plain garb which she wore the day before, but it was necessary for her to appear at the ensuing solemnity in a decent habit. Thomas Andrews, sheriff of the county, entered the room and informed her that the hour was come, and that he must attend her to the place of execution. She replied that she was ready, and bidding adieu to her servants, she leaned on two of Sir Amias Paulet's guards, because of an infirmity in her limbs, and she followed the sheriff with a serene and composed countenance. In passing through a hall adjoining to her chamber, she was met by the Earls of Shrewsbury and Kent, Sir Amias Paulet, Sir Drew Drury, and many other gentlemen of distinction. Here she also found Sir Andrew Melville, her steward, who flung himself on his knees before her, and wringing his hands, cried aloud, "Ah, madam, unhappy me! What man was ever before the messenger of such heavy tidings as I must carry when I shall return to my native country, and shall report that I saw my gracious queen and mistress beheaded in England?" His tears prevented further speech, and Mary too felt herself moved, more from sympathy than affliction. "Cease, my good servant," said she, "cease to lament. Thou hast cause rather to rejoice than to mourn, for now shalt thou see the troubles of Mary Stuart receive their long-expected period and completion. Know," continued she, "good servant, that all the world at best is vanity, and subject still to more sorrow than a whole ocean of tears is able to bewail. But I pray thee carry this message from me, that I die a true woman to my religion, and unalterable in my affections to Scotland and to France. Heaven forgive them that have long desired my end, and have thirsted for my blood, as the hart panteth after the water brooks. O God," added she, "thou art the author of truth, and truth itself. Thou knowest the inmost recesses of my heart. Thou knowest that I was ever desirous to preserve an entire union between Scotland and England, and to obviate the source of all these fatal discords. But recommend me, Melville, to my son, and tell him, that notwithstanding all my distresses, I have done nothing prejudicial to the state and kingdom of Scotland." After these words, reclining herself with weeping eyes, and face bedewed with tears, she kissed him. "And so," said she, "good Melville, farewell once again. Farewell, good Melville, and grant the assistance of thy prayers to thy queen and mistress." End of section 28, chapter 42, part 3. Section 29 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 29, Chapter 42, Part 4. She next turned to the noblemen who attended her and made a petition in behalf of her servants, that they might be well treated, be allowed to enjoy the presents which she had made them, and be sent safely into their own country. Having received a favourable answer, she preferred another request, that they might be permitted to attend her at her death, in order, said she, that their eyes may behold and their hearts bear witness how patiently their queen and mistress can submit to her execution, and how constantly she perseveres in her attachment to her religion. The Earl of Kent opposed this desire, and told her that they would be apt, by their speeches and cries, to disturb both herself and the spectators. He was also apprehensive lest they should practise some superstition not meet for him to suffer, such as dipping their handkerchiefs in her blood, for that was the instance which he made use of. My lord, said the Queen of Scots, I will give my word, although it be but dead, that they shall not incur any blame in any of the actions which you have named. But alas, poor souls, it would be a great consolation for them to bid their mistress farewell. And I hope, added she, that your mistress, being a maiden queen, would vouchsafe in regard of womanhood, that I should have some of my own people about me at my death. I know that her majesty hath not given you any such strict command, but that you might grant me a request of far greater courtesy, even though I were a woman of inferior rank to that which I bear. Finding that the Earl of Kent persisted still in his refusal, her mind, which had fortified itself against the terrors of death, was affected by this indignity, for which she was not prepared. I am cousin to your queen, cried she, and descended from the blood royal of Henry VII, and a married queen of France, and an anointed queen of Scotland. The commissioners, perceiving how invidious their obstinacy would appear, conferred a little together, and agreed that she might carry a few of her servants along with her. She made a choice of 4 men and 2 maidservants for that purpose. She then passed into another hall, where was erected the scaffold, covered in black, and she saw, with an undismayed countenance, the executioners and all the preparations of death. The room was crowded with spectators, and no one was so steeled against all sentiments of humanity as not to be moved when he reflected on her royal dignity, considered the surprising train of her misfortunes, beheld her mild but inflexible constancy, recalled her amiable accomplishments, or surveyed her beauties, which, though faded by years, and yet more by her afflictions, still discovered themselves in this fatal moment. Here the warrant for her execution was read to her, and during this ceremony she was silent, but showed in her behavior an indifference and unconcern, as if the business had nowise regarded her. Before the executioners performed their office, the Dean of Peterborough stepped forth, and though the queen frequently told him that he needed not concern himself about her, that she was settled in the ancient Catholic and Roman religion, and that she meant to lay down her life in defense of that faith, he still thought it his duty to persist in his lectures and exhortations, and to endeavour her conversion. The terms which he employed were, under colour of pious instructions, cruel insults on her unfortunate situation, and, besides their own absurdity, may be regarded as the most mortifying indignities to which she had ever yet been exposed. He told her that the Queen of England had on this occasion shown a tender care of her, and, notwithstanding the punishment justly to be inflicted on her for her manifold trespasses, was determined to use every expedient for saving her soul from that destruction with which it was so nearly threatened, that she was now standing upon the brink of eternity, and had no other means of escaping endless perdition than by repenting her former wickedness, by justifying the sentence pronounced against her, by acknowledging the Queen's favours, and by exerting a true and lively faith in Christ Jesus, that the Scriptures were the only rule of doctrine, the merits of Christ the only means of salvation, and if she trusted in the inventions or devices of men, she must expect in an instant to fall into utter darkness, into a place where shall be weeping, howling, and gnashing of teeth. That the hand of death was upon her, the axe was laid to the root of the tree, the throne of the great Judge of heaven was erected, the book of her life was spread wide, and the particular sentence and judgment was ready to be pronounced upon her, and that it was now, during this important moment, in her choice, either to rise to the resurrection of life and hear that joyful salutation, "Come, ye blessed of my Father," or to share the resurrection of condemnation, replete with sorrow and anguish, and to suffer that dreadful denunciation, "Go, ye cursed, into everlasting fire." During this discourse, Mary could not sometimes forbear betraying her impatience, by interrupting the preacher, and the dean, finding that he had profited nothing by his lecture, at last bade her change her opinion, repent of her former wickedness, and settle her faith upon this ground, that only in Christ Jesus could she hope to be saved. She answered again and again, with great earnestness, "Trouble not yourself any more about the matter, for I was born in this religion, I have lived in this religion, and in this religion I am resolved to die." Even the two earls perceived that it was fruitless to harass her any further with theological disputes, and they ordered the dean to desist from his unseasonable exhortations, and to pray for her conversion. During the dean's prayer, she employed herself in private devotion from the office of the Virgin, and after he had finished, she pronounced aloud some petitions in English, for the afflicted church, for an end of her own troubles, for her son, and for Queen Elizabeth, and prayed God that the princess might long prosper, and be employed in his service. The Earl of Kent, observing that in her devotions she made frequent use of the crucifix, could not forbear reproving her for her attachment to that popish trumpery, as he termed it, and he exhorted her to have Christ in her heart, not in her hand. She replied with presence of mind that it was difficult to hold such an object in her hand without feeling her heart touched with some compunction. She now began, with the aid of her two women, to disrobe herself, and the executioner also lent his hand to assist them. She smiled and said that she was not accustomed to undress herself before so large a company, nor to be served by such valets. Her servants, seeing her in this condition, ready to lay her head upon the block, burst into tears and lamentations. she turned about to them, put her finger upon her lips as a sign of imposing silence upon them, and having given them her blessing, desired them to pray for her. One of her maids, whom she had appointed for that purpose, covered her eyes with a handkerchief. She laid herself down without any sign of fear or trepidation, and her head was severed from her body at 2 strokes by the executioner. He instantly held it up to the spectators, streaming with blood, and agitated with the convulsions of death. The Dean of Peterborough alone exclaimed, "So perish all Queen Elizabeth's enemies." The Earl of Kent alone replied, "Amen." The attention of all the other spectators was fixed on the melancholy scene before them, and zeal and flattery alike gave place to present pity and admiration of the expiring princess. Thus perished, in the 45th year of her age, and 19th of her captivity in England, Mary, Queen of Scots, a woman of great accomplishments, both of body and mind, natural as well as acquired, but unfortunate in her life, and during one period very unhappy in her conduct. The beauties of her person and graces of her air combined to make her the most amiable of women, and the charms of her dress and conversation aided the impression which her lovely figure made on the hearts of all beholders. Ambitious and active in her temper, yet inclined to cheerfulness and society, of a lofty spirit, constant and even vehement in her purpose, yet polite and gentle, and affable in her demeanour. She seemed to partake only so much of the male virtues as to render her estimable, without relinquishing those soft graces which compose the proper ornament of her sex. In order to form a just idea of her character, we must set aside one part of her conduct. While she abandoned herself to the guidance of a profligate man, and must consider these faults, whether we admit them to be imprudences or crimes, as the result of an inexplicable, though not uncommon inconstancy in the human mind, of the frailty of our nature, of the violence of passion, and of the influence which situations and sometimes momentary incidents have on persons whose principles are not thoroughly confirmed by experience and reflection. Enraged by the ungrateful conduct of her husband, seduced by the treacherous counsels of one in whom she reposed confidence, transported by the violence of her own temper, which never lay sufficiently under the guidance of discretion, she was betrayed into actions which may with some difficulty be accounted for, but which admit of no apology, nor even of alleviation. An enumeration of her qualities might carry the appearance of a panegyric. An account of her conduct must, in some parts, wear the aspect of severe satire and invective. Her numerous misfortunes, the solitude of her long and tedious captivity, and the persecutions to which she had been exposed on account of her religion, had wrought her up to a degree of bigotry during her later years, and such were the prevalent spirit and principles of the age, that it is the less wonder if her zeal, her resentment, and her interest uniting, induced her to give consent to a design which conspirators, actuated only by the first of these motives, had formed against the life of Elizabeth. When the Queen was informed of Mary's execution, she affected the utmost surprise and indignation. Her countenance changed, her speech faltered and failed her. For a long time her sorrow was so deep that she could not express it, but stood fixed like a statue in silence and mute astonishment. After her grief was able to find vent, it burst out in loud wailings and lamentations. She put herself in deep mourning for this deplorable event, and she was seen perpetually bathed in tears, and surrounded only by her maids and women. None of her ministers or counsellors dared to approach her, or if any had such temerity, she chased them from her, with the most violent expressions of rage and resentment. They had all of them been guilty of an unpardonable crime, in putting to death her dear sister and kinswoman, contrary to her fixed purpose, of which they were sufficiently apprised and acquainted. No sooner was her sorrow so much abated as to leave room for reflection, than she wrote a letter of apology to the King of Scots, and sent it by Sir Robert Carey, son of Lord Hunsdon. She there told him that she wished he knew, but not felt, the unutterable grief which she experienced on account of that lamentable accident, which, without her knowledge, much less concurrence, had happened in England. That as her pen trembled when she attempted to write it, she found herself obliged to commit the relation of it to the messenger, her kinsman, who would likewise inform his majesty of every circumstance attending this dismal and unlooked-for misfortune. That she appealed to the supreme judge of heaven and earth for her innocence, and was also so happy amidst her other afflictions as to find that many persons in her court could bear witness to her veracity in this protestation, that she abhorred dissimulation, deemed nothing more worthy of a prince than a sincere and open conduct, and could never surely be esteemed so base and poor-spirited as that, if she had really given orders for this fatal execution, she could on any consideration be induced to deny them; that though sensible of the justice of the sentence pronounced against the unhappy prisoner, she determined from clemency never to carry it into execution, and could not but resent the temerity of those who on this occasion had disappointed her intention, and that as no one loved him more dearly than herself, or bore a more anxious concern for his welfare, she hoped that he would consider every one as his enemy who endeavored, on account of the present incident, to excite any animosity between them. In order the better to appease James, she committed Davison to prison, and ordered him to be tried in the Star Chamber for his misdemeanor. The secretary was confounded, and being sensible of the danger which must attend his entering into a contest with the queen, he expressed penitence for his error, and submitted very patiently to be railed at by those very counsellors whose persuasion had induced him to incur the guilt, and who had promised to countenance and protect him. He was condemned to imprisonment during the queen's pleasure, and to pay a fine of 10,000 pounds. He remained a long time in custody, and the fine, though it reduced him to beggary, was rigorously levied upon him. All the favor which he could obtain from the queen was sending him some small supplies from time to time to keep him from perishing in necessity. He privately wrote an apology to his friend Walsingham, which contains many curious particulars. The French and Scotch ambassadors, he said, had been remonstrating with the queen in Mary's behalf, and immediately after their departure she commanded him, of her own accord, to deliver her the warrant for the execution of the princess. She signed it readily, and ordered it to be sealed with the great seal of England. She appeared in such good humour on the occasion that she said to him in a jocular manner, "Go, tell all this to Walsingham, who is now sick, though I fear he will die of sorrow when he hears of it." She added that though she had so long delayed the execution, lest she should seem to be actuated by malice or cruelty, she was, all along sensible of the necessity of it. In the same conversation, she blamed Drury and Paulet, that they had not before eased her of this trouble, and she expressed her desire that Walsingham would bring them to compliance in that particular. She was so bent on this purpose, that some time after she asked Davison whether any letter had come from Paulet with regard to the service expected of him. Davison showed her Paulet's letter, in which that gentleman positively refused to act anything inconsistent with the principles of honour and justice. The queen fell into a passion and accused Paulet as well as Drury of perjury, because, having taken the oath of association in which they had bound themselves to avenge her wrongs, they had yet refused to lend their hand on this occasion. But others, she said, will be found less scrupulous. Davison adds that nothing but the consent and exhortations of the whole council could have engaged him to send off the warrant. He was well aware of his danger, and remembered that the queen, after having ordered the execution of the Duke of Norfolk, had endeavoured in a like manner to throw the whole blame and odium of that action upon Lord Burleigh. Elizabeth's dissimulation was so gross that it could deceive nobody who was not previously resolved to be blinded. But as James's concern for his mother was certainly more sincere and cordial, he discovered the highest resentment, and refused to admit Carey into his presence. He recalled his ambassadors from England, and seemed to breathe nothing but war and vengeance. The states of Scotland, being assembled, took part in his anger, and professed that they were ready to spend their lives and fortunes in revenge of his mother's death, and in defence of his title to the crown of England. Many of his nobility instigated him to take arms. Lord Sinclair, when the courtiers appeared in deep mourning, presented himself to the king arrayed in complete armour, and said that this was the proper mourning for the queen. The Catholics took the opportunity of exhorting James to make an alliance with the king of Spain, to lay immediate claim to the crown of England, and to prevent the ruin which, from his mother's example, he might conclude would certainly, if Elizabeth's power prevailed, overwhelm his person and his kingdom. The queen was sensible of the danger attending these counsels, and after allowing James some decent interval to vent his grief and anger, she employed her emissaries to pacify him, and to set before him every motive of hope or fear which might induce him to live in amity with her. Walsingham wrote to Lord Thirlstone, James's secretary, a judicious letter to the same purpose. He said that he was much surprised to hear of the violent resolutions taken in Scotland, and of the passions discovered by a prince of so much judgment and temper as James. That a war founded merely on the principle of revenge, and that too on account of an act of justice which necessity had extorted, would for ever be exposed to censure, and could not be excused by any principles of equity or reason. That if these views were deemed less momentous among princes, policy and interest ought certainly to be attended to, and these motives did still more evidently oppose all thoughts of a rupture with Elizabeth, and all revival of exploded claims to the English throne, that the inequality between the two kingdoms deprived James of any hopes of success. If he trusted merely to the force of his own state, and had no recourse to foreign powers for assistance, that the objections attending the introduction of succours from a more potent monarch appeared so evident from all the transactions of history, that they could not escape a person of the king's extensive knowledge. But there were in the present case several peculiar circumstances, which ought forever to deter him from having recourse to so dangerous an expedient. That the French monarch, the ancient ally of Scotland, might willingly use the assistance of that kingdom against England, but would be displeased to see the union of these two kingdoms in the person of James, a union which would ever after exclude him from practising that policy, formerly so useful to the French and so pernicious to the Scottish nation. That Henry, besides infested with faction and domestic war, was not in a condition of supporting distant allies, much less would he expose himself to any hazard or expense in order to aggrandize a near kinsman of the house of Guise, the most determined enemies of his repose and authority. That the extensive power and exorbitant ambition of the Spanish monarch rendered him a still more dangerous ally to Scotland, and as he evidently aspired to a universal monarchy in the West, and had in particular advanced some claims to England as if he were descended from the house of Lancaster, he was at the same time the common enemy of all princes who wished to maintain their independence, and the immediate rival and competitor of the King of Scots. That the queen, by her own naval power and her alliance with the Hollanders, would probably intercept all succors which might be sent to James from abroad, and be enabled to decide the controversy in this island with the superior forces of her own kingdom, opposed to those of Scotland. That if the king revived his mother's pretensions to the crown of England, he must also embrace her religion, by which alone they could be justified, and must therefore undergo the infamy of abandoning those principles in which he had been strictly educated, and to which he had hitherto religiously adhered. That as he would, by such an apostasy, totally alienate all the Protestants in Scotland and England, and he could never gain the confidence of the Catholics, who would still entertain reasonable doubts of his sincerity. That by advancing a present claim to the crown, he forfeited the certain prospect of his succession, and revived that national animosity which the late peace and alliance between the kingdoms had happily extinguished. That the whole gentry and nobility of England had openly declared themselves for the execution of the Queen of Scots, and if James showed such violent resentment against that act of justice, they would be obliged, for their own security, to prevent forever so implacable a prince from ruling over them, and that, however some persons might represent his honor as engaged to seek vengeance for the present affront and injury, the true honor of a prince consisted in wisdom and moderation and justice, not in following the dictates of blind passion, or in pursuing revenge at the expense of every motive and every interest. End of section 29, chapter 42, part 4. Section 30 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 30, Chapter 42, Part 5. These considerations, joined to the peaceable, unambitious temper of the young prince, prevailed over his resentment, and he fell gradually into a good correspondence with the court of England. It is probable that the queen's chief object in her dissimulation with regard to the execution of Mary was that she might thereby afford James a decent pretence for renewing his amity with her, on which their mutual interests so much depended. While Elizabeth ensured tranquillity from the attempts of her nearest neighbour, she was not negligent of more distant dangers. Hearing that Philip, though he seemed to dissemble the daily insults and injuries which he received from the English, was secretly preparing a great navy to attack her, he sent Sir Francis Drake with a fleet to intercept his supplies, to pillage his coast, and to destroy his shipping. Drake carried out 4 capital ships of the Queen's, and 26 great and small, with which the London merchants, in hope of sharing in the plunder, had supplied him. Having learned from 2 Dutch ships, which he met with in his passage, that a Spanish fleet richly laden was lying at Cadiz, ready to sail for Lisbon, the rendezvous of the intended armada, he bent his course to the former harbour, and boldly, as well as fortunately, made an attack on the enemy. He obliged 6 galleys, which made head against him, to take shelter under the forts. He burned about 100 vessels laden with ammunition and naval stores, and he destroyed a great ship of the Marquis of Santa Croce. Thence he set sail for Cape St. Vincent, and took by assault the castle situated on that promontory, with 3 other fortresses. He next insulted Lisbon, and finding that the merchants, who had engaged entirely in expectation of profit, were discontented at these military enterprises, he set sail for the Terceras, with an intention of lying in wait for a rich carrack, which was expected in those parts. He was so fortunate as to meet with his prize, and by this short expedition, in which the public bore so small a share, the adventurers were encouraged to attempt further enterprises. The English seamen learned to despise the great unwieldy ships of the enemy. The naval preparations of Spain were destroyed. The intended expedition against England was retarded a 12-month, and the Queen thereby had leisure to take more secure measures against that formidable invasion. This year Thomas Cavendish, a gentleman of Devonshire, who had dissipated a good estate by living at court, being resolved to repair his fortune at the expense of the Spaniards, fitted out 3 ships at Plymouth, one of 120 tons, another of 60, and a third of 40. And with these small vessels he ventured into the South Sea, and committed great depredations on the Spaniards. He took 19 vessels, some of which were richly laden, and returning by the Cape of Good Hope, he came to London, and entered the river in a kind of triumph. His mariners and soldiers were clothed in silk, his sails were of damask, his topsail cloth of gold, and his prizes were esteemed the richest that had ever been brought into England. The land enterprises of the English were not, during this campaign, so advantageous or honorable to the nation. The important place of Deventer was entrusted by Leicester to William Stanley, with a garrison of 1,200 English, and this gentleman, being a Catholic, was alarmed at the discovery of Babington's conspiracy, and became apprehensive lest every one of his religion should thenceforth be treated with distrust in England. He entered into a correspondence with the Spaniards, betrayed the city to them for a sum of money, and engaged the whole garrison to desert with him to the Spanish service. Roland York, who commanded a fort near Zutphen, imitated his example, and the Hollanders, formerly disgusted with Leicester and suspicious of the English, broke out into loud complaints against the improvidence, if not the treachery, of his administration. Soon after, he himself arrived in the Low Countries, but his conduct was no wise calculated to give them satisfaction, or to remove the suspicions which they had entertained against him. The Prince of Parma, having besieged Sluys, Leicester attempted to relieve the place, first by sea, then by land, but failed in both enterprises. And as he had ascribed his bad success to the ill behavior of the Hollanders, they were equally free in reflections upon his conduct. The breach between them became wider every day. They slighted his authority, opposed his measures, and neglected his counsels, while he endeavored by an imperious behavior and by violence to recover that influence which he had lost by his imprudent and ill-concerted measures. He was even suspected by the Dutch of a design to usurp upon their liberties, and the jealousy entertained against him began to extend towards the queen herself. That princess had made some advances towards a peace with Spain. A congress had been opened at Bourbourg, a village near Gravelines, and though the two courts, especially that of Spain, had no other intention than to amuse each of them its enemy by negotiation, and mutually relax the preparations for defence or attack, the Dutch, who were determined on no terms to return under the Spanish yoke, became apprehensive lest their liberty should be sacrificed to the political interests of England. But the queen, who knew the importance of her alliance with the states during the present conjuncture, was resolved to give them entire satisfaction by recalling Leicester, and commanding him to resign his government. Maurice, son of the late Prince of Orange, a youth of 20 years of age, was elected by the States Governor in his place, and Peregrine, Lord Willoughby, was appointed by the Queen commander of the English forces. The measures of these two generals were much embarrassed by the malignity of Leicester, who had left a faction behind him, and who still attempted, by means of his emissaries, to disturb all the operations of the states. As soon as Elizabeth received intelligence of these disorders, she took care to redress them, and she obliged all the partisans of England to fall into unanimity with Prince Maurice. But though her good sense so far prevailed over her partiality to Leicester, she never could be made fully sensible of his vices and incapacity. The submissions which he made her restored him to her wonted favour, and Lord Buckhurst, who had accused him of misconduct in Holland, lost her confidence for some time, and was even committed to custody. Sir Christopher Hatton was another favourite who at this time received some marks of her partiality. Though he had never followed the profession of the law, he was made chancellor in the place of Bromley, deceased, but notwithstanding all the expectations and perhaps wishes of the lawyers, he behaved in a manner not unworthy of that high station. His good natural capacity supplied the place of experience and study, and his decisions were not found deficient, either in point of equity or judgment. His enemies had contributed to this promotion, in hopes that his absence from court, while he attended the business of chancery, would gradually estrange the queen from him, and give them an opportunity of undermining him in her favour. These little intrigues and cabals of the court were silenced by the account which came from all quarters of the vast preparations made by the Spaniards for the invasion of England and for the entire conquest of that kingdom. Philip, though he had not yet declared war on account of the hostilities which Elizabeth everywhere committed upon him, had long harboured a secret and violent desire of revenge against her. His ambition also, and the hopes of extending his empire, were much encouraged by the present prosperous state of his affairs, by the conquest of Portugal, the acquisition of the East Indian commerce and settlements, and the yearly importation of vast treasures from America. The point on which he rested his highest glory, the perpetual object of his policy, was to support orthodoxy and exterminate heresy; and as the power and credit of Elizabeth were the chief bulwark of the Protestants, he hoped, if he could subdue that princess, to acquire the eternal renown of reuniting the whole Christian world in the Catholic communion. Above all, his indignation against his revolted subjects in the Netherlands instigated him to attack the English, who had encouraged that insurrection, and who, by their vicinity, were so well enabled to support the Hollanders, that he could never hope to reduce these rebels, while the power of that kingdom remained entire and unbroken. To subdue England seemed a necessary preparative to the re-establishment of his authority in the Netherlands; and, notwithstanding appearances, the former was itself as a more important, so a more easy undertaking than the latter. The kingdom lay nearer Spain than the Low Countries, and was more exposed to invasions from that quarter. After an enemy had once obtained entrance, the difficulty seemed to be over, as it was neither fortified by land or nature. A long peace had deprived it of all military discipline and experience, and the Catholics, in which it still abounded, would be ready, it was hoped, to join any invader who should free them from those persecutions under which they labored, and should revenge the death of the Queen of Scots, on whom they had fixed all their attention. The fate of England must be decided in one battle at sea and another at land; and what comparison between the English and Spaniards, either in point of naval force, or in the numbers, reputation, and veteran bravery of their armies? Besides the acquisition of so great a kingdom, success against England ensured the immediate subjection of the Hollanders, who, attacked on every hand and deprived of all support, must yield their stubborn necks to that yoke which they had so long resisted. Happily, this conquest, as it was of the utmost importance to the grandeur of Spain, would not at present be opposed by the jealousy of other powers, naturally so much interested to prevent the success of the enterprise. A truce was lately concluded with the Turks. The empire was in the hands of a friend and near ally, and France, the perpetual rival of Spain, was so torn with intestine commotions that she had no leisure to pay attention to her foreign interests. This favorable opportunity, therefore, which might never again present itself, must be seized, and one bold effort made for acquiring that ascendant in Europe to which the present greatness and prosperity of the Spaniards seemed so fully to entitle them. These hopes and motives engaged Philip, notwithstanding his cautious temper, to undertake this hazardous enterprise; and though the prince, now created by the Pope Duke of Parma, when consulted opposed the attempt, at least represented the necessity of previously getting possession of some seaport town in the Netherlands which might afford a retreat to the Spanish navy, it was determined by the Catholic monarch to proceed immediately to the execution of his ambitious project. During some time he had been secretly making preparations. Out as soon as the resolution was fully taken, every part of his vast empire resounded with the noise of armaments, and all his ministers, generals, and admirals were employed in forwarding the design. The Marquis of Santa Croce, a sea officer of great reputation and experience, was destined to command the fleet, and by his counsels were the naval equipments conducted. In all the ports of Sicily, Naples, Spain, and Portugal, artisans were employed in building vessels of uncommon size and force. Naval stores were bought at a great expense, provisions amassed, armies levied and quartered in the maritime towns of Spain, and plans laid for fitting out such a fleet and embarkation as had never before had its equal in Europe. The military preparations in Flanders were no less formidable. Troops from all quarters were every moment assembling to reinforce the Duke of Parma. Capizucchi and Spinelli conducted forces from Italy. The Marquis of Borgaut, a prince of the House of Austria, levied troops in Germany. The Walloon and Burgundian regiments were completed or augmented. The Spanish infantry was supplied with recruits, and an army of 34,000 men was assembled in the Netherlands, and kept in readiness to be transported into England. The Duke of Parma employed all the carpenters whom he could procure, either in Flanders or in Lower Germany and the coasts of the Baltic, and he built at Dunkirk and Newport, but especially at Antwerp, a great number of boats and flat-bottomed vessels for the transporting of his infantry and cavalry. The most renowned nobility and princes of Italy and Spain were ambitious of sharing in the honour of this great enterprise. Don Amadeus of Savoy, Don John of Medicis, Vespasian Gonzaga, Duke of Sabionetta, and the Duke of Pastrana hastened to join the army under the Duke of Parma. About 2,000 volunteers in Spain, many of them men of family, had enlisted in the service. No doubts were entertained, but such vast preparations, conducted by officers of such consummate skill, must finally be successful, and the Spaniards, ostentatious of their power and elated with vain hopes, had already denominated their navy the Invincible Armada. News of these extraordinary preparations soon reached the court of London, and notwithstanding the secrecy of the Spanish council, and their pretending to employ this force in the Indies, it was easily concluded that they meant to make some effort against England. The queen had foreseen the invasion, and finding that she must now contend for her crown with the whole force of Spain, she made preparations for resistance. Nor was she dismayed with that power by which all Europe apprehended she must of necessity be overwhelmed. Her force, indeed, seemed very unequal to resist so potent an enemy. All the sailors in England amounted at that time to about 14,000 men. The size of the English shipping was in general so small that, except a few of the Queen's ships of war, there were not 4 vessels belonging to the merchants which exceeded 400 tons. The Royal Navy consisted of only 28 sail, many of which were of small size. None of them exceeded the bulk of our largest frigates, and most of them deserved rather the name of pinnaces than of ships. The only advantage of the English fleet consisted in the dexterity and courage of the seamen, who, being accustomed to sail in tempestuous seas and expose themselves to all dangers, as much exceeded in this particular the Spanish mariners, as their vessels were inferior in size and force to those of that nation. All the commercial towns of England were required to furnish ships for reinforcing this small navy, and they discovered on the present occasion great alacrity in defending their liberty and religion against those imminent perils with which they were menaced. The citizens of London, in order to show their zeal in the common cause, instead of 15 vessels which they were commanded to equip, voluntarily fitted out double the number. The gentry and nobility hired and armed and manned 43 ships at their own charge, and all the loans of money which the Queen demanded were frankly granted by the persons applied to. Lord Howard of Effingham, a man of courage and capacity, was admiral, and took on him the command of the navy. Drake, Hawkins, and Frobisher, the most renowned seamen in Europe, served under him. The principal fleet was stationed at Plymouth. A smaller squadron, consisting of 40 vessels, English and Flemish, was commanded by Lord Seymour, second son of Protector Somerset, and lay off Dunkirk in order to intercept the Duke of Parma. The land forces of England, compared to those of Spain, possessed contrary qualities to its naval power. They were more numerous than the enemy, but much inferior in discipline, reputation, and experience. An army of 20,000 men was disposed in different bodies along the south coast, and orders were given them, if they could not prevent the landing of the Spaniards, to retire backwards, to waste the country around, and wait for reinforcement from the neighboring counties before they approached the enemy. A body of 22,000 foot and 1,000 horse, under the command of the Earl of Leicester, was stationed at Tilbury in order to defend the capital. The principal army consisted of 34,000 foot and 2,000 horse, and was commanded by Lord Hunsdon. These forces were reserved for guarding the Queen's person, and were appointed to march whithersoever the enemy should appear. The fate of England, if all the Spanish armies should be able to land, seemed to depend on the issue of a single battle, and men of reflection entertained the most dismal apprehensions when they considered the force of 50,000 veteran Spaniards, commanded by experienced officers, under the Duke of Parma, the most consummate general of the age, and compared this formidable armament with the military power which England, not enervated by peace, but long disused to war, could muster up against it. The chief support of the kingdom seemed to consist in the vigour and prudence of the Queen's conduct, who, undismayed by the present dangers, issued all her orders with tranquillity, animated her people to a steady resistance, and employed every resource which either her domestic situation or her foreign alliances could afford her. She sent Sir Robert Sidney into Scotland, and exhorted the king to remain attached to her, and to consider the danger at which present menaced his sovereignty no less than her own, from the ambition of the Spanish tyrant. The ambassador found James well disposed to cultivate a union with England, and that prince even kept himself prepared to march with the force of his whole kingdom to the assistance of Elizabeth. Her authority with the king of Denmark, and the tie of their common religion, engaged this monarch, upon her application, to seize a squadron of ships which Philip had bought or hired in the Danish harbors. The Hanse Towns, though not at that time on good terms with Elizabeth, were induced by the same motives to retard so long the equipment of some vessels in their ports, that they became useless to the purpose of invading England. All the Protestants throughout Europe regarded this enterprise as the critical event which was to decide forever the fate of their religion, and though unable, by reason of their distance, to join their force to that of Elizabeth, they kept their eyes fixed on her conduct and fortune, and beheld with anxiety mixed with admiration the intrepid countenance with which she encountered that dreadful tempest which was every moment advancing towards her. The queen was also sensible that, next to the general popularity which she enjoyed, and the confidence which her subjects reposed in her prudent government, the firmest support of her throne consisted in the general zeal of the people for the Protestant religion, and the strong prejudices which they had imbibed against popery. She took care on the present occasion to revive in the nation this attachment to their own sect, and this abhorrence of the opposite. The English were reminded of their former danger from the tyranny of Spain. All the barbarities exercised by Mary against the Protestants were ascribed to the counsels of that bigoted and imperious nation. The bloody massacres in the Indies, the unrelenting executions in the Low Countries, the horrid cruelties and iniquities of the Inquisition were set before men's eyes. A list and description was published, and pictures dispersed of the several instruments of torture with which it was pretended the Spanish armada was loaded, and every artifice as well as reason was employed to animate the people to a vigorous defence of their religion, their laws, and their liberties. End of section 30, chapter 42, part 5. Section 31 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 31, Chapter 42, Part 6. But while the Queen, in this critical emergence, roused the animosity of the nation against popery, she treated the partisans of that sect with moderation, and gave not way to an undistinguishing fury against them, though she knew that Sixtus Quintus, the present pope, famous for his capacity and his tyranny, had fulminated a new bull of communication against her, had deposed her, had absolved her subjects from their oaths of allegiance, had published a crusade against England, and had granted plenary indulgences to everyone engaged in the present invasion, she would not believe that all her Catholic subjects could be so blinded as to sacrifice to bigotry their duty to their sovereign, and the liberty and independence of their native country. She rejected all violent counsels by which she was urged to seek pretences for dispatching the leaders of that party. She would not even confine any considerable number of them, and the Catholics, sensible of this good usage, generally expressed great zeal for the public service. Some gentlemen of that sect, conscious that they could not justly expect any trust or authority, entered themselves as volunteers in the fleet or army. Some equipped ships at their own charge, and gave the command of them to Protestants. Others were active in animating their tenants and vassals and neighbours to the defence of their country, and every rank of men, burying for the present all party distinctions, seemed to prepare themselves with order as well as vigour to resist the violence of these invaders. The more to excite the martial spirit of the nation, the Queen appeared on horseback in the camp at Tilbury, and riding through the lines, discovered a cheerful and animated countenance, exhorted the soldiers to remember their duty to their country and their religion, and professed her intention, though a woman, to lead them herself into the field against the enemy, and rather to perish in battle than survive the ruin and slavery of her people. By this spirited behavior she revived the tenderness and admiration of the soldiery. An attachment to her person became a kind of enthusiasm among them, and they asked one another whether it were possible that Englishmen could abandon this glorious cause, could display less fortitude than appeared in the female sex, or could ever, by any dangers, be induced to relinquish the defence of their heroic princess. The Spanish armada was ready in the beginning of May, but the moment it was preparing to sail, the Marquis of Santa Croce, the admiral, was seized with a fever, of which he soon after died. The vice-admiral, the Duke of Paliano, by a strange concurrence of accidents, at the very same time suffered the same fate, and the king appointed for admiral the Duke of Medina Sidonia, a nobleman of great family, but unexperienced in action, and entirely unacquainted with sea affairs. Alceredi was appointed vice-admiral. This misfortune, besides the loss of so great an officer as Santa Croce, retarded the sailing of the armada, and gave the English more time for their preparations to oppose them. At last the Spanish fleet, full of hopes and alacrity, set sail from Lisbon, but next day met with a violent tempest, which scattered the ships, sunk some of the smallest, and forced the rest to take shelter in the Groine, where they waited till they could be refitted. When news of this event was carried to England, the Queen concluded that the design of an invasion was disappointed for this summer, and being always ready to lay hold on every pretence for saving money, she made Walsingham write to the admiral, directing him to lay up some of the larger ships, and to discharge the seamen. But Lord Effingham, who was not so sanguine in his hopes, used the freedom to disobey these orders, and he begged leave to retain all the ships in service, though it should be at his own expense. He took advantage of a north wind, and sailed towards the coast of Spain, with an intention of attacking the enemy in their harbors. But the wind changing to the south, he became apprehensive lest they might have set sail, and by passing him at sea invade England, now exposed by the absence of the fleet. He returned, therefore, with the utmost expedition to Plymouth, and lay at anchor in that harbor. Meanwhile, all the damages of the Armada were repaired, and the Spaniards, with fresh hopes, set out again to sea, in prosecution of their enterprise. The fleet consisted of 130 vessels, of which near 100 were galleons, and were of greater size than any ever before used in Europe. It carried on board 19,295 soldiers, 8,456 mariners, 2,088 galley slaves, and 2,630 great pieces of brass ordnance. It was victualled for 6 months, and was attended by 20 lesser ships called caravals, and 10 salves with 6 oars apiece. The plan formed by the King of Spain was, that the Armada should sail to the coast opposite to Dunkirk and Newport, and having chased away all English or Flemish vessels which might obstruct the passage, for it was never supposed they could make opposition, should join themselves with the Duke of Parma, should thence make sail to the Thames, and having landed the whole Spanish army, thus complete at one blow the entire conquest of England. In prosecution of this scheme, Philip gave orders to the Duke of Medina that in passing along the Channel he should sail as near the coast of France as he could with safety, that he should by this policy avoid meeting with the English fleet, and keeping in view the main enterprise, should neglect all smaller successes which might prove an obstacle, or even interpose a delay to the acquisition of a kingdom. After the Armada was under sail, they took a fisherman, who informed them that the English admiral had been lately at sea, had heard of the tempest which scattered the Armada, had retired back into Plymouth, and, no longer expecting an invasion this season, had laid up his ships and discharged most of the seamen. From this false intelligence the Duke of Medina conceived the great facility of attacking and destroying the English ships in harbour, and he was tempted by the prospect of so decisive an advantage to break his orders and make sail directly for Plymouth, a resolution which proved the safety of England. The Lizard was the first land made by the Armada about sunset, and as the Spaniards took it for the Ram Head near Plymouth, they bore out to sea with an intention of returning next day and attacking the English navy. They were descried by Fleming, a Scottish pirate, who was roving in those seas, and who immediately set sail to inform the English admiral of their approach, another fortunate event which contributed extremely to the safety of the fleet. Effingham had just time to get out of port when he saw the Spanish armada coming full sail towards him, disposed in the form of a crescent, and stretching the distance of 7 miles from the extremity of one division to that of the other. The writers of that age raise their style by a pompous description of this spectacle, the most magnificent that had ever appeared upon the ocean, infusing equal terror and admiration into the minds of all beholders. The lofty masts, the swelling sails, and the towering prows of the Spanish galleons seem impossible to be justly painted, but by assuming the colours of poetry, and an eloquent historian of Italy, in imitation of Camden, has asserted that the armada, though the ships bore every sail, yet advanced with a slow motion, as if the ocean groaned with supporting, and the winds were tired with impelling so enormous a weight. The truth, however, is that the largest of the Spanish vessels would scarcely pass for third rates in the present navy of England. Yet were they so ill framed or so ill governed that they were quite unwieldy, and could not sail upon a wind, nor tack on occasion, nor be managed in stormy weather by the seamen. Neither the mechanics of shipbuilding nor the experience of mariners had attained so great perfection as could serve for the security and government of such bulky vessels, and the English, who had already had experienced how unserviceable they commonly were, beheld without dismay their tremendous appearance. Effingham gave orders not to come to close fight with the Spaniards, where the size of the ships he suspected, and the numbers of the soldiers, would be a disadvantage to the English, but to cannonade them at a distance, and to wait the opportunity which winds, currents, or various accidents must afford him of intercepting some scattered vessels of the enemy. Nor was it long before the event answered expectation. A great ship of Biscay, on board of which was a considerable part of the Spanish money, took fire by accident, and while all hands were employed in extinguish the flames, she fell behind the rest of the armada. The great galleon of Andalusia was detained by the springing of her mast, and both these vessels were taken, after some resistance, by Sir Francis Drake. As the armada advanced up the channel, the English hung upon its rear, and still infested it with skirmishes. Each trial abated the confidence of the Spaniards, and added courage to the English, and the latter soon found that even in close fight the size of the Spanish ships was no advantage to them. Their bulk exposed them the more to the fire of the enemy, while their cannon, placed too high, shot over the heads of the English. The alarm having now reached the coast of England, the nobility and gentry hastened out with their vessels from every harbor, and reinforced the admiral. The Earls of Oxford, Northumberland, and Cumberland, Sir Thomas Cecil, Sir Robert Cecil, Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Thomas Vavasour, Sir Thomas Gerard, Sir Charles Blount, with many others, distinguished themselves by this generous and disinterested service of their country. The English fleet, after the conjunction of those ships, amounted to 140 sail. The armada had now reached Calais, and cast anchor before that place, in expectation that the Duke of Parma, who had gotten intelligence of their approach, would put to sea and join his forces to them. The English admiral practised here a successful stratagem upon the Spaniards. He took 8 of his smaller ships, and filling them with all combustible materials, sent them one after another into the midst of the enemy. The Spaniards fancied that they were fireships of the same contrivance with a famous vessel which had lately done so much execution in the Schelde near Antwerp, and they immediately cut their cables and took to flight with the greatest disorder and precipitation. The English fell upon them next morning while in confusion, and besides doing great damage to other ships, they took or destroyed about 12 of the enemy. By this time it was become apparent that the intention for which these preparations were made by the Spaniards was entirely frustrated. The vessels provided by the Duke of Parma were made for transporting soldiers, not for fighting, and that general, when urged to leave the harbor, positively refused to expose his flourishing army to such apparent hazard, while the English not only were able to keep the sea, but seemed even to triumph over their enemy. The Spanish admiral found in many re-encounters that while he lost so considerable a part of his own navy, he had destroyed only one small vessel of the English, and he foresaw that by continuing so unequal a combat, he must draw inevitable destruction on all the remainder. He prepared, therefore, to return homewards, but as the wind was contrary to his passage through the Channel, he resolved to sail northwards, and making the tour of the island, reach the Spanish harbors by the ocean. The English fleet followed him during some time, and had not their ammunition fallen short by the negligence of the officers in supplying them, they had obliged the whole armada to surrender at discretion. The Duke of Medina had once taken that resolution, but was diverted from it by the advice of his confessor. This conclusion of the enterprise would have been more glorious to the English, but the event proved almost equally fatal to the Spaniards. A violent tempest overtook the armada after it passed the Orkneys. The ships had already lost their anchors, and were obliged to keep to sea. The mariners, unaccustomed to such hardships, and not able to govern such unwieldy vessels, yielded to the fury of the storm, and allowed their ships to drive either on the western isles of Scotland, or on the coast of Ireland, where they were miserably wrecked. Not a half of the navy returned to Spain, and the seamen, as well as soldiers who remained, were so overcome with hardships and fatigue, and so dispirited by their discomfiture, that they filled all Spain with accounts of the desperate valor of the English, and of the tempestuous violence of that ocean which surrounds them. Such was the miserable and dishonorable conclusion of an enterprise which had been preparing for 3 years, which had exhausted the revenue and force of Spain, and which had long filled all Europe with anxiety or expectation. Philip, who was a slave to his ambition, but had an entire command over his countenance, no sooner heard of the mortifying event which blasted all his hopes, than he fell on his knees, and rendering thanks for that gracious dispensation of Providence, expressed his joy that the calamity was not greater. The Spanish priests, who had so often blessed this holy crusade and foretold its infallible success, were somewhat at a loss to account for the victory gained over the Catholic monarch by excommunicated heretics and an execrable usurper. But they at last discovered that all the calamities of the Spaniards had proceeded from their allowing the infidel Moors to live among them. Soon after the defeat and dispersion of the Spanish armada, the Queen summoned a new parliament, and received from them a supply of 2 subsidies and 4/15, payable in 4 years. This is the first instance that subsidies were doubled in one supply, and so unusual a concession was probably obtained from the joy of the present success, and from the general sense of the Queen's necessities. Some members objected to this heavy charge, on account of the great burden of loans which had lately been imposed upon the nation. End of section 31, chapter 42, part 6. Section 32 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 32, Chapter 42, Part 7. Elizabeth foresaw that this House of Commons, like all the foregoing, would be governed by the Puritans, and therefore, to obviate their enterprises, she renewed, at the beginning of the session, her usual injunction that the Parliament should not, on any account, presume to treat of matters ecclesiastical. Notwithstanding this strict inhibition, the zeal of one Damport moved him to present a bill to the Commons for remedying spiritual grievances, and for restraining the tyranny of the ecclesiastical commission, which were certainly great. But when Mr. Secretary Wholey reminded the House of Her Majesty's commands, no one durst second the motion. The bill was not so much as read, and the Speaker returned it to Damport without taking the least notice of it. Some members of the House, notwithstanding the general submission, were even committed to custody on account of this attempt. The imperious conduct of Elizabeth appeared still more clearly in another parliamentary transaction. The right of purveyance was an ancient prerogative, by which the officers of the crown could at pleasure take provisions for the household from all the neighbouring counties, and could make use of the carts and carriages of the farmers, and the price of these commodities and services was fixed and stated. The payment of the money was often distant and uncertain, and the rates being fixed before the discovery of the West Indies were much inferior to the present market price, so that purveyance, besides the slavery of it, was always regarded as a great burden, and being arbitrary and casual, was liable to great abuses. We may fairly presume that the hungry courtiers of Elizabeth, supported by her unlimited power, would be sure to render this prerogative very oppressive to the people, and the Commons had, last session, found it necessary to pass a bill for regulating those exactions, but the bill was lost in the House of Peers. The continuance of the abuses begat a new attempt for redress, and the same bill was now revived, and again sent up to the House of Peers, together with a bill for some new regulations in the Court of Exchequer. Soon after, the Commons received a message from the Upper House desiring them to appoint a committee for a conference. At this conference, the Peers informed them that the Queen, by a message delivered by Lord Burleigh, had expressed her displeasure that the Commons should presume to touch on her prerogative. If there were any abuses, she said, either in imposing purveyance or in the practice of the Court of Exchequer, Her Majesty was both able and willing to provide due reformation, but would not permit the Parliament to intermeddle in these matters. The Commons, alarmed at this intelligence, appointed another committee to attend the Queen, and endeavour to satisfy her of their humble and dutiful intentions. Elizabeth gave gracious reception to the committee. She expressed her great, inestimable, loving care towards her loving subjects, which, she said, was greater than of her own self, or even than any of them could have of themselves. She told them that she had already given orders for an inquiry into the abuses attending purveyance, but the dangers of the Spanish invasion had retarded the progress of the design; that she had as much skill, will, and power to rule her household as any subjects whatsoever to govern theirs, and needed as little the assistance of her neighbors; that the exchequer was her chamber, consequently more near to her than even her household, and therefore the less proper for them to intermeddle with; and that she would of herself, with advice of her council and the judges, redress every grievance in these matters, but would not permit the commons, by laws moved without her privity, to bereave her of the honor of attending these regulations. The issue of this matter was the same that attended all contests between Elizabeth and her parliaments. She seems even to have been more imperious in this particular than her predecessors, at least her more remote ones, for they often permitted the abuses of purveyance to be addressed by law. Edward III., a very arbitrary prince, allowed 10 several statutes to be enacted for that purpose. In so great awe did the commons stand of every courtier, as well as of the crown, that they durst use no freedom of speech which they thought would give the least offence to any of them. Sir Edward Hobby showed in the house his extreme grief that by some great personage, not a member of the house, he had been sharply rebuked for speeches delivered in Parliament. He craved the favour of the house, and desired that some of the members might inform that great personage of his true meaning and intention in these speeches. The Commons, to obviate these inconveniences, passed a vote that no one should reveal the secrets of the house. The discomfiture of the Armada had begotten in the nation a kind of enthusiastic passion for enterprises against Spain, and nothing seemed now impossible to be achieved by the valor and fortune of the English. Don Antonio, prior of Crasto, a natural son of the royal family of Portugal, trusting to the aversion of his countrymen against the Castilians, had advanced a claim to the crown, and flying first to France, thence to England, had been encouraged both by Henry and Elizabeth in his pretensions. A design was formed by the people, not the court of England, to conquer the kingdom for Don Antonio. Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Norris were the leaders in this romantic enterprise. Near 20,000 volunteers enlisted themselves in the service, and ships were hired as well as arms provided at the charge of the adventurers. The queen's frugality kept her from contributing more than £60,000 to the expense, and she allowed only 6 of her ships of war to attend the expedition. There was more spirit and bravery than foresight or prudence in the conduct of this enterprise. The small stock of the adventurers did not enable them to buy either provisions or ammunition sufficient for such an undertaking. They even wanted vessels to stow the numerous volunteers who crowded to them, and they were obliged to seize by force some ships of the Hanse towns, which they met with at sea, an expedient which set them somewhat at ease in point of room for their men, but remedied not the deficiency of their provisions. Had they sailed directly to Portugal, it is believed that the goodwill of the people, joined to the defenceless state of the country, might have ensured them of success. But hearing that great preparations were making at the Groin for the invasion of England, they were induced to go thither, and destroy this new armament of Spain. They broke into the harbor, burned some ships of war, particularly one commanded by Recalde, vice admiral of Spain, They defeated an army of 4,000 or 5,000 men, which was assembled to oppose them. They assaulted the Groin and took the lower town, which they pillaged, and they would have taken the higher, though well fortified, had they not found their ammunition and provisions beginning to fail them. The young Earl of Essex, a nobleman of promising hopes, who, fired with the thirst of military honor, had secretly, unknown to the queen, stolen from England, here joined the adventurers, and it was then agreed by common consent to make sail for Portugal, the main object of their enterprise. The English landed at Paniche, a seaport town 12 leagues from Lisbon, and Norris led the army to that capital, while Drake undertook to sail up the river and attack the city with united forces. By this time the court of Spain had gotten leisure to prepare against the invasion. Forces were thrown into Lisbon. The Portuguese were disarmed. All suspected persons were taken into custody. And thus, though the inhabitants bore great affection to Don Antonio, none of them durst declare in favor of the invaders. The English army, however, made themselves masters of the suburbs, which abounded with riches of all kinds. But as they desired to conciliate the affections of the Portuguese, and were more intent on honor than profit, they observed a strict discipline and abstained from all plunder. Meanwhile, they found their ammunition and provisions much exhausted. They had not a single cannon to make a breach in the walls. The admiral had not been able to pass some fortresses which guarded the river. There was no appearance of an insurrection in their favor. Sickness from fatigue, hunger, and intemperance in wine and fruits had seized the army, so that it was found necessary to make all possible haste to re-embark. They were not pursued by the enemy, and finding at the mouth of the river 60 ships laden with naval stores, they seized them as lawful prize, though they belonged to the Hanse towns, a neutral power. They sailed thence to Vigo, which they took and burned, and having ravaged the country around, they set sail and arrived in England. Above half of these gallant adventurers perished by sickness, famine, fatigue, and the sword, and England reaped more honor than profit from this extraordinary enterprise. It is computed that 1,100 gentlemen embarked on board the fleet, and that only 350 survived those multiplied disasters. When these ships were on their voyage homewards, they met with the Earl of Cumberland, who was outward bound with a fleet of 7 sail, all equipped at his own charge, except one ship of war which the Queen had lent him. That nobleman supplied Sir Francis Drake with some provisions, a generosity which saved the lives of many of Drake's men, but for which the others afterwards suffered severely. Cumberland sailed towards the Terceras and took several prizes from the enemy, but the richest, valued at 100,000 pounds, perished in her return with all her cargo, near St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall. Many of these adventurers were killed in a rash attempt at the Terceras. A great mortality seized the rest, and it was with difficulty that the few hands which remained were able to steer the ships back into harbor. Though the signal advantages gained over the Spaniards and the spirit thence infused into the English gave Elizabeth great security during the rest of her reign, she could not forbear keeping an anxious eye on Scotland, whose situation rendered its revolutions always of importance to her. It might have been expected that this high-spirited princess, who knew so well to brave danger, would not have retained that malignant jealousy towards her heir with which, during the lifetime of Mary, she had been so much agitated. James had indeed succeeded to all the claims of his mother, but he had not succeeded to the favour of the Catholics, which could alone render these claims dangerous. And as the queen was now well advanced in years, and enjoyed an uncontrolled authority over her subjects, it was not likely that the King of Scots, who was of an indolent, unambitious temper, would ever give her any disturbance in her possession of the throne. Yet all these circumstances could not remove her timorous suspicions, and so far from satisfying the nation by a settlement of the succession, or a declaration of James's title, she was as anxious to prevent every incident which might anywise raise his credit or procure him the regard of the English, as if he had been her immediate rival and competitor. Most of his ministers and favourites were her pensioners, and as she was desirous to hinder him from marrying and having children, she obliged them to throw obstacles in the way of every alliance, even the most reasonable which could be offered him, and during some years she succeeded in this malignant policy. He had fixed on the elder daughter of the King of Denmark, who, being a remote prince and not powerful, could give her no umbrage. Yet did she so artfully cross this negotiation, that the Danish monarch, impatient of delay, married his daughter to the Duke of Brunswick. James then renewed his suit to the younger princess, and still found obstacles from the intrigues of Elizabeth, who, merely with a view of interposing delay, proposed to him the sister of the King of Navarre, a princess much older than himself and entirely destitute of fortune. The young king, besides the desire of securing himself by the prospect of issue from those traitorous attempts too frequent among his subjects, had been so watched by the rigid austerity of the ecclesiastics, that he had another inducement to marry, which is not so usual with monarchs. His impatience therefore broke through all the politics of Elizabeth. The articles of marriage were settled, the ceremony was performed by proxy, and the princess embarked for Scotland, but was driven by a storm into a port of Norway. This tempest and some others which happened near the same time were universally believed in Scotland and Denmark to have proceeded from a combination of the Scottish and Danish witches, and the dying confession of the criminals was supposed to put the accusation beyond all controversy. James, however, though a great believer in sorcery, was not deterred by this incident from taking a voyage in order to conduct his bride home. He arrived in Norway, carried the queen thence to Copenhagen, and having passed the winter in that city, he brought her next spring to Scotland, where they were joyfully received by the people. The clergy alone, who never neglected an opportunity of vexing their prince, made opposition to the queen's coronation on account of the ceremony of anointing her, which they alleged was either a Jewish or a popish rite, and therefore utterly anti-Christian and unlawful. But James was as much bent on the ceremony as they were averse to it, and after much controversy and many intrigues, his authority, which had not often happened, at last prevailed over their opposition. End of section 32, chapter 42, part 7. Section 33 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 33, Chapter 43, Part 1. Elizabeth. After a state of great anxiety and many difficulties, Elizabeth had at length reached a situation where, though her affairs still required attention and found employment for her active spirit, she was removed from all danger of any immediate revolution, and might regard the efforts of her enemies with some degree of confidence and security. Her successful and prudent administration had gained her, together with the admiration of foreigners, the affections of her own subjects, and after the death of the Queen of Scots, even the Catholics, however discontented, pretended not to dispute her title, or adhere to any other person as her competitor. James, curbed by his factious nobility and ecclesiastics, possessed at home very little authority, and was solicitous to remain on good terms with Elizabeth and the English nation, in hopes that time, aided by his patient tranquillity, would secure him that rich succession to which his birth entitled him. The Hollanders, though overmatched in their contest with Spain, still made an obstinate resistance, and such was their unconquerable antipathy to their old masters, and such the prudent conduct of young Maurice, their governor, that the subduing of that small territory, if at all possible, must be the work of years and the result of many and great successes. Philip, who in his powerful effort against England had been transported by resentment and ambition beyond his usual cautious maxims, was now disabled and still more discouraged from adventuring again on such hazardous enterprises. The situation also of affairs in France began chiefly to employ his attention, but notwithstanding all his artifice and force and expense, the events in that kingdom proved every day more contrary to his expectations, and more favourable to the friends and confederates of England. The violence of the League having constrained Henry to declare war against the Huguenots, these religionists seemed exposed to the utmost danger, and Elizabeth, sensible of the intimate connection between her own interests and those of that party, had supported the King of Navarre by her negotiations in Germany, and by large sums of money which she remitted for levying forces in that country. This great prince, not discouraged by the superiority of his enemies, took the field, and in the year 1587 gained at Coutras a complete victory over the army of the French king. But as his allies, the Germans, were at the same time discomfited by the army of the League, under the Duke of Guise, his situation, notwithstanding his victory, seemed still as desperate as ever. The chief advantage which he reaped by this diversity of success arose from the dissensions which by that means took place among his enemies. The inhabitants of Paris, intoxicated with admiration of Guise, and strongly prejudiced against their king, whose intentions had become suspicious to them, took to arms and obliged Henry to fly for his safety. That prince, dissembling his resentment, entered into a negotiation with the League, and having conferred many high offices on Guise and his partisans, summoned an assembly of the states at Blois, on pretence of finding expedients to support the intended war against the Huguenots. The various scenes of perfidy and cruelty which had been exhibited in France had justly begotten a mutual diffidence among all parties. Yet Guise, trusting more to the timidity than honor of the king, rashly put himself into the hands of that monarch, and expected, by the ascendant of his own genius to make him submit to all his exorbitant pretensions. Henry, though of an easy disposition, not steady to his resolutions or even to his promises, wanted neither courage nor capacity, and finding all his subtleties eluded by the vigor of Guise, and even his throne exposed to the most imminent danger, he embraced more violent counsels than were natural to him, and ordered that prince and his brother, the Cardinal of Guise, to be assassinated in his palace. This cruel execution, which the necessity of it alone could excuse, had nearly proved fatal to the author, and seemed at first to plunge him into greater dangers than those which he sought to avoid by taking vengeance on his enemy. The partisans of the League were inflamed with the utmost rage against him. The populace everywhere, particularly at Paris, renounced allegiance to him. The ecclesiastics and the preachers filled all places with execrations against his name, and the most powerful cities and most opulent provinces appeared to combine in a resolution either of renouncing monarchy or of changing their monarch. Henry, finding slender resource among his Catholic subjects, was constrained to enter into a confederacy with the Huguenots and the King of Navarre. He enlisted large bodies of Swiss infantry and German cavalry, and being still supported by his chief nobility, he assembled by all these means an army of nearly 40,000 men, and advanced to the gates of Paris, ready to crush the League and subdue all his enemies. The desperate resolution of one man diverted the course of these great events. Jacques Clement, a Dominican friar, inflamed by that bloody spirit of bigotry which distinguishes this century and a great part of the following beyond all ages of the world, embraced the resolution of sacrificing his own life in order to save the church from the persecutions of an heretical tyrant. And having admitted under some pretext to the king's presence, he gave that prince a mortal wound, and was immediately put to death by the courtiers, who hastily revenged the murder of their sovereign. This memorable incident happened on the 1st of August, 1589. The King of Navarre, next heir to the crown, assumed the government by the title of Henry IV., but succeeded to much greater difficulties than those which surrounded his predecessor. The prejudices against his religion made a great part of the nobility immediately desert him, and it was only by his promise of hearkening to conferences and instruction that he could engage any of the Catholics to adhere to his undoubted title. The League, governed by the Duke of Mayenne, brother to Guise, gathered new force, and the King of Spain entertained views either of dismembering the French monarchy or of annexing the whole to his own dominions. In these distressful circumstances, Henry addressed himself to Elizabeth, and found her well disposed to contribute to his assistance, and to oppose the progress of the Catholic League, and of Philip, her inveterate and dangerous enemies. To prevent the desertion of his Swiss and German auxiliaries, she made him a present of 22,000 pounds, a greater sum than, as he declared, he had ever seen before, and she sent him a reinforcement of 4,000 men, under Lord Willoughby, an officer of reputation, who joined the French at Dieppe. Strengthened by these supplies, Henry marched directly to Paris, and having taken the suburbs sword in hand, he abandoned them to be pillaged by his soldiers. He employed this body of English in many other enterprises, and still found reason to praise their courage and fidelity. The time of their service being elapsed, he dismissed them with many high commendations, Sir William Drury, Sir Thomas Baskerville, and Sir John Burroughs acquired reputation this campaign, and revived in France the ancient fame of English valour. The army which Henry next campaign led into the field was much inferior to that of the League, but as it was composed of the chief nobility of France, he feared not to encounter his enemies in a pitched battle at Ivry, and he gained a complete victory over them. This success enabled him to blockade Paris, and he reduced that capital to the last extremity of famine, when the Duke of Parma, in consequence of orders from Philip, marched to the relief of the League, and obliged Henry to raise the blockade. Having performed this important service, he retreated to the Low Countries, and by his consummate skill in the art of war, performed these long marches in the face of the enemy without affording the French monarch that opportunity which he sought of giving him battle, or so much as once putting his army in disorder. The only loss which he sustained was in the Low Countries, where Prince Maurice took advantage of his absence, and recovered some places which the Duke of Parma had formerly conquered from the States. The situation of Henry's affairs, though promising, was not so well advanced or established as to make the queen discontinue her succors, and she was still more confirmed in the resolution of supporting him by some advantages gained by the King of Spain. The Duke of Mercoeur, governor of Brittany, a prince of the House of Lorraine, had declared for the League, and finding himself hard pressed by Henry's forces, he had been obliged, in order to secure himself, to introduce some Spanish troops into the seaport towns of that province. Elizabeth was alarmed at the danger, and foresaw that the Spaniards, besides infesting the English commerce by privateers, might employ these harbors as the seat of their naval preparations, and might more easily from that vicinity than from Spain or Portugal project an invasion of England. She concluded, therefore, a new treaty with Henry, in which she engaged to send over 3,000 men to be employed in the reduction of Brittany, and she stipulated that her charges should, in a 12-month, or as soon as the enemy was expelled, be refunded her. These forces were commanded by Sir John Norris, and under him by his brother Henry, and by Anthony Shirley. Sir Roger Williams was at the head of a small body which garrisoned Dieppe, and a squadron of ships under the command of Sir Henry Palmer lay upon the coast of France, and intercepted all the vessels belonging to the Spaniards or the Leaguers. The operations of war can very little be regulated beforehand by any treaty or agreement, and Henry, who found it necessary to lay aside the projected enterprise against Brittany, persuaded the English commanders to join his army, and to take a share in the hostilities which he carried into Picardy. Notwithstanding the disgust which Elizabeth received from this disappointment, he laid before her a plan for expelling the Leaguers from Normandy, and persuaded her to send over a new body of 4,000 men to assist him in that enterprise. The Earl of Essex was appointed general of these forces, a young nobleman who, by many exterior accomplishments and still more real merit, was daily advancing in favour with Elizabeth, and seemed to occupy that place in her affections which Leicester, now deceased, had so long enjoyed. Essex, impatient for military fame, was extremely uneasy to lie some time at Dieppe unemployed, and had not the orders which he received from his mistress been so positive, he would gladly have accepted of Henry's invitation, and have marched to join the French army now in Champagne. This plan of operations was also proposed to Elizabeth by the French ambassador, but she rejected it with great displeasure, and she threatened immediately to recall her troops if Henry should persevere any longer in his present practice of breaking all concert with her and attending to nothing but his own interests. Urged by these motives, the French king at last led his army into Normandy and laid siege to Rouen, which he reduced to great difficulties. But the League, unable of themselves to take the field against him, had again recourse to the Duke of Parma, who received orders to march to their relief. He executed this enterprise with his usual abilities and success, and for the present frustrated all the projects of Henry and Elizabeth. This princess, who kept still in view the interests of her own kingdom in all her foreign transactions, was impatient under these disappointments, blamed Henry for his negligence in the execution of treaties, and complained that the English forces were thrust foremost in every hazardous enterprise. It is probable, however, that their own ardent courage and their desire of distinguishing themselves in so celebrated a theatre of war were the causes why they so often enjoyed this perilous honor. Notwithstanding the indifferent success of former enterprises, the queen was sensible how necessary it was to support Henry against the League and the Spaniards, and she formed a new treaty with him, in which they agreed never to make peace with Philip, but by common consent she promised to send him a new supply of 4,000 men, and he stipulated to repay her charges in a 12-month. To employ these forces joined to a body of French troops in an expedition against Brittany, and to consign into her hands a seaport town of that province for a retreat to the English. Henry knew the impossibility of executing some of these articles, and the imprudence of fulfilling others, but finding them rigidly insisted on by Elizabeth, he accepted of her succors, and trusted that he might easily, on some pretence, be able to excuse his failure in executing his part of the treaty. This campaign was the least successful of all those which he had yet carried on against the League. During these military operations in France, Elizabeth employed her naval power against Philip, and endeavored to intercept his West Indian treasures, the source of that greatness which rendered him so formidable to all his neighbors. She sent a squadron of 7 ships, under the command of Lord Thomas Howard, for this service. But the King of Spain, informed of her purpose, fitted out a great force of 55 sail, and dispatched them to escort the Indian fleet. They fell in with the English squadron, and by the courageous obstinacy of Sir Richard Greenville, the vice-admiral, who refused to make his escape by flight, they took one vessel, the first English ship of war that had yet fallen into the hands of the Spaniards. The rest of the squadron returned safely into England, frustrated of their expectations, but pleasing themselves with the idea that their attempt had not been altogether fruitless in hurting the enemy. The Indian fleet had been so long detained in the Havana from the fear of the English, that they were obliged at last to set sail in an improper season, and most of them perished by shipwreck ere they reached the Spanish harbors. The Earl of Cumberland made a like unsuccessful enterprise against the Spanish trade. He carried out 1 ship of the Queen's, and 7 others equipped at his own expense, but the prizes which he made did not compensate the charges. The spirit of these expensive and hazardous adventures was very prevalent in England. Sir Walter Raleigh, who had enjoyed great favour with the Queen, finding his interest to decline, determined to recover her good graces by some important undertaking, and as his reputation was high among his countrymen, he persuaded great numbers to engage with him as volunteers in an attempt on the West Indies. The fleet was detained so long in the Channel by contrary winds that the season was lost. Raleigh was recalled by the Queen. Sir Martin Frobisher succeeded to the command, and made a privateering voyage against the Spaniards. He took one rich carrack near the island of Flores, and destroyed another. About the same time, Thomas White, a Londoner, took 2 Spanish ships, which, besides 1,400 chests of quicksilver, contained above 2 millions of bulls for indulgences, a commodity useless to the English, but which had cost the King of Spain 300,000 florins, and would have been sold by him in the Indies for 5 millions. This war did great damage to Spain, but it was attended with considerable expense to England, and Elizabeth's ministers computed that since the commencement of it she had spent in Flanders and France, and on her naval expeditions, above 1,200,000 pounds, a charge which, notwithstanding her extreme frugality, was too burdensome for her narrow revenues to support. She summoned, therefore, a parliament, in order to obtain supply, but she either thought her authority so established that she needed to make them no concessions in return, or she rated her power and prerogative above money. For there never was any parliament whom she treated in a more haughty manner, whom she made more sensible of their own weaknesses, or whose privileges she more openly violated. When the Speaker, Sir Edward Coke, made the 3 usual requests of freedom from arrests, of access to her person, and of liberty of speech, she replied to him by the mouth of Puckering, Lord Keeper, that liberty of speech was granted to the Commons, but they must know what liberty they were entitled to, not a liberty for every one to speak what he listeth, or what cometh into his brain to utter. Their privilege extended no further than a liberty of aye or no. That she enjoined the Speaker, if he perceived any idle heads so negligent of their own safety as to attempt reforming the church, or innovating in the commonwealth, that he should refuse the bills exhibited for that purpose till they were examined by such as were fitter to consider of these things, and could better judge of them, that she would not impeach the freedom of their persons, but they must beware lest, under colour of this privilege, they imagined that any neglect of their duty could be covered or protected, and that she would not refuse them access to her person, provided it were upon urgent and weighty causes, and at times convenient, and when she might have leisure from other important affairs of the realm. Notwithstanding the menacing and contemptuous air of this speech, the intrepid and indefatigable Peter Wentworth, not discouraged by his former ill success, ventured to transgress the imperial orders of Elizabeth. He presented to the Lord Keeper a petition, in which he desired the upper house to join with the lower in a supplication to her majesty for entailing the succession of the crown, and he declared that he had a bill ready prepared for that purpose. This method of proceeding was sufficiently respectful and cautious, but the subject was always extremely disagreeable to the Queen, and what she had expressly prohibited any one from meddling with. She sent Wentworth immediately to the Tower, committed Sir Thomas Bromley, who had seconded him, to the Fleet prison, together with Stevens and Welsh, 2 members, to whom Sir Thomas had communicated his intention. About a fortnight after, a motion was made in the House to petition the Queen for the release of these members. But it was answered by all the privy councillors there present, that her majesty had committed them for causes best known to herself, and that to press her on that head would only tend to the prejudice of the gentlemen whom they meant to serve. She would release them whenever she thought proper, and would be better pleased to do it of her own proper motion than from their suggestion. The House willingly acquiesced in this reasoning. So arbitrary an act at the commencement of the session might well repress all further attempts for freedom. But the religious zeal of the Puritans was not so easily restrained, and it inspired a courage which no human motive was able to surmount. Maurice, chancellor of the duchy and attorney of the court of wards, made a motion for redressing the abuses in the bishops' courts, but above all in the high commission, where subscriptions, he said, were exacted to articles at the pleasure of the prelates, where oaths were imposed, obliging persons to answer all questions without distinction, even though they should tend to their own condemnation, and where every one who refused entire satisfaction to the commissioners was imprisoned without relief or remedy. End of section 33, chapter 43, part 1.